All right, hello everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Thank you for being here today. Happy Sunday. Oh, that's gonna be for later. Hang on, forgot to turn that off. We're gonna be watching the grand finals and the season. Well, first the season reveal, and then the grand finals. And I'm gonna try to. I don't know how loud I can make this without it.
Will you accept this?
Without you being able to hear it on stream. So let's see if we can figure that out. Because Fromage is gonna join us. At some point. I don't know when.
Team 1, you faced long odds and had a harder fight than almost anybody else on the stage, and yet you still pulled it off.
Yeah, using the speakers.
I've been on a long journey
so that she can hear too when she's here.
And I'm so excited to be there. I can make it through the adversity and be able to compete for your heart.
Hex and go.
Oxygen, circumstances outside of your
Hooded Ornament, thank you for the 35-month resub. Okay.
And while your position on this stage was never in doubt, neither was my love for you.
Speak.
Where are you getting all these pillows from? Anyway, will you accept this rose?
I feel like my speakers are super quiet. Or is this...
Dark Zero, there are a million reasons why
No, this is really quiet. Am I crazy?
Making it out of the group of death. And you did it. Quite spectacularly, in fact.
Is it just the stream? No.
And now, the final rose. 3 of you remain.
I don't know what is going on in this
One of
stream.
you can move forward. Cyclops, Furia, Exet.
Exclamation mark praise HEXAGON.
You've all impressed us, but only one of you has won my heart. The fiery, the fury.
I don't know what's going on.
Wait, what is this? What are you doing?
Observers come together. You want to watch 10 different perspectives on border?
No.
And we're a group?
Fine. Please take a look.
I just am trying to make it so that it doesn't come through on the microphone, but it's like super quiet for me at the same time. But this is as loud as it can go. So I don't know why it's so quiet.
Right, that was it. That was intense. How are you feeling?
Nice.
Oh, I accidentally.
Great work. Thank you very much, man.
And fromage and burger and
8 teams
fromage.
left. Who will take on the ultimate rose? It is time for the Rainbow Six Charlotte Major.
That was then. This is now. It is time for Parker Interrobang Mackay to choose his one true love. Please welcome him to the stage. This is an incredibly tough decision for you, Parker. Just 2 potential loves remain. Who will it be?
I imagine he's pointing to the teams, but I don't know what he's pointing at.
You're not.
Nice. And burger and heart.
I need subtitles for the chants. I never know what they're saying.
There you go. He just can't decide. Apparently. Am I right? Am I right? You can still make a choice.
It's too hard to choose.
Who's talking? I'm so
It's too hard to
confused.
choose, Ian. The fans should choose.
What's going on?
So once again, DZ.
If I turn this down, does that turn my mic down? No.
What about
I
Ian?
don't know what this fucking dial does. This thing.
Or Astralis.
What about that?
Thank you. We've got to go back to the desk. You'll hear this man very shortly, but back to Doha
Does that turn my
to
microphone
pick
down?
that apart. Good luck.
Wow, love is in the air. But you know what? My greatest love is for great esports finals.
I need
and
help,
know
chat.
we
You have
feel
to tell
that
me what
way
this
too.
sounds like to you
Jesse,
because I don't know.
First impressions
I
on the
can't
day.
hear
What
it
are
from
you
your
expecting
side.
to see out of this one? We'll get into it deeper later. We got a couple minutes right now, though.
Listen, I mean, Parker was right to not be able to make a decision there. This is such a hard call for this game. We've got two great teams from North America, very different play styles, but they're both so good at what they do best, attacking onto the bomb site. Dark Zero and Astralis. You can't call it.
Sounds good?
Yeah,
Okay.
Fresh. Look at the bracket. Here's how we got here. What are we going to see today?
I feel like Astralis are on a momentum wave that just can't be stopped at the minute. And if they get a map, if they get two maps, I don't see it anything other than a 3-0. If DZ kind of get off that curse of
So the season
dropping
reveal
map
is
one,
supposed to
if they're
be
competitive in map one, even
in
if
like
they
2
win map one,
minutes.
we could be going all the way
And
to
then
5.
it'll be a best of 5, Dark
Quick
Zero
question
versus
for you, Jesse. Who's
Astralis.
the most surprising team that you thought might have a chance of getting here but didn't?
I think it's got to be Oxygen, right? I mean, they were able to go into that semifinals looking so good from every game before that, through the NAL, through the group stage, through the quarterfinals as well. But then Astralis just made them look like chumps. And you got to think, if Astralis is able to do that to OXG, and Dark Zero, I'm a little worried for them coming into this game.
It's true, but Dark Zero Fresh, it seems like they only power up as time goes on, right?
They've got a lot of experience on that roster, and that's the thing that will help them in
Has
this
a very
kind of
shiny
scenario.
suit.
You know, Astralis, they've not been to a grand final. Troy's won 2 of them on an invitational stage, never mind a major. So I think they've got that experience to get themselves through, and it'll just be about riding that wave.
Yep, true enough. All right, well, we've got something very special for you in just a little bit of time. So let me ask you a question, Charlotte. Do you like to learn about new maps, maybe? You want to learn a little bit about a new operator, perhaps? Does that sound good? Do you want a little bit of an update on where things are going with Rainbow Six Siege? Well, we've got that for you in just a minute.
Handbook party time.
But Jesse, I'll throw it to you for a second. What and any predictions you want to make?
I don't know. Siege has been headed in a crazy direction the last couple of updates, right? I mean, I think we're starting to get more attackers in. We're starting to get more of that meta swing. We're starting to get a lot of, balanced operators in the game for the last couple of times. And we just got a new map as well, the first one in for so long. So to be adding more and more, I'm excited. You've piqued my interest.
I've had a sneak peek, so I'm going to remain completely zipped because I know what's coming. But I tell you, I think it's pretty good.
All right, well, we're only moments away. Charlotte, are you ready to learn about the future of Rainbow Six Siege? All right, it is time. Let's see what we got coming.
Oh my god, a 30-second countdown? Just start at fucking 90, 89, 88, 87. It's so long. Great. Countdown for 10 ads.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Operation Vector Glare. I'm Camille Salazar-Hadaway, your host once again for the season reveal. And we've got a great one for you today. We're kicking it off with creative director Alexander Karapazis, who's here to give you a roadmap update, tell us what the season is all about, and dig deeper into the Wolfguard Squad teaser.
The what?
Back at the SI, we mentioned that we'll be revisiting our roadmap for the year every single season. We're immensely proud of everything that we're delivering this season. However, we do have a delay in Season 3. We released Emerald Plains, and we're really happy with the reception that that map has received. That means that we want to build on that momentum and be more ambitious for our next map. So Singapore will move from Season 3 to Season 4, where we can give it more time and more love to be a bigger, bolder new map than you've ever seen before in Siege. So the vision of the season for Operation Vector Glare is a big one for us. We're introducing a new operator, Sense, and they're coming with a new weapon to the game as well as an amazing ability. We're also introducing a new team deathmatch map. This is a new space where players can jump in and warm up. On top of all of this too, we're introducing the shooting range, where you can jump in, test recoil, test your weapon loadout, and have a lot of fun.
Finally. Okay, she's gone.
We talked about squads.
That looks exactly
in
like the
Rainbow
one in
Six Siege,
Valorant.
both as a narrative tool for us to tell new stories about our operators in the field, and as a way of explaining the kind of segmentation that Rainbow Six is experiencing right now.
That looks
With Nighthaven
like
leaving,
literally exactly
Rainbow
like
Six
the
proper,
Valorant
and Harry
shooting range.
splitting up all of the operators into each individual squads. We're introducing Wolfguard this season with our new operator
Which is kind of
Sense.
like,
And you saw a bit of a teaser just the other day about this new squad.
it's a little weird.
This is
to
led
me.
by the captain Duck, and Sense is joining the squad as well as a couple of other operators from the game. This is important
Wait,
for us
what?
because now we can tell stories about these operators in the field, and you'll see more of that at the start of the season. This doesn't affect gameplay, but it's a new way for us to tell the stories of these operators, how they work together, and how they struggle against real-life missions. You'll be experiencing more of their story at the start of Season 2 Vector Glare.
Now, let's get a sneak peek of some Vector Glare gameplay, courtesy of Chris Waters and the Ubisoft News team.
There's a lot of power in lines of sight in Rainbow Six
Hey,
Siege.
did you know there's a lot
But
of
what if you
power
were
in line of
watching an
sight?
angle and all of a sudden you saw this?
Oh.
Would you
Oh my
shoot
God.
it, melee it, approach it slowly and try to walk through it? No, don't do it!
This is
No,
just
don't worry
Valorant.
about it. It can't hurt you. It's a wall made of light,
That's literally just
created
Valorant.
by the ROU projector system, and you have Sens to thank for it. Sens is the new attacker, arriving with Operation Vector Glare. And they're also bringing a new weapon with them,
You're
the
the one who has perfect
high-capacity
contract. I also don't know if
POF-9
they
assault
can hear you
rifle.
through that.
Take it
You
for
have
a
to be
spin on the new shooting range and see how you like it. Then
And
put it
this-
through its
this is
paces on the new
exactly
Team
like
Deathmatch
Valorant.
map.
That is literally
Close
exactly
quarter.
Valorant. It's like
The
they
dev
copy
team's
pasted
got
it.
the details on all these things, as well as more to share on giving some operators a third secondary weapon option,
Yeah.
implementing the first phase
mean-
of the reputation system, and your chance to score
Like,
some
it looks
free
cool,
operators.
but also it's
all
just-
this and more is
it
coming
also
with
looks like they
Operation
copy-pasted
Vector Glare.
Valorant.
Yeah, it's
Let's
way
get
too
to it.
close.
Yeah, it's too close. Like, you should be inspired by it, but not take the
Sense is
exact
set to
same.
join the attackers, and their unique gadget is suited for all kinds of situations. Game designer Mathieu Lacombe is going to tell
Jack,
you
can you
more
hear us
about
okay
it. But first,
if we talk
let's
like this
discover a bit
in
more about
relation
how
to
Sense was
the video,
developed
'cause
with concept artist
probably
Sunshine
louder for us
Kim
than it is
and
for you, I
director of gameplay design Jeremy Covan.
Yeah, it's literally that.
Sense is
Oh!
a very joyful person. They love music. Music is a big part of their life. We wanted to bring that bright personality of Sense into the design. We explored different hairstyles
No, I
and
didn't touch the
different
noise gate.
facial features to really capture that shining personality of Sense. So in the mask, when Sense is in the mask, they look fierce, but the person under the mask is someone lovely, someone musical, someone very bright. We wanted to create that differences between two sides of Sense.
So once we've designed the technology and the fantasy, we had to create all the different elements for this gadget. So Sense device is made of 3 parts. The first part is the rolling device. It's the object that you throw. In the middle, you have a wheel for movement with a tire for grip, and in the center, you have a gyroscope to maintain its balance. This throwable is fully mechanical, and on the bottom of it, you have 2 openings that are always facing down. And from these openings, you have the second part of this gadget that is ejected, which are the little electronic pellets, and they can create these super efficient beams of light for a short amount of time before it's running out of battery. You know that there are these super powerful devices that can create strong beam of light and that are used, for example, on stage during concerts. Of course, ours need to be way more powerful, but we like the idea, so we decided to create our gadget around this.
It's just Phoenix. That's Phoenix. It's
So Sans is a 3L'd 1-speed attacker that is coming up with Vector Glare. Sans gadget is the ROU projector, which stands for the
I like
rolling
though that
obstructive utility. This
make
is
it bounce,
a rolling
and also I
device
like
that you
it's
toss. It's a throwable gadget.
It's like it goes
It rolls
straight
around. It
forward,
will
you
bounce
can't,
off
like,
in a pool-like fashion. So it enters a corner and leaves the corner in the opposite angle. This will allow
it is
the
cool.
players
It's
to
just
have some really
a little bit
creative
weird
use of the
with the
gadget. And
existence of
as it
Valorant,
travels
but it is,
along,
like,
it
a
will
good
leave
idea.
some
Like, it makes sense.
projectors along
If
the path.
Valorant didn't exist and you
Those
would make that,
projectors
then you would be
emit
like,
a light wall for
Yeah,
a
you
certain
would be
amount of
like,
time,
cool.
and those
But the
light
fact that it
walls
looks
will
exactly
block
like
line of sight,
Valorant.
but they won't
Yeah, the
block
Viper
anything
wall
else. So
too.
if you want to use it to shoot
It's like they
with your
didn't
eye
try and make
capacity
a
weapon
smoke
to it,
grenade.
or you want to use a grenade or
Yeah.
something else
They
on your team,
literally made
this is the perfect gadget to create a window of opportunity for the attacking team.
I don't even
After
remember
a
if the
set amount
bullets
of
go
time,
through. I think
the light wall will retract and they will fade away.
I don't know.
We have the 417, the Gun 6, the 9mm, SDP 9mm, the secondary art breach, and the Claymore. So we have a really big package that is topped off with the POF9, the really brand new assault rifle that we're bringing with this season. It's a high capacity, low damage, and low destruction
This is not
assault rifle,
it's
but
not a fast
it's really reliable. Sans is a pure support. We
Oh god,
see
no!
Sans as
She's pushing
quarterback.
the mouse with
So
her
we
butt,
have Sans
and I clicked
bringing
on the
the
mic
diffuser,
volume, and
creating
she was like
windows of
pushing
opportunities
it
for
all the
rest
way
of
to the
team.
max.
You can hunt roamers, you can secure a plant. There's really a lot of things that you can do with the ROU projector.
It was like plus
You take
9
the POF9,
decibels.
You take the secondary art breach, so you're bringing a lot of utilities for your team.
It's good
As
for
much
me. It's
as
not good
the
for
ROU is a very flexible tool for the attackers, we have some ways for the defenders to counter this gadget. You have multiple ways, either
why is
active
everyone-
or passively.
Why are we all?
Jaeger will interact only with the wheel part of the ROU. So if you have your wheel rolling in, leaving 3
I wanna
projectors,
see
and
what
it gets into the range of a Jaeger, it will get zapped.
Oh, okay,
But
so the
it will
Jaeger's not-
leave the 3 projectors that are already there. Wamai can also counter the ROU. The magnet will catch the wheel. It will stop the wheel from doing its thing. It will then release it with a new direction and a lot of chaos.
That sucks.
It's still
The interaction between
falling
ROU
down
and
and then
Sans
Yeah.
gadget is
activating
really
on the
both
ground.
ways.
It
We
doesn't
have a
activate
small
out.
gap at the bottom of the arena
Yeah.
So
gadget.
I want to see
You can
multiple
slip
things. I
the
want to see
Sans
what happens
right
if you
underneath
put it
it.
on the table.
But if
Is
Sans
it gonna
tosses it
activate
in the
on
middle of
top,
it, well,
or
it
is
will
it
get
gonna
destroyed.
not do anything till
When
it
we
touches
talk
the
about
ground?
some passive
I wanna see
counters
what a
to
mute jammer
Sans, we have mute. The jammers are there, they're doing their stuff. It will not stop the wheel, but it will stop any
Okay, makes sense.
projectors from creating their lights.
I was
So
wondering
you
if it
can
was
see
gonna stop
something
it.
happen like 2 walls, no panels.
Yeah, because it's
2
like the
walls.
wheel
So
releases
it
the
really
little
creates some
triangles, and then
interesting
the triangle projects the wall.
angles and
But it
interesting
could stop the
gaps.
wheel from working.
We have
Right.
Warden
It
that can
being a
use the
mute
glass and see through the light walls. So this creates a reverse situation where Sans is in danger while Warden is really like on the hunt.
They did say that this year was gonna be
The
the
bulletproof camera is
breaking
really a
operators year,
interesting gadget to counter Sans. It comes in 2 parts. We have the first part where an active player can see through the wall with the vision like we would have with the smoke. But you can also use the EMP dart to disable the projectors on the floor. So one way to create a hole in the wall and have an opportunity is to use explosive devices. The projectors
shoot
themselves
them?
are bulletproof, but they can be
Triangles?
destroyed by explosives.
Oh, the
So
wheel?
it's really an organic way to create an
Well,
opening
they-
in the wall.
An impact on it, but I don't know about shooting it.
Similar to the bulletproof camera, the
Okay,
evil
you
eyes will
can,
be able to
the
see
candela,
through
you can
the
shoot
Right.
light wall.
You can shoot the wheel.
Can use the laser to destroy anything that could be on the other side. So it's really a passive and inactive counter to Sans. A barbed wire deployed in a doorway will slow down the wheel, so this will make sure that the gadget doesn't go as far as planned.
The triangles are bulletproof.
Sans is a very versatile operator, so you have all of those possibilities, those opportunities to use your gadget and create
Yeah,
some windows of
they have to
opportunities,
fill in
create some
the
awesome play.
blanks where
It's
my
really an operator that
brain
is made for
gets
you,
distracted.
so I can't wait to see the creative
Right,
plays
I
that
can't-
you come up with.
Pay attention 100% of the time, and so they pay attention to the other percentage that I miss. Yeah. It's like having an extension of your
Season
brain.
1
Sometimes
delivered a
it's really
new way to
useful,
get
'cause I'll
warmed
forget
up with
things
Team
and then
Deathmatch.
they remember for
And
me.
Vector Glare is introducing a new TDM map set in Greece. Senior level designer Jeremy Dowsett is here to give you a tour.
Oh, the TDM.
It's a brand new map that's designed just for TDM and not for Plant Bomb. So you're going to have a different feel, looser angles for sure, a much faster, chaotic gameplay, and you're definitely not going to have the defensive setups. It's designed so you're not going to be safe. You know, there's a few little places you can go hide, but you're going to get found out very quickly and people are going to hunt you down. So it's fast, it's chaotic, it's definitely a different feel from any of the other TDM maps or anything that we've actually put TDM out in so far. In the world of Rainbow, this is a training facility, and so the whole thing is designed to be modular, and you'll see that in the art style there's lots of little hooks for cranes to pick up sections of the map and walls. In the fantasy, it can be changed into anything else very, very quickly. There's a lot of time and effort and thought that actually went into the color coding. The stairs have solid color. So you've got 4 sets of stairs that are fully color coded, and every room has a very simple thematic within it. So it's very clean, it's very simple. You know, you can tell a kitchen's a kitchen. It'll have kitchen on the wall, armory will have, you know, most of the major rooms will actually have words on them. So when you go through and you're spawning and you're running around, you can orientate yourself very quickly to know which way you're going. And with the main path, or the main paths, the circular path and the path up the center, it's always easy to get from the ground floor to the top floor. So it's super easy to navigate. You're always very close to a set of steps. There's a lot of destruction. There's see-through floors. You can actually see from the first floor through. You know, breakable floors. Everyone's got impact grenades. And as the walls break, then you have more angles and more lines of sight. And it was hard to kind of break my usual workflow to actually go, actually no, this line of sight is fine. Rather than trying to constrain it like we do in a competitive map, just being a little bit more free with the angles is actually quite rewarding and quite different. It's a lot of fun. It's chaos, but it's a lot of fun. The rounds are definitely going to be much faster because it's much cleaner, but when it comes to warming up your mechanical skills and your aim for going in and playing ranked, this is probably the best map for doing that. It's so fast-paced, it's chaotic. 2-3 rounds of this map, you're going to be warmed up and ready for rank, that's for sure.
During the Year 7 reveal panel in February, Emmanuel Larive from the Player Behavior Cell laid out some important measures in our fight against toxicity. He's here to discuss what we're doing now and what's next.
As announced on the previous 6 Invitational, we are beginning the rollout of the reputation system.
Maybe they'll talk about it later. They have like a little checklist of things that they're still
We will be deploying part of the reputation system toward the reverse-friendly fire. The goal of the reputation penalties towards reverse-friendly fire is to catch the recidivist and the top offender that are abusing the friendly fire to be malicious to other players. The goal of it is not to catch people that are doing mistake. It's having a match without those top offender abusing the friendly fire in order to be malicious. Overall, all of these phases, the goal of it will be to make Siege a better place where everyone can meet and cheer together. Privacy mode right now is restricted.
There's the onboarding, gameplay, esports, and then squad up program behind the camera
out
here.
During season 2 in a public way. The soft launch helped us to improve the whole set of options that will be available for you.
Okay,
so we learned it like a lot. It was key for our strategy to provide something that is good and have the quality that we expect in order to protect your true identity while playing. The whole set of privacy options will not negate our anti-cheat capacities. We will still be aware of the true identity of the player that are using it. Match cancellation is a great addition to Rainbow Six Siege. It helps to avoid unranked and ranked unbalanced matches. Since the beginning, we did several updates based on the community feedback to improve match cancellation. With Season 2 release, we will be coming with another update that will bring more control for players about the whole process of a match cancellation. Later down the road, we will continue to improve it. The goal of this update is to give more visibility to everyone so they have a better control of the match cancellation process, but also of the context of it. And of course, we will also reduce any abuses related to this initiative, and we will continue to monitor it and improve it.
We're always looking at ways to help you improve at Siege. And this season, you will get your hands on the shooting range that you can use to practice your skills and test weapon recoil.
Wouldn't you want to cancel against a cheater?
Operator guides that will allow players to expand their knowledge. Here's Assistant Director Christopher Budgeon with all the details.
They see your username, they
You can use the streamer mode.
Well,
change your name so that it doesn't have your,
For now, not everybody had it.
During the Year 7 reveal, we talked about how onboarding is an important part of Rainbow
But now you
Six
can
and
hide
our
your
future
name,
and where we want to
and
go.
they wouldn't know
And
you're a
we're really
pro player.
excited to show you what's next coming this season and Season 2.
But,
the shooting
way
range is a
the
great
camera
tool
works
to learn the
it's
specifics and
very nice
characteristics of each
as
weapon,
a-
the different attachments, and the different situations that they perform best in. But also, it's a great tool for testing our
Wait.
patch notes.
Did they
When we
literally
read
copy
something
the
within our
bots
patch notes,
too?
You can jump into the shooting range and learn the changes that have been taking place within those weapons. So if we had made any changes to the damage dealt by that weapon or the recoil spray patterns,
On the other
now
side,
you'll
they
have
had
a
like a
place
yellow
to
mannequin
have
person,
static
and it
tests
looked
that you'll be able
exactly
to
like the
perform
bots from
after each
Valorant.
patch
This is
or
so
check.
weird.
The goal of the shooting range is ultimately to give players a tool
I mean, this
where
is
they can
good.
learn about
This
the
is good,
weapons found within Rainbow Six Siege.
It's
Every
just weird to
operator
me.
is available within the shooting range, whether you own them or
We're
not.
going-
It's a great way of testing out the different weapons and loadouts
Yeah.
of each operator, find the best loadout for you, and ultimately save the loadout so that you can perform at your best.
See the bot?
So the shooting range is actually built to have multiple more lanes than you'll find in Season 2. So we have big plans for the shooting range. Also, we want to optimize
Left side,
the
yeah,
shooting
the left.
range. So
that's
over time, we
literally a
might
direct
change
copy
or
from
add the
Valorant.
ways that
That
the
is so
different lanes
weird to
work
me
based
that
on the
they
feedback. We're really looking to hear
didn't try to
how
make
you
it
feel about the
like they
shooting
didn't even
range,
try
what
to
you
make
wanna
it look
see
different.
added.
It feels
Please
like.
let us know. Operator Guide is a new feature which you'll be able to access from the Operator album or within a match, which allows you to get important information about how to use the operator of your choice. For example, you can learn about the primary gadget of the operator and be shown little clips which illustrate exactly how to use their gadget. Additionally, you can learn about the different secondary gadgets that operator can equip, as well as whether it's attack or defend, the different actions which are available to you, such as reinforcements or putting up barricades, or if you're an attacker, repelling and droning. These are really key elements that all players should be able to know, and now they'll have that information right at their fingertips. It's hard to sometimes understand everything an operator can do by just a simple line of text. Now we've changed that completely. You get visual examples about how to use that gadget and how
It's
ultimately you
actually
can
exactly
contribute
the
to your
same. That's so weird.
The Operator Guide is ultimately geared towards new players, but it's a great asset to returning players as well.
The new
We see
operator
a
is
lot
named
of value
Sense.
for keeping this up to date and making
SENS.
sure that it has the most latest information, whether it's changes that are coming in patches or new operators that are added to the game. But in Season 2, you're going to see very clearly the basics of each operator and how to use their gadgets.
2 gameplay
I mean,
updates
kind of, they
coming
painted
in
it yellow.
Vector are aimed at giving
And,
players
like-
more flexibility.
You want to do a
One
robot
has to
that,
do with
like,
secondary weapons, the
Yeah,
other
I know.
concerns visual effects.
Humanoid, yeah.
Back to talk us through these changes is game designer Matthew Lacombe.
We are bringing a third option in the secondary weapon slot. You can think of it as the primary weapons. Some operators have 3 options. We're giving the same for secondary weapons. This will bring back options that were previously lost because we had it a gun 6, we had it a SMG or a shotgun. So this is bringing back options for the players. We have a lot of them. We have Kali, we have Clash, Amaru, Finka, Lion. Like all of those are getting back the weapons that they lost previously. This allows us to create more diverse loadout when we want to make sure that you have a pistol, a secondary SMG, secondary shotgun. We don't do compromise because we only have 2 slots. We have 3 slots and we can make the best loadout that we can deliver for you. Back in Year 6, Season 3, we reduced the overall screen shake that was produced by explosives
I didn't even pay
or
attention to what they were
gadgets
saying.
around you.
Glass is
to
getting
give more
very
comfort to the
nice.
players. Like we heard you saying that it was a bit too much.
Yeah.
This season we're bringing 3 options for the players. We have what we have currently in life. So if you enjoy the way sieges, we are not touching this for you. We have the second option, which is having the screen shake, but just toned down a bit. And the third option is to completely remove this. This will allow our players that are affected by motion sickness to really enjoy the game a lot more than they could before.
What are they changing?
In CG Sports,
You can turn
tactical
off screen
timeout
shake.
is an important part of the
It's good.
competitive setting. In
It's
Operation Vector Glare, we're
Finally.
enriching
I
this
go back.
esports-inspired option.
They could the screen shake, but just tone down sieges. We are not touching this for you. We have the second option, which is having the screen shake, but just tone down a bit. And the third option is to completely remove this.
Nice.
This will allow our players that have
And our esports players. So the removal of the operator quarantine time is a huge change for our esports competition. I think it has been over 3 years that this has been in place, and we're now removing it because it really is a testament to our balancing teams, our game designer teams. We feel that our operators are now ready from the start to be integrated in the highest level of competition. For the professional players, it means they have to adapt faster to the new meta. The new operators are being released into the competition as soon as they are on the live servers, which gives our pro players less time to adapt, but it also means at the same time that the teams that are quicker to adapt have a competitive advantage. On the other side, we have, of course, our players and viewers. For them, it means that as soon as the operators are being released, they are played at the highest level, and you can see the full potential of said operators being played in
I'm
our
just moving so
least
chat can see
possible.
Nova sitting.
So the tactical timeout feature is a design for custom games, first of all. It allows players to pause a game for a short amount of time to rediscuss tactics and to realign their approach. It also helps them to potentially take out the wind from the sails of their opponents. In the new scenario or in the new feature, players can directly do this from the menu of the game, but it can also be triggered by the observer or the coach. So the tactical timeout feature is a quality of life change for our esports players, as they will be able to trigger this timeout the same way, no matter if they're playing online or offline. It also means it's easier for the viewers to follow, as it's a unified approach for both LAN and online tournaments.
Playing with friends is a lot of fun, and there has never been a better time to bring them to Siege than now. Christopher Budgeon is back to let you know about a new program that rewards both you and your friends.
You're rewarded for having friends. Get fucked, loners.
Year 7 has been big for us, and we really think it's a great time to come back to Siege. Every player who's played
solo
during
Siege?
Year 7
No
is
reward
now
for you.
eligible to bring 4 friends who have not played during Year 7 in order to earn big rewards. For every friend that you bring back and play 5 matches with, you'll be getting a new Year 6 operator and a pack that you'll be able to open.
This
as well
is
as some fallback rewards
this is
beyond
pyramid
capital
scheme.
operators.
Tom
Additionally,
Clancy's
there's new 3D
Rainbow Six
animated
pyramid
skins
scheme.
that will be delivered to the players as well. A great way to
That's
do
a
this,
really
fight for
ridiculous looking
friends,
skin
get
for
a
the
fallback
RC,
reward,
by the
and
way.
you
What
can
is
play
that?
any game mode
It's like a space
5
weapon.
matches
Imagine trying to put that in your shoulder
Doesn't matter which
with
mode
the
you
like
play, whether that
little
be TDM,
needles. What
ranked,
is that? How are
quick
you supposed
match,
to hold
or
that?
For each one of those friends,
Every
play 5
bullet you
matches
shoot
to
just
unlock
fucking
the
stabs
rewards.
you in the
Both
shoulder?
The person who's been invited will earn a reward, as well as their referring player. For players who are coming back to Siege, having not played in Year 7, they get to be given a Year 4 or Year 5 operator into their roster. And of course, as backup rewards if
This is
you
so
have
weird.
all of those operators.
Do you hear what they say
Additionally,
though? Like you
after
gotta
have
bring
coming
your
back
friends back
and
to
played the 5 matches with the player who brought you
And
back.
Yeah, they're not
you're
they're
now
not saying
eligible to
like
invite 4 other friends
get new people
and
to
earn
play
the
Siege.
referring
They're saying
rewards as well.
bring back.
Before we wrap things up,
please,
as usual,
please come back. Please come back.
Right, like am I the only one that's bothered by the way it's
starting on May
raised?
24th.
It's really
But
like
wait, there's more. If you like playing as Echo,
Reminds you of the new
Havana,
Valo
or
bundle?
if you're
No
a
way.
fan of the Yakuza games, here's an exclusive bundle for you. Enjoy.
Exclusive bundle. Wait, what is it called, Fishka? Ooh. Yeah, they really love making stuff for Havana. Is this Yakuza? It is from Yakuza. Yeah, that's what I. Yakuza. Yeah, it's a Yakuza crossover with with Sega. That's pretty. I mean, for people who care about that, that's cool. But. Wait, another elite for Echo? There's like 40 operators that don't have an elite. Number 2 for Echo.
All right, lots of great stuff
Titanville.
coming
Okay,
for
thank
Rainbow
you.
Six Siege. Obviously, new operators. We've got a new map. We've got, you know, honestly, everybody's getting out of quarantine these days, even the new operators. That's kind of cool, isn't it?
That's indeed. We've no longer got the quarantine period for new
Very
ops, so that
spiky.
means that
Although
starting the
Valorant
next stage,
in
we're going to
general has a lot
have
of
new
spikes.
operators available
means,
for competitive
they
play.
don't
That's going to
have
change up the
to
meta so much. It should be very exciting. We're in an interesting time for Siege.
I mean, and as far as things that change with the meta, we've got Sens coming in. Now they have an ability that is pretty unlike anything we've seen in Siege before, isn't it?
Yeah, blocks lines of sight. Obviously, we've seen teams use smokes to try and block lines of sight. And I'm thinking, especially with this competitive, you know, lack of competitive quarantine now, straight in, and I'm already thinking about the bomb sites that they can be used on. I'm thinking like, open area on bank, that plant spot behind the kitchen counter.
Whenever she
you can just
comes in
completely
here,
block that off. There's
takes the smelly
cafe. There's
food
so
and
many
then runs away.
places where
Always
situationally I think they'll be
no
very
bad.
good.
You do got to be careful though, Fresh. There were a lot of counters that they displayed as well.
Ian
Warden, I think,
Malcolm
might be getting a
is
huge
the
buff in
host.
his pick rate. We might see a lot of those impact grenades coming through,
This,
some bulletproof
this event.
cameras. So there does seem to be a lot of counterplay. I'm happy for
I
that.
usually
Doesn't seem
don't
like it's gonna
pay
be something
attention to
that
this
it's
part
going
of
to
the
be
stream, to
too
be honest.
disruptive to the meta. So that's nice to see.
I just like
you
tune
still
in
got,
for the
like,
game
labs
and
being
then
able to see through and stuff like that.
do
So
other
it's
stuff
going to be
in between.
strong, but there's obviously
But
operators
I
out
saw
there that
people
are
on
already
Reddit saying
counter.
that he
But
was doing
as
it
far
well.
as the other things that we've got to look forward to, anything else jump out at you there, Fresh?
I liked the TDM map. I think it's a first for
I've been
you know the
paying
Siege development team
attention
to
to
make a map that's completely around TDM. Obviously that
Fresh
warm-up
comes
mode.
from-
It's really
Fresh
good. A lot
used
of
to
pro
be an
players use
analyst
it. I
for
know there's been a
teams.
couple of tweets about
Yeah,
players
he
really using it
actually,
to warm themselves up for this tournament. So I think having a map
actually,
without a roof as well, which is obviously a first.
Yeah.
I think
I
that'll
wanna
be
make
really
a
good.
scene.
And what about the shooting range?
Yeah.
That
Postulated?
looks so hype.
He-
I'm glad we finally got a shooting range inside of Siege, so you can test
turn
out the
them
guns,
down.
you can practice, you can work on your aim. I'm glad we finally have that. That's
He
gonna be a huge
postulated
tool for
something, but I don't
competitive
know what you're
players.
going.
He-
what you're doing with that.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of guns, we've got more gun options for the operators. You know, some would say.
Oh, okay.
Before
for
joining
some
Siege.
operators.
Okay.
At that time,
Much into it, but yeah.
Hang on,
it
sorry.
didn't work out.
Pretty sick as well.
Window
Yeah, opening up
capture.
more of those options, right?
At that
You
time,
can
it
bring in,
didn't
like a
work
Sather,
out,
a
and he
shotgun,
ended
or
up
more
being
operators that
recruited
allow
by
you to have,
T2.
Mhm.
more diverse pool of
Pretty good
defenders
things
to
with
open up
that
those
one,
rotates,
see?
open up those
Mhm.
angles,
And then,
get some more rapid fire weapons as well. It just
and then he
gives more choices
he
for
left.
defense.
Yep, that's right. So,
And then now
a lot of stuff to
he's
look
on the
forward to,
cats, and I
obviously,
feel like
in
he
the
has
coming
been
months from
improving
Rainbow Six
Yeah.
pretty
Siege,
fast
but
on the
what
Siege,
else
and I'm
do we have
pretty
to look
happy
forward
for
to? I'll
him to
tell
be
you,
back.
the
Mhm.
grand finals of the Charlotte Major between Astralis and
So,
Dark Zero. We're only moments away from getting that match start. Quick break,
Yeah.
and the maps begin. We'll see you in just a few.
Do you want to see what I made for you? So when people are like, who is that? Ta-da. Yeah, he was the analyst for G2. Who are we rooting for?
Astralis.
You're rooting for Astralis?
We made friends with them. They're really nice guys, and they have the same type of energy that we do. But they're just like, there's a lot of bender. They're very vocal, but it's only on the surface. When you talk with them after, like, we've been. I don't know if you saw the clip of Mowgli screaming at them, talking about their sunglasses.
Oh no, I didn't.
Okay. Well, that was pretty rough what he said, and then they said like rough things back, and then at the end of the game we just like hung out all together and shook hands and all. Like they're nice people. They're here to have fun, and they do pretty well. It could be good storytelling.
No, I can't. This is as far as the mic goes, and there's a cat also kind of in the way, so the mic doesn't move any further than that.
It's okay. I don't say anything interesting.
I just can't. It's on the like mic arm, and that is as far as it extends, and Nova's just refusing to move. So.
Are you not rooting for Astralis?
Me? Oh, I don't know. I don't really care.
Castle. That's my guy.
And here they are.
Oh yeah, the lab mic.
Cav. The content creator knows Cav, obviously.
Both teams are from groups where European
No.
It's an offline play.
I know, I've heard this.
Yeah. I mean, there is a noise gate. There's always a noise gate.
Melusi? Ash.
I just don't.
Yeah. Well, on the microphone too, I don't.
Is it IQ?
I don't know if I can talk into like, cause it's two-sided. I don't know if I.
Don't you have a button on it that allows you to either have only one side or both?
I don't know. You tell me.
Cardio. I don't know. in
And
English.
Pecan Heart.
I don't.
I'll say Echo.
Well, I mean, that's as far as it goes. It's also just we're not like, I don't speak very loud when I'm just like watching things. When I'm playing, I talk louder, but.
Wow. I know the French in that.
Also, when I have my headset on, I speak louder, and I realize how loud my voice is when I don't have my headset on, so then I speak quieter.
Remember when you were streaming from your garage and right next to each other?
Yeah.
And I could just not even laugh.
Yeah.
But you were peeking in my mic all the time. Literally all the time. And now we're on the opposite side of the house and you still peek in my mic sometimes.
Well, sometimes I yell, so lowering the noise gate threshold. Is that? If I turn the stream back up, that's the best. So I turn this down so that we can. Did like 3 or 4 notches.
Not.
Put your phone more up so they can. But whenever I check my phone on stream, I'm like this.
Yeah, I'm just used to be chill at my desk. Nobody's watching me.
Oh yeah, you're right. Channel 2. I forgot I switched to channel 2. We had a problem with channel 1. Why are we streaming together? I don't know. She just showed up one day and never left. That's what they asked. Alright. Thank you, by the way, for all the subs and resubs. Phoenix Row, what's up? Thank you for subbing. Nimbus, thank you again for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'll probably not,
You guys know each other? Not really.
I probably won't be like reading a lot of the subs and resubs and things during the stream. Just FYI. Yeah, Razor, we actually live together and have for like a couple years.
Nice.
Nova, what? You're so weird. Just gals being pals.
Nice. I start my new job working on the SLS rocket next week.
Oh, hell yeah. I don't know what that is, but that, I mean, sounds cool. What is that? What's up, Jay Watts? Also, thank you for the 17 months. Atomic, thank you for the 60. Yeah, no worries. She's never actually been on, like, on the stream with me before. So. It's the new moon rocket. Oh. Neat. From all the players in the French roster, do you feel like P4 can be too aggressive? We'll ask Permaj when she gets back. Is that Chonker? Hang on, I'm gonna look it up. I have a question for you from my chat.
What is it?
Do you feel like P4 can be too aggressive? She left again. She left again. Oh man, I forgot about that feature. Oh, hang on.
It's not a question of aggressivity. He sometimes will go a little bit too fast, but not because of being too aggressive, because of not accurate enough communication to synchronize with what we're trying to set up.
Hey, they're gonna say
elsewhere
your
on
name.
the map.
Wait, hang on.
No, because we don't count.
Oh, they put only the playoff teams. Okay.
It's like
They were gonna put them all.
we part of the 16 best team in the world, but if you don't pass the groups, which is basically half of the teams qualifying, then you're lower than the ground for some reason. You know that we have one less round, like we won one less round than the 2 other teams that qualified?
That right there
Astralis BDS
is
38,
what it's all
us
about.
37.
Yeah.
Charlotte, are you ready for championship Sunday?
If only Chiefs had won anything.
They're always so close.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, they're really, really
to the
annoying to
Rainbow
play
Six
against.
Siege,
What are they?
Charlotte
They're just
Major. We are getting set to bring onto this stage our
these people.
2 amazing
You know what I didn't
grand
tell you?
finalists. Are you ready to see them?
Yeah.
Are you ready to cheer them?
He's the guy that was screaming.
8 teams we started off with. All comes down to this, the elite facing off for this right here.
It's a pretty sick trophy.
This is a thing of beauty.
It's really cool.
By the time this is all said and
Grab my
done,
jersey.
it will be
36
raised in
months
the air,
San Yin.
and you guys are going to go nuts. Now, I've said it a lot over the past few days. This is the first time in well over 2 years that we've all been together at LAN. I've given you plenty of opportunity to make some noise, and I want to do it one more time before we get into this grand final. So what I'm going to do is, I'm giving you as long as you want. In fact, I want you to go for absolutely ages, all right? So I'm going to count you in from 3, louder than you've ever been in your entire lives, all right? I want my ears to be hurting.
What?
Charlotte?
What?
3, 2, 1, make some noise!
Yeah, the reveal happened already. They started with that.
I hope it's gonna be everything.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be
All right.
Yeah.
You
I don't
delivered,
think it
guys.
will
You
be. I would
delivered.
be really shocked if it were
You ready to meet
one-sided.
the teams? Let's do this. Let's meet team number 1.
The media day for playoffs teams is always so much better than the first media day, and I'm so pissed that my guys didn't get to do it.
The issue is that I was thinking how the Sweden major, they did like that fucking cool, like the hunt with the fire and stuff. And we're like, Charlotte, North Carolina, abandoned building.
You make some noise, so you better do it.
Oh shit.
Sweden was really, really cool.
Yeah, Sweden media was so cool. I actually just, Rampy posted his picture from that, and I just responded to him that the Sweden media was so really cool. Yeah, he posted,
It's sick. Honestly, that's sick.
so cool.
With the fur and
Yeah, the fire, like, just the whole set is really sick.
Hyper is half Greek, half American. That's why he has his flag.
And their grand final opponents.
He's the only European representative. I wish the song was different.
Yeah. That as soon as it started, I was like, oh, that'd be cool if they changed the song. So why does he wear sunglasses? I saw somebody saying that they were colorblind glasses, but I don't know if they were just bullshitting.
I don't actually know.
Yeah, okay.
I just know that movie told him, do you think you're at Punta That's all I know.
What?
I'll show you.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
Okay, this was meh.
Yeah.
They say they're heading to the stars, but do they have what it takes to complete the journey?
I kind of would like to see them win because they're like the newcomers, you know? It's like I want. Yeah, the story is really sick. The glare.
He is so
yeah.
He's actually really nice.
Death stare. They were like, okay guys, when we go out on stage, we're not gonna look at the crowd. We're gonna make mean eyes at Dark Zero.
Two amazing teams who absolutely deserve their spot here on the main stage in front of this sold-out crowd in Charlotte. It's time for the grand final.
Look, that's what a loser would say.
Since I joined the team, we've been constantly improving. Obviously, we want to win. I think this is the most capable we've felt of winning. Making it grand finals, I think that'd be a huge step for us.
Once I get the taste of being in a final situation, it'll feel pretty good. That's what I'm chasing, that's what motivates me, that's what I want.
Astralis has a really unique play style. They catch a lot of teams off guard with it. I think they're a very entertaining team to play against and watch.
Dark Zero, that's a matchup I love. Troy,
Some of the
that
best
guy's
game
just a
we
free
played
kill.
was,
He said we got lucky. If they make the grand
really-
finals, I'm
that was
looking
really
forward to
fun.
that one.
Yeah.
I'll get to show him up on the biggest stage there is.
Jesus.
That's funny.
I don't think we could have asked for a better finals here coming into this weekend. Dark Zero versus Astralis,
tell you that
a
the cake
great
they brought to me
stylistic
was
matchup.
cheesecake?
Titans on both
Oh.
sides, some of the most brilliant
strawberries are
minds
nice.
in Rainbow Six Siege. We're gonna get started real soon. I'm Doa, your host here, along with Fresh and Jesse Chick. And guess what? Time to get into this. Time to break it down a little bit. And Jesse, there are so many
I just
storylines
realized you guys were-
converging at
I
once
said
here
that was
across
Ian Malcolm,
multiple
but Ian
years,
Malcolm is
aren't
the
they?
guy on the
Yeah, I
stage.
mean, you talk about
and
these
this is a
players
different
on
person.
Dark
Oh,
Zero.
you're talking
I
about
don't know
him?
Forever.
Oh,
There
I
are
forget his
very
name.
few people
'Cause he just said it,
that
but
can
I
say
don't
they've been in
remember what he
more
said.
grand
I don't
finals
remember.
than Canadian. In fact, there's only one person, and he's casting this match. And it's not Parker, to be totally clear.
Doa. Yeah.
Canadian's been here so many times
I was
before.
thinking of
Pro
the-
League Season
the
2, Pro League
stage
Season
host.
3, Pro League Season 9, the Paris Major, and then the first, second, and fourth Invitational. This will be his 8th time in an international major grand finals, and he has brought his team to this point so many times before, but he's fallen short also just as many times. 4 losses and 3 wins in those tournaments that I had mentioned previously. So this is a big game for him. To be able to lead another squad on top of the ones that he's already led to a victory in Charlotte would be a massive win for him. But of course, the young guys over on Astralis, they're looking to stop that.
It's very hard to quantify just how much that has an impact on the team in terms of the young guys on his team, how he will talk to them about what to expect, about when the crowd's not on your side, about when the crowd is on your side and how to play it. And he's, you know, we know he gets hype, but he will get his team in a really good place mentally.
Yeah.
And I think that's why we've seen DZ make this bracket run, and I think if things do go against them today, he'll be the one that they look to bring them through it.
Yeah, and you talk about him as a leader as well. He's really innovated the way that Dark Zero have attacked. I don't think any team in the world attacks like Dark Zero do. They play so many different operators on the offensive side. They're so good at isolating roamers, taking them down one by one, working their way to the bomb site. Sometimes it can be slow, but it seems like this tournament, this bracket stage, they're always there in time to finish it out with the execute. Dark Zero are so strong on the offensive side. 56% is massively impressive for them.
And 7.
I mean, the thing is, too, is Dark Zero Zero have really gone through a trial by fire to get here, right? Losing the first map of both the quarterfinal and the semifinal series, but what we've discovered is that Dark Zero only gains strength the longer the match goes. So in a best of 5, they are deadly. I feel like if we get to that 4th game, that 5th game, like even if Astralis goes up 0-2, Dark Zero is like this inevitable zombie. You got to give them the triple tap to make sure they stay down, because even 0-2, even if it's 7-1 in one of the maps, we've seen them come back.
That's the resilience, right? They're always there, they're always in it. And Troy's talked in interviews as well about how it's okay if they lose their opponent's map pick. Even if they lose their own, that's fine, because they're still in it, they're able to come back, they know what they have to do to win.
And that's the flexibility on their map pool as well. In that, you know, you're talking 5 maps today, they're going to have all 5 of them in their map pool. There won't be a map that they're not used to, that they haven't played, that they haven't
They should
seen,
have
that
like
they haven't
a
actually played.
senior citizen league,
you know, they're
for
so
Rainbow
flexible
Six, where you
in
can
terms
only
of their
play it
map
if you're
pool,
over
their
30.
operator lineup, the way they want to attack and defend. It's a very good thing. In terms of the experience as well.
Well, then you could play.
Once you build all that
in a
together,
couple years.
it becomes a very hard team to stop when they're in a game. And
no, but
we're
then you
in a
could play in
single
the senior
elimination bracket,
citizen
so
league.
there's no one map advantage.
Right.
DZ have been given one map advantages right through this playoff bracket. So that's what they need to focus on today, is to start hot on that first map.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have talked about Dark Zero's map pool this event, but
So
I
do they
wanna
have,
challenge
like-
a little bit, because I think against Astralis especially,
he just left.
there are some
Okay,
maps
it's
that
just
are
like-
shaky on here.
does each
Clubhouse is a
team
good one. They should be able
have,
to take that if it gets through the map end phase.
like
But
a
then
media
we get
person?
Villa. That's
Him?
a very shaky map
He's
for Dark
in-
Zero. They kind
he's
of
one of the
hate it.
admins, right?
Then we
Or
get
like
Cafe,
MVP,
another one
it's
that they
Cup It.
haven't wanted to
Okay.
play this major.
It's
They've
the
lost a
MVP
little
of the
bit.
event and
You
the
go to
MVP
a
of
map like
European
Oregon, and
League
sure, it's a
East.
great map for them, but they
Okay,
lost to
just saying.
Astralis in the
Okay,
NL
but
on this map.
do they have-
Really,
What's
they're
your
beatable
question?
here. You
Do they
go
have,
to a
like,
map
does each team
Chalet
have, like, a
and,
media
you
person
know,
that they
sure,
bring
they've,
with them?
beaten Liquid on it, but they've shown a
If you
ton of
want,
VODs, so that
we did.
information's all there.
Right.
And then you get
But,
around
like,
to the
some
new
teams
maps
do
as
have
well,
that?
along
Yes.
with Bank. That Bank they haven't played since first day of NAL, and the
We
new
do
maps, that's
did
Astralis territory.
And this is where you come to it, is that sure, DZ have a really kind of deep map pool,
Astralis
but
did.
they're not ruthless on any of them. You
did.
look at the round win percentages, and it's kind of
The earbuds
they're
or the
hovering
game
over that
sound?
50% mark. They're
Yes.
okay on the
Yeah.
maps, but they're not
And the
absolute
headset,
killer on these maps. They're
white
not
noise
feared
is
on
white
any
noise.
map.
Sure.
And I think that's
And
the
light.
potential stylistic difference that we've got today. Is you're talking about Astralis and the new maps and how they're
Comms.
feared
Oh,
on
like
them.
the comms
DZ
for your
play
team.
them all, but they're not feared on any of them.
Yeah, we're going to look at some highlights from Pambazoo here. I mean, it was Pamba party time. You know Dark Zero is doing well, but there have been maps here and there where there's been some missteps too. So it seems like he's such a crucial linchpin player, right, where he has to have that hot game. But the thing is, in a best of 5, it doesn't matter if he misses out. Maybe one map, maybe 2 maps, because he's going to come back strong. But definitely a player that Astralis need to watch out for.
Yeah, the Pamba, the second highest rated player throughout our semifinals yesterday, a 1.36 rating, 1.1 KPR, and that was a long series as well. I mean, it would have been easy to give a lot of accolades
my
statistically
YouTube
to
stream
Astralis because
is
they had
a
such
few
dominant
seconds
win, but
behind
for Pamba to put up
the
such incredible stats yesterday
stream.
in a match that Dark Zero was
I
for
don't
the
wanna
first
say.
map. That's really
How do
impressive
I
by him.
put
and
it
that just goes to show how flexible
more?
he's been for the squad so far. He is that
Like
entry. He
current.
works very well with
I think
Canadian
you
on the
have
rope.
to.
They're
It's,
very well
it's
with
already
Hyper on
red,
that
so you
rope
can't.
still.
Okay.
That means it's
So
the
I love
closest
Pamba.
to
He is
When
got
the
that adorable little
circle
smile
turns
too, and it's
gray,
hard to root against this kid.
then you can
There's a
click on
direct
it
correlation
and
between his
fast forward it.
performance and whether DZ win or lose the map. I'm not saying like he is the guy that needs to pop off if DZ win, but especially when DZ have had those slow maps in the first
Change your
map of the
stream
series,
speed.
he's also had a slow performance.
Here?
So I think he's the key player that if you're looking at today, if he pops off in this first map, DZ's got a great chance of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where like you need everybody on the team to be firing on all cylinders. If you want to win a best of 5 like this, that's right. But let's move it over to the other side of the arena. Astralis, our #1 team out of NAL, and this is possibly one of the most terrifying teams to ever play Rainbow Six Siege. Every single
How do you
member
not
of the team
just
is
like,
clutch, and I mean that
there's
in
not
a
a
literal
button
sense.
to
If
just
you take 1 or 2 of them out, doesn't
go
matter.
live,
Whoever's
like
left
go
has
to
the
the
ability
live
to
time?
1v3. Seems like they're
Yes.
There.
unstoppable.
Statistically, this team is
Yeah, now they're
disgustingly
more
good.
aligned.
You look at their
Weird.
attacking stats, 62.
Why is there not just a
highest
button
that
for
we've
that?
seen at this
Yeah, I'm
major by a
confused.
mile. Defending win rate as well, 9 points above the average at 59. Opening is good. Conversion, 74%. All of those stats other than opening, higher than Dark Zero. You look at any way here, and especially in the individual players as well, their statistical performances, they are the favorites. Just by the numbers, there's no other way to cut it. Sure, Dark Zero,
Wait,
I mean, they've
this
had a
is
rougher
super
tournament,
late.
perhaps. They've had a bit of
I'm
a
confused.
hard run through the bracket for sure, but Astralis have looked so good in every single one of their matchups, and you said it. We see the hard support of Forrest popping off when he has to. Iconic, being that entry who really claims all the kills inside the server. Astralis Astralis are a very scary team no matter who you are.
At times, they're actually an analyst nightmare because we keep pulling out these players. We pulled out Iconic and we're like, oh, Iconic is so good, we'll talk about him. And
I'm trying to compare to see, yeah, because this one just switched. It's like 10 seconds delayed.
And he just said, you know what,
why is it so
I'm going to be
delayed?
the star player of this team. And they've got star players when you just keep looking at it. And they're on
Why?
this kind of
I
train
can't
of
click this. This
momentum
isn't a
where
button.
It feels like
The live thing.
if they hit that kind of fifth gear,
red right now. I think
Yeah, why is it?
generally late on
The thing that everybody said about Astralis is that they're
so
so
delayed?
good in the trade game.
Okay,
If you
well,
take down one of the
I'm gonna
players, they
switch
will
to
be
the
right there to answer back.
other
That
one
works on
then.
the roam, that works in sight, that even works
If it's
on
gonna be
attack.
10
They're
seconds
so good at
delayed, then like. Watch it. Because they're gonna get started soon. Oops.
composed. They have great communication. It's obvious because of how good their trade game is, how composed the player are, the clutch potential, the communication.
If it's
going to
be that delayed, no,
and they
thank
seem
you.
to have every facet that you want in a team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we got to focus on one player, though. We usually like to pick one in the pre-match to talk about. And like you said, Fresh, it's really difficult to do that because just when you're talking of one player, another player comes in and has an absolutely insane map. But we're going to talk about Forrest here. You mentioned him earlier, Fresh. This is a player that had some of the best stats ever in Siege, and he's continued to put him down this tournament.
Yeah, and if you look at some of these highlights, he was like hitting sight 1 minute 30 as the hard spot. It doesn't matter what role he's on. If he's feeling it, if he sees an opportunity, he's absolutely just hitting that. And it's so explosive and it's so hard to deal with as defenders because you don't necessarily know it's coming. Sometimes it's like the full kind of proper siege of breach and plant and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes it's like, I've seen a gap, I'm going for it.
Yeah, well, I think it's really cool how Astralis have been able to work Forrest in with the other support
about
player
you.
on this team, DP Fire. It started off with Forrest being this like really hard support player that kind of was on hard breach and planting all the time. But I think as Astralis have grown and grown, DP Fire has kind of filled that role more and more, and it's enabled Forrest to get in with that F2, play Twitch, play Yana, whatever aggressive op he wants, be able to get in and get those gunfights down. DP Fire actually having more plants than Forrest, the traditional hard support on this team, as of the semifinals yesterday. So it's great that they can flex those roles around a little bit.
Yeah, the
and
problem is
Forrest
even when
gone,
it's
he's
live,
on.
it's behind
Absolutely.
the
Well,
Twitch stream by
the
like
picks
10
and
seconds.
bans are in. We're about to find out what maps we will be and will not be going to in this series. And this is big, right? Because
Yeah,
both of these teams we know are good on a lot of maps.
Is it like
but
that when
it's
you watch
Dark Zero
like
that seems
Lupo
to
and stuff?
kind of have
Because
it
I don't
when
think I've
it
ever
comes to
noticed it being that
wide
delayed.
breadth of ability to play on a lot of maps and perform.
So there's 2 maps we're expecting.
I
We're
think there will be a
expecting the
live
Clubhouse
audience for
ban and
SI
the
next
theme park
year.
ban.
Yeah,
These are the permabans
I think
for
so.
these 2
If
teams.
this one,
they do
like,
not
this one seems
play
like it's
those
gone
maps.
well.
So since you get
So
only one
probably,
map
yeah.
ban before things come through, that's
Zero
a big deal. But we
COVID
don't
cases
see it from Astralis.
so
They go
far.
Chalet
Well, within
instead
the
of a
team,
Clubhouse.
yeah.
Now Chalet
Which
is
is,
a weak map for them,
I think,
especially compared to
their
Dark Zero.
main,
But that leaves it
concern.
wide open for DZ to pick in this first
Yeah.
phase because there's no ban anymore.
also
It's a
helps
best
that,
of
like,
5.
half the
You
teams
go ban
couldn't go,
straight
so.
into the pick phase. That is a huge sign from Astralis that maybe they've got some secrets on it.
not
Villa
going
being
back to
picked up by them. They're on a 3-game winning streak here. Started with a
So Astralis
7-1
picks
game over
Villa.
TSM, then a
Do
much
they
closer
pick-
match over
does Dark
Exeter
Zero
and the NL,
choose then
and then a
which
win
side
over
they start on?
Chiefs
Yeah,
and
they just
then
did.
Charlotte. Not
Okay,
the
well, I'm just
strongest
asking if
opponent,
that's
but
what
they're
that means,
very
because
good on Villa, especially compared to
And then
DZ,
Astralis
who've been
pick
certainly
overtime
rocky.
side.
And there it is, the Clubhouse pick. This is one that Astralis have never played this year
Clubhouse?
as a
Wow.
squad, but I got a little secret. Because
Well, I guess
on
it's
my
because
way
they
back
can't ban
to the
Tall.
hotel
Chalet and
yesterday, I
Clubhouse
ran
are
into
the
none
main
of
bans
them
from
call out, and we had a little
Astralis.
bit of a chat.
Oh
With
boy.
Chalet
He
being
told me
at the top.
we're very excited
Also,
for
Chalet
Clubhouse.
is a
We've
really
been
good map
prepping
for
it in the back
Dark
lines.
Zero.
I knew all along this
So
was
that
coming
makes
through
sense
because
that
it was
they
what
would prefer
Astralis
playing
made by
Clubhouse
design. Dark
over
Zero
the
don't
two.
have that information. That is going to surprise them.
It's one of them, it's baiting a team into, because DZ, their preference for Clubhouse is fairly low, but they've seen the fact that Astralis have pocketed this away all year. Seemingly an Instaban, and they've said, we'll pick it, even though it's not our favourite map to play, so expect to see some funny ones on that one. Moving through, DZ, they're going to ban Theme Park. We talked about how good Astralis are.
We'll see how the
on
audio
different
is
maps.
once they start
Obviously,
shooting
DZ
things.
have banned out 2 of them. They
They're
can't
all
ban out
yawning
3,
so much.
and that's why Astralis will go
You
into
guys
that border
just
pick that we
sleep.
saw them beat. Oh no, they
Water.
lost to Exit on it, so
No, we're getting
they
echo.
do like it, but they are capable
I
of
wanted
losing.
I'm turning down the
Yeah, Border's going to
speakers
be a
on
very
my side.
even map, I feel,
Are you
between these
listening?
2 squads. I mean,
No,
once
I'm
you get to
trying
the
to
end of the
balance
map
my audio
anyways,
so
there's
that
really not going to
chat's
be
not
anything that isn't
complaining about it.
good for both
Either
of these
being too
squads. They've
quiet
had their
or
bans.
whatever.
We go Oregon 4th and Bank 5th, just the decider there. Bank will be
Bank.
a
Are
very
you still
fun
getting
one.
echo?
Dark Zero have won it 3 times since SI. If we can get all the way down to the end, including over the eventual
Why did you go on
champions,
border against
TSM.
Astralis?
And then Bank for
Turn down
Astralis
the
as
mic
well.
up. Well, I turned the mic up,
3-game
but I also
win
turned the
streak,
game
2 of those
up
coming
because it
versus
was quiet.
event, dominating over BDS and Chiefs.
So
So
if I
if we can get to
turn-
that 5th map, that will be a barn burner.
Yeah, I hope so. I
Did
hope
you
we get
see
all
it?
5
I know, I
maps
didn't
today.
see it, but I
Like
heard
said,
that.
the longer we go in the series, the more I'm worried about Astralis. But for the sake of me being a fan, of wanting to watch these teams play against each other as much as possible,
why not?
5 maps wouldn't be that bad. But you know what?
I don't know, it makes it harder to see indoors.
Some predictions. The last prediction of basically the entire first part of the year here for Rainbow Six Siege Esports. Jesse, who's it going to be?
Doa, this prediction's been so hard. It's been going back and forth in my mind since last night, but I think these map bans have solidified it for me. I think Astral's got exactly what they wanted out of this. They get to go to Clubhouse, the map they've been prepping in that second map. The first map as well is so good for them. I think there's going to be a really strong force from Astralis to come out early, get those first 2 maps, and then when we get to 3 and 4, it's good maps for DZ, but they're maps that Astralis can still fight back on. I think it's going to be Astralis for the first 2. Maybe DZ fights back,
I don't think
but
that's
even
a
still,
really
I think Astralis
good
take it.
map veto for Astralis.
Jesse thinks that it's
Lower
map ball that might determine
on game
who wins
on the
or loses.
stream?
I actually think it's going to be the style of both teams.
'Cause it's not
We've got
echoing,
a
right?
stylistic clash here of a team that's very strategic, a team that wants to plant the diffuser, wants to
So I can turn it
win
down
by
on
objective
stream and
rather
then
than
turn
win
up the
by kills.
speakers. Okay.
And Astralis, they want to be explosive, they want to win by kills. But I think that over time, it's the team that's more strategic that will get it done over the course of 5 maps.
Oh my God,
It's a much
there's
more
an
reliable
earthquake.
strategy.
Yeah, what the
So therefore, I've got to say Dark Zero wins it.
Wow, all right. We got 1-1 so far. Now, usually this would be about the time I flip a coin, but not today.
Mic check.
Not today. I've seen, I know. I've seen enough. I have to make a choice. I've waited for long enough. I gotta make a decision here. Now, Dark Zero's been a
I was
team
waiting
I've
to see what he
enjoyed
was
watching
gonna
for
say
a
about
long,
his
long
decision,
time.
but
Big
he
fan of
took a really long time to
Canadian,
say it.
What he's done with different teams over the years. They just sent me a nice hoodie too, so that helps. But Astralis has looked unstoppable in NAL and in this tournament, most amazingly over Oxygen yesterday with that dominating 2-0. I gotta go Astralis.
There it is.
Close to get them.
That's it.
Very close.
Crowd's not happy with that on Doa.
I hear an equal mix.
Wow, a lot of 3-1.
I think the
3-1
crowd-
Astralis.
There's more DZ fans here, but the Astralis fans are allowed to make up
I would have
for
said
it.
the same thing
Now,
before
I
I saw
will
the map
say
veto,
something
and now
here,
that I
too,
saw the
is
map
that
veto, I feel
I
like
will
it's not a
say
really good map
that
veto for
if
Astralis, and I'm kind of
lets
pissed.
it go to game 5, DZ
But
will
we'll
win.
see.
Yeah, all the
I do
casters
think- I
think
really
favor
do
DZ
believe that Dark
mostly.
Zero gets stronger the longer the map goes on.
Also
I think
experience.
They have the poise to do that.
Yeah,
so
that's.
I will
Thank
add
you
that
for
caveat
helping
to
me,
it,
DB,
but
because I
think
can't.
it's
Obviously, I
gonna be
can't hear it from your side, so I don't know how to balance it properly. So it helps for you to tell me.
Map 1 of a series.
You know what I need to change to make it better.
Big risk.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Well,
It is
now
NA
from
versus
us,
NA. Yeah,
it's
the
time
top 3 teams were
finally
all
to
NA.
send it over to our 2 casters that are going to call all the action.
Top 4
for
teams
this
were
amazing
3 NA and 1
grand
LATAM.
finals. Let's hear what Intero and Pengu have to say.
We're only 2 groups,
so
anyway.
much. It's been a long drought of live siege, but we finally made it to a grand final. We've got a great crowd behind our back. We've got 2 North American teams ready to do battle. The last time
Those headsets
that we
look so
had a
uncomfortable.
crowd
Yeah. Because they're like the tiny ones that go on your ears, so they're just like pressing on your ears.
team on North American
Applause.
Crowd of Montreal, 6 Invitational 2020. We're going to see it again here in Charlotte. 2 very different teams, but one man does it again. You like him.
I got big. I heard the clappers, and I thought there was some noise happening in the house. That's weird.
Troy Canadian is going to be competing in his 8th international final. That is a hell of an accomplishment. There's only one person on the planet that's done it more than him, and that's you.
It is. And the thing is, when you have a person like Troy on your team on Dark Zero, but you also have all these rookies, these young players who have not played in front of a crowd, not played in grand finals, well, Troy can take control, lead you into this scenario, knowing what it takes. And Troy has not only been in grand finals before, he has been the loser of so many grand finals. So if Dark Zero finds themselves on the back foot, no, listen. He knows how to bring it back and make sure that does not happen again, and that they can bring it to a victory this time.
Ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 is ready for you. We're going to Villa. Start things off in Italy.
Pengu can, he has the pass, because he was the winner against the
Nick, as much as we will
situation.
focus on Troy for Dark Zero, the story on the other side of the coin has been a man who enters
I'm
this
really
match
getting tired of Villa.
2nd in rating, 1st in KD. In terms of cost,
It's true that
1st as well. In
like
terms
their
of
team
budget,
has a lot more
tied in
experience with this
4th,
kind of
the
thing as
king
opposed to
himself by
Astralis,
far.
where like
Iconic
it's
has been
the first time for like all of them, isn't it?
for fans
Yeah, like literally none of them have
And they
competed
haven't-
on a stage like this.
They haven't played NAL for very long, they were in
Yeah.
Challenger League or nothing,
Yeah.
like it's a young team.
See, that's why I feel split between rooting for like the old guard who have the experience and like haven't won that many events versus rooting for like the newbies, you know.
The way I see it is that root for Dark Zero for the 6 Invitational.
Yeah.
But for a major,
yeah,
root for the rookies, so they get experience and stuff like that. That won't keep Dark Zero from qualifying for the 6 Invitational.
Yeah, like MVP so far. It's Forrest, also Australis. He has the same amount of kills per round as the top gunners in the world. Nesk, Citizen, Shaiko, Iconic himself. But he also has the most amount of plans, like Eclipse also has. So you have a very capable gunner who can also plant on the objective, find openings to do both jobs in a single unit.
I know the crowd's been talking about this, and I know those of you on social media have been doing the same.
Reaching the grand finals in a major, they're already almost qualified for the 6th Invitational anyway. So
to be relegated. He was playing under the name Fofo Son XD. I saw a Fofo crowd, or a Fofo sign in the crowd somewhere. There it is.
There it is.
It's not on your screen, but I can see. What a comeback it's been from Forrest. We have the operator bands coming in as we get underway. Dark Zero.
I like hearing the crowd reaction to stuff.
Bands out of their pocket. A Twitch and a Tachanka gone from action. Astralis very default with both Hibana and the Mira off the board.
I mean, I can only expect both of these teams to target ban one another. They know each other so well. They both play, you know, in the NAL. They scrim each other. They know they're both some of the top teams in
They all
North
bring their
America,
own
and we're
peripherals
going
to the
Mira.
event.
How
Yeah.
often do you see a Twitch or Tashanga ban in this scenario? It's
The
extremely
in-ear monitors,
unlikely.
yeah,
It's
they
very
bring their own.
rare. But in this opening map, we do see it already beginning. Of course, Ivana follows up, so breaching is going to be focused around the ace if you want to, you know, throw it across the room, or thermite if you want to get up close. But in this opening attack, Dark Zero, they aren't even showing a true hard breach, you know, operator. They're going for more flexible approach so far because the attacker repeat is at their disposal. So if they want to, things can change. And Astralis, you choose.
I thought Astralis picked Villa,
bomb side, which is
and
again,
Dark Zero
and
picked
at
defense.
Velocity, we don't see this typically. We see, you know,
That's
top
what they
four,
showed on
Kobe
the-
Statue, we see Office, Games. We don't see this from any teams really.
I think that's what they showed on the stream, because I remember the
Immediately,
stream.
the attacker repeat coming in. You said they lacked a traditional hard breacher.
Am I insane, chat?
Eclipse hops onto the ace.
No, that was for club.
I'm excited.
Wait.
For those of you, the fans in the audience, by the way, there will be some audience participation.
Oh.
I want you to keep a keen eye on the
saw
operator
they
cards
showed
when we are
Dark
going
Zero picking
into round by
defense.
round, because both of these teams are members of the R6 Share program. It means that they have those operator cards with their icons behind them.
Do they have to get
There's gonna
validated
be
at
one
all for
moment where somebody's
macros?
gonna forget, and I'm gonna turn to you, audience. I'm gonna ask you to boo.
No,
Just once.
they don't. On CSGO they do that.
Round underway.
I think we call it Skinergy. When you have skins,
Here they don't. They don't check them.
So yeah, somebody's
But the guys are playing on
operator card background.
for the games, for the official games, they're playing on a LAN build, so they have an SSD with just the game and their settings, and we have prior to the tournament, like this time it was on the 14th or something like that. We had like an hour set up with the SSDs, and you have to download your drivers and stuff like that, and they're right behind you when you do it. They're checking what you're doing, and they keep the SSDs, so they would see.
Can't install something
Yeah.
separate.
Whether our predictions are or aren't
Because you don't have access to the SSD when there's not an admin present.
No, and on game time, you do not have access to internet at all, so you can't download anything.
Right.
Slower 30 seconds, 40 seconds. As Pambazoo had found one of those goo mines. And now on a very familiar operator of Nook, inching ever closer to the bomb site inside the kitchen.
It's interesting to me to see how often Nook is played.
Nook has been played a lot, especially from by North American teams.
They need more map control. Normally they shut down the roamers quite effectively. But so
I mean,
far,
she has
that's not
nades,
been
and
the
nades
case.
is
And
part of the
Base
meta
starting
now.
looking for a
Nade
card.
and info.
He has to make a decision. Does he go for the fight or just wait? But there it
So
is.
she's countering info, and she has
Decision.
nades.
You run the crosshair of Panbat.
That's really strong.
Easy pick for DC.
Just past the halfway point, Nitro Cell goes off on
They can use most of the skins. There's like a list that are banned.
Havoc on those floors. Cutting off lines of sight, the
Well,
potential cross. Pambazoo has
I think
another
it's
avenue.
safer to say we
Damage
can't
done
use
to
any
Shuttle,
skins
who tries
but
to
the
get back to
esports
boss.
ones.
That offside play from Shuttle with the first kill from Astralis, and the very first kill of this grand finals. Teams will slow down. Pambazoo's not. He picks up another body from above.
That was a nice shot.
I don't know if he can retrieve Hyper, who's down.
Oh, man.
Revive herself. Panda picks up a third. It's Panda party time. NJR denies potential ace as Shuttle, who got the very first kill, is the last man standing for Dark Zero. DZ have had a notoriously slow first half, but they don't have a slow start to the year on film.
Yeah, that is what they showed. We're not crazy. Look. Astralis, Big Villa, Dark Zero on defense.
When we got to playoffs, they lost the first map in both matchups against T1 and against
mistake in the on the stream.
As they just did.
That happens.
What does that mean for Dark Zero? If Panbasu, the one key player we always bring up who has to shine, it's a free kill in the first round. Astralis, you need all the luck, all the cheer that you can get because it's going to be a tight game.
No, you can't use elite skins. Only the esports ones. And on the SSDs at lands like that, they are often not unlocked, so you have almost no skins to use.
Boo! 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 Shuttle forgot the Astralis logo. He did? That's okay.
And
That's it, you're not allowed to boo again.
they mention no skins on gadget either, because imagine if you were using the elite skin on the Twitch run, for example, now that you can pick only for the gadget, that's an advantage because it's blending in.
Astralis has made up ground on that, though. If you remember in the quarterfinal matchup, Team 1 versus Dark Zero, one stat that you mentioned was how Dark Zero had twice as many diffusers planted as the next closest team. Well, Astralis is now matching them blow for blow. So these are both teams that are execute heavy and good on attack, but neither of them have been particularly proficient on entry kills. So that might be the big difference maker for Dark Zero. If you can get in and get the very first pick and continue to go from there, you'll be in a good spot. Didn't happen in the very first round. Astralis was triumphant with Shuttle picking off Canadian. We'll see. Canadian no longer on that Jackal, now on Flores. Bringing
I like seeing Flores and Villa.
Soul Heart is
strong.
going to be hyper on Ace.
Astralis, very aggressive team. They play together so
It's
well.
not enough
if
choke
you can
point
shut down
to
and kill,
stop
play
the
that 4
drones.
versus 5, that just means that Astralis have less bodies to throw at you and play that trade game. That really favors you if you're Dark Zero, especially on the attack. I mean, most maps, especially at a level like this in the grand finals, you're thinking defense looks mighty fine. Just sit down and wait for the attackers to do something. It's kind of what that first round did, but then all of a sudden you see Astralis, they start moving a little bit too much, they lose their gunfights, and then the attackers all of a sudden have a really good position in the map. Same story so far, it's DP Fire playing the most crucial position in this entire bomb site. He's under so much pressure already. This Reterra drone, well, the shield stays alive, but the utility slowly falling away. Magnets, of course, are charging up in his pocket. So the longer DC waits, the more utility DP Fire can toss out to stop them.
Common operator and the one that just joined the team of Rainbow Six is that Thorn that's available. Different ways to use the Irish operator off-site, with those Razor Blooms being used for intel, but also for damage depending on where you situate them. Synergizes really well with a Melusi or an Ellen, neither of which are available for the defenders at the moment. Logic Bomb goes out. It'll at least give a moment of clarity for Dark Zero as to where these off-site players may be before then translating towards Aviator games. Halfway point of round number 2, nobody dead. Not a lot of action happening outside of the discovery phase and patience from the defense.
Dark Zero right now are doing this like kind of bait and switch. They're applying so much pressure at main state of DP Fire, but they haven't done so in the last 20-30 seconds. So DC tried to sneak in Canadian, tried to sneak in Panbasu, but Astralis, they have a really good read in this situation because they've kept one roamer very deep inside of Astrology. It's Shuttle, and DC, they don't know his exact whereabouts, but they know he's somewhere in this area, so now it comes down to who gets the timing and who has the advantage.
There's a Razor Bloom that goes off. It just gives information. NJR with the very first kill. Grenade's iconic. The Jaeger is down for the count. This is the time where DZ now wants to fixate on the bomb site. They haven't discovered Shuttle. Canadian kill on the J9O. Takes most of his HP down with the Pamas there as well. Down on the Shuttle. So off-site, we said, had they found where Shuttle is, the answer is yes. Forced and DP Fire to hold off. Reterra drone goes in, down goes the shield. DP Fire followed by Hyper, and Forrest will head for the hills. Shot in the back, no. You could do it, but you're on rappel upside down. Forrest is playing keep away from the diffuser, completely ceding control of the bomb site. And there it is, a flawless round for Dark Zero.
And halftime 7.
Dark Zero has never seen a stronger start at this event in the first 2 opening rounds, and they choose to do it in the grand finals of all things. It is Villa. It's the very first map. It doesn't matter if you lose the first one because there are so many more maps to go, but we have to talk about momentum. And can you stay in it? And we spoke so many times about Troy on this side of Dark Zero. He can keep his teammates mentally in the game even if they lose. But Astralis, they don't have that exact same luxury, so they really need to start getting going in these rounds and find themselves momentum to work with and say, guys, okay, sure, we might lose Villa, but we had a couple of rounds, we had good moments, and we fought back. So far in these first 2 rounds, it's been very one-sided. not a lot of fighting back from Astralis. They have to get going.
Astralis' map, DZ picks the side that they want. But this is a triumphant beginning. The crowd's starting to get into it in favor of Astralis. Nice to hear that. It sounded like they were relatively split at the beginning, Nick. They were almost right down the middle. When we were on stage, it sounded like the Astralis fans were in front of Astralis. Dark Zero fans in front of Dark Zero. Very European football style of crowd.
They've scrambled. They're everywhere now. And the lucky thing about North American crowd with 2 North American teams, of course, that there really is no loser if you are in the crowd because your region gets to lift the trophy. So, I can't wait to see what happens.
Are you saying that the team that wins is actually the fans?
Yes, absolutely. Spectators, the fans, the viewers, and us, because we too get to watch the game.
It's the go-to cop-out when people say, "What's your prediction?" I said, "I predict it's going to be a good game."
I predict it's going to be a good game.
It's a repeat of the same bomb site as before. Dark Zero will go back over to Aviator and Games for attack. Astralis was not able to get a
We're
single
the winners, the
kill on
people
this
who are
bomb site
watching.
before. They had bodies spread out, but Dark Zero was just far stronger on the entry. Again, those opening picks, not really something easily that comes to either of these teams. Right now, they're both tied at 1 apiece. I expect a relatively slow match between them in terms of round by round, no explosiveness. We saw a lot of the LATAM teams did this in the earlier group stages. It's not really a hallmark. They have their styles, DZ, methodical. Callout coming into Astralis has done the same thing.
Winner 6 majors, Charlotte.
1 minute off.
Me.
Yes. Also, we gotta talk about getting comfortable on stage, and Canadian shot player almost get into a very lethal fight, but well, right now Iconic looking to get a flank.
And he gets it well done on the Canadian. Track down the Jackal himself. Jaeger means hunter in German, always a nice thing to see. And it's the hunter being the hunted. Lots of munitions
That's
still
just
for
the
Dark Zero. 30
coolest
seconds and a single body
gun
is
skin,
fallen.
I think, in this whole game.
Still got
The
plenty of
Glacier
time.
one.
Dark Zero has utility as well. Depth
Which
charges
one?
from
The
below.
Glacier
Go
one.
off.
Iconics.
Adrenal Surge used. 1 logic bomb still remaining. DP fire
Oh god,
on the
there's so many
stairs.
people.
Kill
Oh,
count.
there's 3 people on the stairs.
The boarding party comes on up. Dark Zero storms as much as they can.
Astralis
up
are
those stairs.
playing way more split
no.
than they
He's
normally
reinforcing
do.
right next to you, Pam, but he didn't hear it.
Normally once they figure out where you're coming from, they have a wave of aggression to you.
Gets swung by Iconic, but Iconic cannot hit his shots. 2 of the sharpest shooters inside of this lobby. Height, it's a little bit too cute. Down he goes, and NJR punishes
So
shot.
much for his gun
All
skin.
trades will
He gun
benefit
scopes.
Dark Zero at this point.
If he
40
unscopes.
seconds to go. Iconic has very limited HP. J9's position inside a vault. Well, no. Toxic canister goes
Why
out.
he's dead now.
Never mind.
I can go check the video.
It's going to be bloodshed, but he gets swapped by that Steezy. Take 2 in a row.
Icon did a good job.
It's like the first Pro League one or whatever.
Again. But I mean,
That one.
if you take down the captain, you can make the
Oh,
shots
yeah.
from range.
That one's really
How
cool.
much does that
Yeah, I
matter?
think
Look at DB
that's like my
main
favorite
stairs.
one.
Nobody from
Yeah,
Astralis was there
can't
to
have
help
it
him and
anymore.
trade him out on that extreme
I had it on
position
Xbox. I
off
don't
the
have
top
it on
main
PC.
stairs. Normally when we see Astralis have a player in a position that needs support, they get it, they give it to them. But in that round, DB Fire kind of left alone on
Harry
an
just
island.
arrived earlier.
And Dark could just walk on up with 3 players in a train line, and
They call a timeout.
they do.
All 3 rounds breaking in favor of Dark Zero, 2 in a row on Aviator. The bomb site not working. Settle the nerves. This really does shine with a team like us.
Yeah, they have little hand warmer packets usually.
On an international stage before. He's done it many, many times on a wide variety of rosters. Dark Zero have that experience.
Yes.
They absolutely do. And when you look at a best of 5, you have to get those jitters out of the way in map number 1. But then once those jitters subside and you start to settle into the maps, that's when the harder part comes in, which is exhaustion, fatigue.
Yeah.
You've played in a couple best of 5s. You know that.
There's 2 chances. Let's go this person or da 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 da.
With the crowd, the setup, the
Only 2
chance
chance.
you are with you, and you know
There's
you're
one
use
thing
that
I
momentum
liked
in your favor,
about
but
Vitality's fun.
that's when we start talking about, okay,
It's
now you are
they're called the Golden
now you've
Hornets,
actually got, like, a map
and
of
they're
the board,
actually
good
like
rounds
setting
of
up
clock, you've had your individual
songs and
moments
stuff,
as a player
like
where it
specific
clicked for
songs
you.
and stuff,
Where you're like,
and
aha,
they're pretty
I get it
crazy.
now. I know
That was
it's
really
like
nice
to
at the
be on
Paris
stage
Major.
comfortably, and I can
I don't know
thrive
if you
in this.
remember.
On a big game like today, for players of Dark Zero and Astralis, you wake up in the morning, and your stomach has this terrible feeling.
They're pretty intense.
And you're like, I'm
Good fans.
nervous, you know? But something that I started telling myself
In France in
early
general,
my
we
career as a player was
have
that
good
being
communities for that.
excited and being nervous is very similar in the sense of how it feels in your stomach and the symptoms that show.
UK crowds
And if you
crush
tell
the
your brain,
chance.
oh my god, I'm so excited
I'd be
to
down
be
for like,
here,"
so the next
versus
major's
saying,
supposed
"Oh,
to
I'm
be
kind of
EU,
nervous
right?
to play."
EU and
It
then
makes
Asia.
such a big difference.
It's hard to read a team like
Is
this.
the plan?
They are so
Yeah,
stoic.
we think.
Obviously, they get excited on
they're-
stage, but their faces
so they could
must
do.
look pretty shut.
Yeah, they could do
It's
UK
all
one.
business all the time.
Although,
So when things go
the problem with
bad
the
for us,
majors
they
is
don't really
the
show.
locations
Things
they
are going
pick for
well,
them
yeah,
are often kind of like they did
Sometimes.
Paris, and then they were like, here's some random ass town in Sweden,
But they have been settling
and like
into this
now North
stage
Carolina
of looking
twice.
far calmer as
And
every single match ends.
I feel like if they did a
Winner
UK
loses
one, it wouldn't be
celebration
somewhere like
yesterday with
London. It would be like
Either way, not like
Leicestershire upon
No,
Tyne.
let's go to
something.
Wolverhampton.
settles them down because they've only got
Is that a
3
place?
kills through these
It's
3
where
rounds so
Wolfsies are from.
But they have Pam once again.
Well, if they did that,
I know,
then-
finds Canadian.
Canadian on the entry, not exactly the strongest.
But it's always
So
like
the
some
opening
random
gap
play.
three
Oh my god.
times. It's a cool on the shuttle as Pandazook evens the numbers. That's the first minute off of the clock. A little bit faster action than we've seen on previous rounds.
Of course, the cap can come into play, but
I mean,
it's
even
Canada
at
again, finding
Japan,
Liber.
Fukuname.
NJR on repel to silence.
Yeah, I don't know enough about like Japanese cities, I guess.
It's just a small city. It sounds cool because, you know, Japan and stuff, but it's just a small city.
This is their map pick. We'd like to
The same
remind you.
thing than Gavler.
They've been trapped in this endless cycle of Aviator and of Kitchen because they can't get free. Now the sites are being locked. They're not being forced to play another bomb site. We're not seeing any upstairs defense. We're not seeing anything on library and living room.
And why do you think they call it the Sweden Major and not the Paris Major like they did with Paris?
Yeah.
No, Gävle Major.
Gävle.
He's waiting at vertical support, make noise for him so he can sneak on in.
Well, they called it the Charlotte Major.
Yeah, because Charlotte is a bit more known, I think, than
He's had to die as well. Same with NJR.
Mhm.
Goodness
At least a
gracious.
little bit.
Combined for
At least a little
30
bit.
kills and 0 deaths. I guess a flawless round, and round number 2 will do that. Still waiting to give some support to Bambazoo. There goes the Capkin trap. Now he can walk right in.
Oh my god, did you not see him?
They saw him.
Or
They
did you just...
rotated.
He didn't, I
Does
think.
Astralis know?
Yeah.
But he did, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, did he not see the person? Oh,
Nice, iconic.
There you go.
It's NJR. Yet to die. Might we have jinxed them?
But see, it's individual plays.
Yeah.
So many offensive threats for both.
I'm telling you, we're very similar.
Diffuser needs to be retrieved, but NJR knows that that's not the opportunity he has. He's going to have to go for killing instead. Through the bars, through the floor.
Run.
A lot of damage done.
Run, Lillian.
That was
Run, Lillian.
Players from Astralis will just patiently await the arrival of DZ's second newest player.
Yeah, there's a
Around
lot
the
of
table, but he shot away at Forrest. Gives Astralis their very first round. There's some life on their side of things. The timeout evidently working.
You see it. When they play news and iconic
Okay.
heroes, it just goes to those plays.
Sure,
That's when
like-
Astralis, they are the
It was
strongest. But we
a
can
bit
see
tense.
more from the just iconic because right now, it's pretty much just
I know,
been
I
so
just wish-
far short. Jane, I know, had a
I'm
great
upset that they
run
had
round
2
two,
majors in
and
the
that's
US and they
equal
chose the
round
same
4.
state both times. And I understand why they did, but at the same time it kind of sucks.
On that vertical play as NJR took down the Captain Trap, the Guma.
Because I'm now I'm worried that the next US major they're gonna be like, oh, it's fucking
beautifully.
I don't know, Turkeytown, North Carolina or something like.
We are still swapping back
Like
and
there's
forth.
literally
Let's see
so
if
many other
Shears
places
does
we
it.
could have it.
We're back
Dude,
to
they
the
could have
action.
Drone Bug rehost. They could have like Chicago, Boston.
You got to chant through this.
Let's hear it.
Yeah, Seattle.
We had
There's so many fucking cool places.
We had Pro League finals in Boston already, and we had in LA too. Or Burbank, I guess, but it's LA.
Yeah, but that was like 3 years ago.
So far.
More. 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
First year, second year.
Yeah, or go back to Charlotte again or something.
We had,
I don't know. I don't know any other cities in North Carolina besides Raleigh and Charlotte.
and we had Vegas too. I just feel like maybe we're done with the US for at least a year or two.
Aviator is wide.
Yeah, but that's why I'm pissed, because it's like they were like, okay, U.S. major, Raleigh, North Carolina. Next U.S. major, Charlotte, North Carolina, and it's like now they're not going to come back for like probably a year or like a year and a half or 2 years. And so like I just wish that they would spread it out more than like just have it in the same fucking state twice in a row. And like I don't know. I'm really salty about that.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
But I understand why though.
But his stats in this event, especially in crucial matches.
How was I saying that now? Raleigh?
Off the scoreboard, but in terms of entry,
it's Raleigh,
it's not
right?
good enough for Dark Zero, despite that they still won the lion's share of the round.
Counting the rehosts. Well, this is the first
Isn't
one.
it Raleigh? I'm not supposed to say Raleigh.
It's Raleigh.
And those entry numbers for Dark Zero don't get any better. And that's something that you can point to and say.
They say things weird over there.
I fully agree. I mean, sure, Kane is only -2 so far in terms of KD, so basically going neutral. But the injury stance is -5, and that's
South Carolina.
And another -3, so -8
Fucking
currently.
West Virginia.
So Canadian can stay alive. You know, in that first minute.
They'll have the major in a barn.
Stage 1 of the map clear. That's when DC finds success. So if anything, try to sit back and spawn, you know, wait for your teammates to walk on up, do some more
I want
drone
even
work
to be
perhaps,
somewhere
because
where
you're
they're
finding
not blasting the AC, because you go outside, it's so hot, and you got the venue and you need a hoodie, it's cold. There, it's really cold. I mean, look at Mint. Mint is wearing a hoodie, it's super cold.
You might be lazy joining because you're doing so much work elsewhere.
But it's like 90 degrees and super humid outside, so they blast the AC inside.
The in-game leaders on support roles, because you're not going to be in the front. You're rarely going to be in a dangerous position where you might get, caught with your pants down if you're not paying full attention.
Well, we were talking about how it'd be cool to have a Vancouver. Vancouver major would be sick. Because they always do the Invitational in Montreal, because that's where Ubisoft is. But and so like that's fine, but I don't know. I just want them to spread things out more instead of always doing it in the same place.
Yeah.
Not even. It doesn't even have to be the West Coast. Like if they did West Coast, Seattle I think would be a good one. But even like Boston or Chicago, I think Chicago would be great.
Chicago would be great, I think so.
Yeah. But they wouldn't put it in Chicago. They'd put it in fucking like Lincoln Park or whatever, like some other like small place.
Money to
thing, yeah.
cost more to do it in big cities.
Yeah.
I think Paris was easier because, well, first they put a lot of
Evansville.
Sorry.
I don't like the reference, but
tiny town in Indiana.
And easily go from
Gary.
First floor to second, and so on and so forth. No way Iconic is going to.
It's just Montreal and Paris. It was easy because it's where Ubisoft are.
On Rappel, it seems like there's some sixth set.
And the Lincoln Park is in Chicago. I don't know. I don't know other cities in Illinois.
They see the openings in the window.
Oh, we had Milan too.
Yeah.
Big city.
Yeah. An event in Poland? No, I don't think so.
We had it already. It's less likely now because ESL used to be. We used to be with ESL Poland, but now. Yeah, I mean it's ESL and Faceit are owned by the same people, but they're not really based in Poland.
There's an early finals in Katowice.
Using that secondary bailiff, he's opened up a ton of areas.
They're
Gary, Indiana. Oh god.
Based in Middle Eastern, and that's why the major was there.
Still close enough to the bomb site to do some damage for some of these players, but a very heavy amount of forces that are far enough away. If a repel comes in, there's no flash associated with it. Shuttle can do some damage, but he gets thrown
San Diego.
down by 90. His position given away. He has to
Good
get
drive.
I mean, San Diego is nice for event, I feel like.
I'm excited for TwitchCon. If everything goes well. Colorado, Denver.
Doesn't do anything.
Denver would be pretty sick.
A tiny bit of damage. Logic bomb goes off.
San Francisco would not be sick. You don't want to do one in
It's just
San
that I want
Francisco.
to see San Francisco.
Well, we can go to San Francisco, but you don't want an event there. San Francisco is
the Finca, the Lion, the Dokkaebi, all synergizing really well with grenades, with staying power, and the ability.
I like it, but at the same time, I have never been more scared of like the homeless population than in San Francisco. I've had people scream at me on the sidewalk. I've had homeless people throw things at me on the sidewalk. The traffic is horrible. At least you can walk those places. That's what's nice.
Looks for a second, but J9 knows the better player in that regard. 3v3. 45 seconds to go. Another razor boom goes off, but no damage. They're skillfully avoiding it.
Oh,
nice.
Conscious slipping.
NJR picks up his second pick, but he's down for the count to shuttle us.
Yeah, at least like you can walk.
To be able to do it here on this third attempt, unless Eclipse can say something about it. Diffuser in hand, 2 players to find, 1 within striking distance, but no information. He's in the bomb site all by his own.
Nice, he's going down. Good, good. He has his C4 still. Good, good.
Is there information that they can play on? There's a C4 ready. Shuttle pulls trigger, but doesn't do it. Eclipse at the halfway point.
That's red stairs. You gotta.
He might be able to do it, and he does it. The first diffuser down. He just needs to watch the areas back into the bomb site. Astralis had let him get away with this.
Yeah, LA has gotten pretty bad too. Depends on where you are in LA, but definitely like the downtown area. I hate downtown LA. Hello.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, you guys.
You picked him at the same time from the same place.
Oh my god, you guys.
Crossfire.
I'm upset.
They did this when they needed to do this.
No, but even just trying a C4 randomly, why not? But then you gotta react fast after. They had one guy red stairs and he just like I don't know.
I like the zoom-ins that they do now. The zoom-ins and the slow-mo are sick.
I wonder what the cons are like.
Oh yeah, Denver. That's true. Denver would be tough.
Something we see in other FPS titles.
I didn't think about that.
We see in Rainbow Six Siege because
yeah, that was not it. That was not the move.
And you said it, Parker. Both members of Astralis came from top red, walking straight into the line of sight that Eclipse was holding. Made it easy for
Salt Lake, I've only been to once, so I don't know much about it. Vegas is the worst place on earth. I know that's where all the NA teams are, but it's fucking horrible.
We had an event there not too long ago also, so
yeah.
A minor.
You don't need a heart breach if they're just gonna let you walk in the
so we don't need another event there.
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt is pretty cool. I mean, for an event.
Eclipse got into the bomb site to when Astralis got within a step or two.
I imagine that's gonna be something more like Berlin if you pick
Denver's airport is so far from the city. Yeah, you should. Paris. It's the Paris airport is like an hour away, easy. Yeah, it's in Roissy. It's not even the same city. It's not even technically in Paris.
I mean, in France you have no airport inside cities.
Yeah.
Like just and in Europe in general. I mean, remember London.
All the cities have existed for like before airports existed, or before planes existed. So they built the city and then they were like, well, we gotta add an airport somewhere, so they put it like far away.
So you
Denmark? Okay, Denmark is actually would be sick. Copenhagen would be Copenhagen is fucking cool.
But if it's Denmark, it won't be Copenhagen for a major. I mean, look at Sweden. We went to Gävle. We didn't go to Stockholm.
It'll be like Fliven, Flaven.
The invitational was at Stockholm though. That was cool. Yeah,
six major Fliven, Flaven.
First trophy in statutory defense as well.
Yeah.
Similar lineup.
Charles de Gaulle. That's all we're talking about. Where's Orly?
Outside Paris too.
Which direction?
I think it's more southeast, I believe. I'm not sure actually, because I never go to.
As we've been talking.
Well, Denmark would be sick because everybody speaks English and they speak it like as perfectly as like Americans do, pretty much. And you can bike everywhere. You can rent bikes, and it's like everybody bikes everywhere. There's tons of people biking. It's really nice. Yeah, English in Denmark, super easy.
Yeah, southeast.
Yeah.
Almost directly again. They can't get the building. Of course, the closet window. If you jump on
Germany
means you're vulnerable. You're exposed.
Was kind of.
It has to be the playmaker right now.
It was kind of half and half for me with my English experience there. I feel like some people just don't want to speak to you in English, or they would be like, "Sorry, my English isn't very good. May I assist you with your journey, kind traveler?" And they speak like perfect English the whole time.
Well played to jiggle peek through the door. Will give a greater advantage to Astralis, who after taking that time out, will continue to keep this ball rolling. DP fire with one of his own. He's got 2 more lined up. Diffuser goes down.
Can I get a sled, DD?
Miles away. He seeks Forest, takes him out quite well. Pandazoo drops in. Pandazoo and
talking to them. I thought you were talking to me.
No.
very easily. Can they still win this round? But not with DP Fire, not with him sitting on top of that diffuser. NJR's lost his ally. And DZ about to lose the round unless NJR can do something.
That bulletproof camera is so annoying because it's like the explosion is kind of bugging on it and you can just not get it sometimes with your gun 6.
Yeah, I think like, I don't know what it was, because I had one guy who, before I went to Germany, I learned to say a couple phrases, mostly that were just like, please, thank you, hello, sorry, like, and I don't speak German. Do you speak English?
One more?
And where's the bathroom? Those were like the phrases I learned. And I got an Uber, or like a taxi or whatever, I forget. And I get in the car, and I was like, hi, I don't speak German. Do you speak English? And he was just like, haha, no. And then just started saying all this stuff in German, and I was just like, I don't speak German. I said it like 4 times. I don't speak German. I don't speak German. Sorry, I don't speak German. And every time he would laugh and was just like, like in like so much German, and I'm like,
maybe
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Maybe he doesn't speak English just that much that he doesn't understand when you say I don't speak German.
No, I said it in German.
How do you say it?
I don't remember now. But that was like
no, I know.
6 years ago when I went to Germany for Overwatch.
How come you get to troll everybody with it when I troll you, you get upset?
Well, no, because I learned how to say it in German so that I could tell people in German I don't speak German. And he just did not care. Yeah. Oh no. Anyways, it just like fucking went for it. So the whole time, I felt like he was trying to like make conversation with me. He was like smiling. He was very nice. And he kept like saying stuff and looking at me, and I would just stare at him with like the stupidest expression on my face, and he just would laugh and keep going.
You know, when EG played against you, they hated your guts.
But I feel like in general, people are, from my experience, if you try at least to learn those basic phrases where you're like, I don't speak French, I don't speak German, I don't speak whatever, they're pretty, like, that, I think that helps, because at least you're like making an effort, you know?
I truly think that most of the people in Europe, they won't act like they won't not talk to you in English because of being assholes, but just because of lack of confidence, sorry, and yeah, and not being good enough, or feeling like they're good enough. So I don't think they're gonna. I don't think, like, most of us are not gonna judge if you don't even try to say a sentence. It's just like.
Still making things work because it's now Hyper to drop him out and rotate. He sees that there's 2 of them down there.
She doesn't like that you're hanging out in here.
Yeah, she's like, you're supposed to be there. We're supposed to play.
J9O phenomenal since we got back into this lobby. Still more damage that he can do.
I have a friend who's Quebec French, and the amount of times they got told to not speak French in France was so funny. Probably because the French people were like, we don't fucking understand your weird broken French. Like, we don't know what you're saying.
With the kill, NJR stunned out. They know he's in there. Memorial. They can easily push him at any point, and Astralis need 40 seconds to pull this off. Diffuser in the hands of DP Fire. Adrenal Surge goes out. Gives a bit more staying power, lasting power to those Astralis players. A small window opened up. Stops NJR from being able to rotate out as much as he
only has 1 smoke canister left. 25 seconds.
They know where the smoke is. Look at this. J9O sees him. It's a joint effort. Nicely
Come on, guys.
He'll reposition after getting the
That is not the way they, like, normally their late round on site, they're like so good. They're like storming the bomb site.
I bet they're probably like dealing with the pressure.
I'm sure they do. But it's just sad to see them like that.
Yeah, maybe they'll, you know, they're warming up, you know, getting in the groove of the whole situation.
It was out of the bathroom window up top floor, so of course, Astralis had to make the way back up.
DB is flexing.
DB is using Google Translate.
Yeah. He's fake flexing.
Oh, Hyper, boo! Boo!
Because probably he said something that we couldn't hear, but they heard in the...
Hold on 1 second. You want You want to know something that'll get them to boo even louder? What? Pretend that it's Penta on the stage.
What?
I don't get it.
I'm so sorry for what I did to your region. I'm so sorry.
Because...
Oh. I see.
Synergizing is important.
Oh, it's because he didn't have the DZ background, the card. That's why they're doing.
Okay.
Ubisoft, I'll take my royalties check right now.
Can a code change a lot between games? What do you mean change a lot between games? I don't understand.
Or between maps, maybe?
But what do you mean change a lot?
I guess they're probably asking like what kind of impact can you have if they're like struggling?
Like during a timeout or after this game for the next one?
Either or. They said between games, so that could be in maps or that could be between rounds.
Well, we have only one timeout and it's less than a minute, so you can't say a lot. You can only try and give guidelines to your players so that they have something to focus on to like reset, basically. But we can't talk between rounds. It's literally only one timeout, so preparation, and if your players are like drowning, take a timeout. Or going in the wrong direction, take a time out and give them guidelines so they can focus on it, help them reset and have something to think about, brainstorm and be creative about. It's pretty much all you can do. Most of the coach work is during practices and scrims and preparation prior to the game.
Yeah, only one time out per map. And it's less, like she said, it's less than a minute. That's the only opportunity that the coaches have to actually speak to the players during a map. Otherwise, they're just muted.
Which I understand they don't want us to have the opportunity to in-game lead, because we would have... It's really easy when you're behind the 5 players to just have a step back and like be able to directly people. So that would be very easy to in-game lead.
Ambazu and NJR are quite young themselves. They've got that veteran leadership. Mint has been around since the dawn of time. Canadian's been around since
You can change the tactics, yes, you can.
Since the dawn of time.
You just don't have a lot of time to do it, so you have to be effective.
New players, and guess what? Their newest member.
They're muted between rounds. Yes. They're muted the entire time unless they take a tactical timeout.
Goes out, nothing else back. But an opening pick from Astralis.
They're also muted during the tech timeouts. They can't talk during tech timeouts either. The players can, but not the coach.
So many options.
Though there is a new rule that happened during this major. Now during technical timeouts, the players don't have the right to talk about the game. They can only talk about the technical issue.
He's looking over, he's waiting for the call.
It's to avoid players to fake an issue or create an issue.
Interesting.
And they've been struggling to apply it.
Yeah. Because you could be like, oh, I have a drone bug, haha.
Oh my god, here we go. Pemisu holding down the fort, but there's an injured member.
Jeez. Everything happens so fast. Yeah, you can. The coach listens to the players the whole time. Yeah, and then there's an admin. They're like in a team speak together, right? And then there's an admin monitoring the conversation, monitoring the comms and everything.
What a crazy decision to enter Astro window of all places.
What I do is that I try to give energy as much as I can. I punch my guys really hard on. I fist bump really hard so I can try to like tell them. We have that kind of code, like trying to tell them when they gotta wake up or...
There was a clip of a coach one time at, not this event, but like, I think the last one or the one before, where they, between rounds, the coach was like this to the player, and the player looks up at him, and he was like doing like hand signals or something, and I don't know how you don't get in trouble for that, because
you don't have the right to do that.
Yeah, like you shouldn't be able to do that.
Often if you do that, either they don't see you and you're fine, or they do and then they give you a warning, and you don't have 2 warnings. You have 1 and then that's over.
Sometimes you have to develop a code with your players where like, if, hang on, put your hand out like that. it'd be like, if you do this, it means something. If you do this, it means something. You know, like
Yeah.
you could, like make like a secret code with them.
It's tough though, because like if you start to do that, then they're just gonna take our like freedom and accessibility more and more and more and more, and at some point we're gonna reach the point that they did on some CSGO tournaments where the coach doesn't even have the right to be like
Baseball hand signals, that's what I'm saying.
my friend from CSGO, he spent a whole tournament sitting on a chair 2 meters away from his players, not having the right to move from the chair, open his mouth,
fucking sit there.
or show any
Think about what
emotions.
you've done. Oh
Zero
my God.
emotion, nothing, and like
Just put him in the crowd.
so we have to be careful about what we do. You
Be
know?
like, 2 taps on this shoulder means this thing, 1 tap over there, you know?
Well, like Mugi had some struggles on some games, so I was going toward him a little bit more, and like, you know, trying to be like you know, that's okay, and like trying to encourage him and stuff, but you can't do much more.
Yeah. The chair of shame. They just put you in a chair with like the dunce hat on and like make you face the corner.
Yeah. I would say because we speak French too, we have an advantage. Like sometimes I will yell at them together or stuff like that to make sure they finish the round together and stuff like that. I'm not sure they can really hear me well, but I try.
Yeah.
But you can't do that too much. You can't.
I had a geography teacher in 5th grade who, if you did something bad and got in trouble, he had a stool in the front of the classroom and you had to sit there and face your classmates. Because you were like in trouble. You had to sit there and it was very embarrassing.
Oh,
but again, how often do you ever stroll the basement itself?
Nova!
Come
here! Nova!
He can find a good flank in this round.
Statistically, it's been one of Canadian
The birth of my social anxiety.
thus far.
I ended up in the stool one time for... I told someone to shut up. Yeah, I know. It wasn't even that bad. Because, like, some people would, like, actually say, like, swear words and then they would get in trouble, or they would be, like, disruptive or whatever, passing notes during the class or something like that. And I don't even think I was seriously telling someone to shut up, but I said it, like, to, like, a friend of mine or something. But the teacher really hated when people said shut up because he thought it was very rude, which I agree now. And I very rarely, if ever, do I tell someone to shut up, even as, like, a joke, because it sounds rude to me. So it wasn't that bad. And I think the geography teacher liked me because I was a good student. So.
There's Canadian down to the count again. It comes very late in the
Canadian lost?
Because there's 40 seconds to go.
The chair worked, I know.
More DZ at a disadvantage. Astralis have
I didn't
really
disagree
got
with my
the ball
punishment.
on these
He's right.
opening picks. Up at this
What's the point of using the gun 6 in that window when you can just open it with bullets?
A lot more iconic looking for the call. There's the butt.
Seems like a
But
waste.
he can't find the kill.
How many shots does the gun 6 have actually?
One.
Down goes Pandazu Astralis.
Well, thank God it's only one.
Yeah.
Crying Hyper's the next one in the line of fire, but he outduels DP5. Dark Zero
Nova,
still losing
come on.
Kill feed turns a shade of blue. Hyper can't do anything against Forrest.
That's more like it.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's what I feel like now they're like getting in the groove. Belt-fed gun 6.
Hey, Nova. Hey. Hi, Tiny.
Tiny cat.
Oh boy, that's gonna get scary because EC now needs to do what Astralis did and find some way in. It's not easy.
What are they saying?
Let's go.
Oh no, it's the 5. It's the 5 times they repeat the same image and so you hear the same scream. That's horrible.
Let's go Fofo? Oh yeah, because one of the players just
it's Forrest.
Performances from Astralis. It's easy to look at the numbers and say, well, Iconic hasn't quite shown up, but there's a lot of tools for Astralis if Iconic doesn't bring a big game.
I also say before the unfortunate rehost, Iconic was actually like the top gunner for his team, not just in terms of kills, but finding those openings and running in towards Dark Zero, leading the charge, saying, guys, we can still play loose and mess around, stop being so uptight about this pressure, and thrive in it. So yes, Iconic, he led the charge. Now, well, rest of his team, they're just following along. They're all feeling really good right now. And I think that's why they're finding all this momentum. It's forcing the 4th and final bomb site that we have yet to see. It is that live
Canadians really having a tough time.
pick rate, and it
0
really
and
is
5.
a point flip bomb site. It can now work flawlessly, while the defenders are getting absolutely torn apart.
Wait, is it KDA or KAD?
Tactical timeout for Dark Zero, used in the previous round, did not pay off. They have time to settle themselves down. This is Astralis' map, so if you look at the way that the best of 5 works, and you look at the way that the teams at this level have map pools, it shouldn't necessarily be very
okay, so Ace, I know you're probably trying to direct that question for Maj, but I feel like that's not a question she can really answer because it heavily depends on what situation you're talking about.
They might be very well prepared. We talked about this during the group stages. We'll talk about it during the quarterfinals.
To say like
teams will deliberately go
they're doing bad, but like doing what bad, you know, like doing what poorly. So this is how do you deal with a player who is doing bad? How do you approach that? But it's like
it depends on what you mean by bad.
What are they struggling with?
Behavior or in game.
We don't know
exactly. Yeah, and like, are they bad with their mechanical skills or their strat or like playing with their team or comms or there's like a lot of different things that they could be struggling with. Because somebody could have like really good mechanical skill but not be good at communicating, or they could be too aggressive, not aggressive enough in the right, like, or too aggressive at the wrong time, not aggressive enough at the right time. There's just a lot. That nade. Away. Oh, but it hurt him.
I think there was some damage done as well to the bookcase.
What's up, Nova?
Unorthodox bomb sighting. And Zoo from above. He's putting
Why are you so sad?
Dark Zero. They've got the numbers and they've got the Moxie babies. They now hold a 4v2 with over a minute to go. J90 on the
there are things you can help your players with. There are others that you can't do much about it. And also it depends a lot on if you're a coach in T1 or if you're a coach for an academy team, stuff like that. Because of course, if you're working for some of the best teams in the world, you're not here to create talent. Your players have to have some level already. Like, you're not here to teach them how to play the game. You're gonna be here to teach them how to play together eventually, but not.
Nova is crying because we're not giving her attention, but I picked her up and she doesn't want to be picked up. She doesn't want to be touched, but she wants attention.
I think she's gonna be hungry soon.
Yeah, me too.
He's not giving an inch.
When this is over, I'll go feed her and I'll grab food for us, okay?
I'll probably just come with you.
Okay.
Astralis is essentially having a second timeout as DB Fire just wants to stay alive. Maybe do it for the stats of NJR with just a couple seconds left. It was a formality at this point. Dark Zero equalizes. 5 rounds apiece.
I was watching the player cams there to see, what was happening inside
and I was thinking about it, but it also depends on the player you want to help. There are people that respond better to like guiding and being nice with them and being. Do you have a word like pedagogue? It's like good at teaching.
Yeah.
Like really guiding, like helping, going through. Yeah.
Pedagogy.
And there are other people that need you to like go against them kind of, and like sometimes fight them kind of. It's not the right word. I don't really have the word in English right now, but to like push them around kind of. They need to be challenged. It just depends on people, and as a coach, as a manager, as just a staff in general, support staff, you have to pay attention to that so you can behave the best with that person specifically.
Incredible. Give me the odds. What do you think? Overtime, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it has to happen.
You want overtime? It's like lukewarm, maybe.
There was not that many people.
Maybe some of them need to go. Maybe they need a bathroom break.
Because they were all like, I would rather that my team just wins than go into overtime.
Trophy statuary, Nick, as now we have the 11th round. Potential penultimate round, do we know?
Do they get more points for the invitational if they win faster? Or is it just first place gets X points, second place gets
first place, second place?
So like they don't really care if they go to overtime, they just care about winning.
Yes. In group stage you care about going in overtime or not, but here no.
He's now put back in a semi-aggressive position of playing the Kaid. You can extend if you want, play aggressive if you want.
Mostly you don't want to go in overtime because at the end, map 3, you're just tired. Because you play more, so you get really tired and that's it.
Force, of course, attack a repick onto the Thatcher because the Kaid and Mute is on the board for the defenders and they want to get through these walls. DP5 hesitates to do so with Claymores. Not massively important on this map, of course, but that's not a huge deal. The one thing that the Charlotte does not have on their attack right now are smoke grenades. They cannot really cut lines of sight when the XQ comes
If
around.
only they had sense. The new operator coming next season to Rainbow Six Siege.
Grenades. So these EMPs from Forest, they have to be landed in a really good position to get as much value as possible, because, you know, otherwise, you're not going to get the most out of your money when it comes to the utility game.
Halfway point of the round.
I know.
These teams
I'll accept my royalty check from Rainbow Six now.
Astralis have still struggled to get into the building for some of these operators. The trophy statuary bomb site is not an easy one, especially if you want to try to take master.
Yeah, that's one thing that I feel like, I don't know how you, first I don't know how you teach somebody about it, but I also don't know how you overcome that as a player mentally for like, when you're just getting shit on in a game that has this much importance. I don't know how like mentally you overcome that to like come back and to improve and play better, and I think that's what sets pro players apart from just like regular people playing this game.
That's what sets good pro players, like great players, because there are pro players that are going to be tilted from that. There are pro players that are also young and that still need to learn to deal with it.
Oh!
That's a really, like, it seemed unnecessary. It's chilling.
And JR needs to do some serious work here. But now it's all on the shoulders of the team leader. A Nitro
The Astro Rappel, you mean?
Yeah.
You gotta get that dude out, but you wanna use C-Force, it's easier.
Yeah. He'd like put his face in front of him instead. You're fucking bad.
My take on what you were saying before, my take is it's not really once it happens that you will have the biggest impact as a coach. It's more what you create around the team in general, making sure that everybody's aware that this is a team game, and that having one bad game is not gonna be the reason why your team is not performing. And that there's other ways to be useful to your team than by getting kills. So it's just like a daily work, so that when it happens, your player is aware that, okay, I'm not doing a good, like, that happens to everybody to have a bad day. I know you're not really listening, but that person I hope will be. It's like, okay, I'm not having a good game, that happens to everybody, but I can be useful differently. I can be here mentally, helping my teammates to be hyped and everything, to be focused. I can be creative and offer solutions, ideas and stuff. I can find other ways, even redirect, play a different role just for that game because it's not working for me, something like that. But your player has to be aware of it, and I feel like that's where a coach is having an impact. It's just daily values. That's how I see it, at least.
Yeah. I was laughing because they briefly showed the match chat, and Forrest was like, why are you, like, stop peeking, Hyper, you're losing. Jesus. You know what's weird is, why does... I'm sure there's some kind of like English rule for this, but why is it Wolves with a V and not Chiefs with a V? You know, like, why do we say Chiefs and we don't replace the F with a V? But for Wolves we do. Why isn't it Wolves and Chiefs? Or Wolves and Chiefs?
Cut off the wire, DP fire down for the count. Dark Zero have that opening that they so desire. Translate that first pick, keep it going. Send us into overtime.
I guess it's because the F is preceded by a consonant, and in Chiefs it's preceded by a vowel. Why is it mice for mouse and not heist for house?
Shoulder to shoulder.
Or meese for moose. Or deers for deer. Knife? Knives?
So to speak.
Yeah, it's preceded. See, the F is preceded by a vowel.
But there it is. The leg up, the advantage the
We're on overtime, I think.
NJR picking up their 10th kill. Now it's shuttled down for the count. Astralis need to close the gap as quickly as they can. And Adrenal Surge will do just that as it helps.
I mean, it is iconic, and Forrest have been there like 2 of their clutch boys, so.
I think they might have main stairs control. It's Canadian. I could make a joke.
Can Canadian get his first kill? I don't know.
They sense each other.
He got a kill!
You guys.
Forrest has to go.
Canadian got a kill.
They literally didn't play that together at all. Oh my god.
DZ will be able to get themselves back to full HP if Forrest takes too long. They're not vacating the bomb site this time. Like
they know generally where he's coming from. Oh, he's
Banshee goes off. Easy
okay.
JR. Forrest makes it look so clean.
Yeah, that was really clean.
Another player inside of the vault. Thinks there might be one on the deployable shield. Looks through the slats. How good is your vision?
The discipline to not peek him right there from Eclipse was really nice.
Diffuser instead of going for kills with 30 seconds.
It is.
Forrest
Why are you laughing at me?
I'm not. I'm crying.
Oh.
His own instincts. It was good enough for that pick on NJR. But there's 2 more. What can be done?
They're like, you have to plant. They know he has to plant. He has 15 seconds to make this plant work.
They know what it takes. And they don't want to get too
And they know where he is.
Forrest spots one, but it's Eclipse inside the vault. Oh!
Overtime.
We're going there. The very first map sets the tone of the grand finals. And it's DC who takes us there in style. Eclipse Canadian, no better duo from that roster to nail out that 1 versus 2. Canadian with the first kill since the rehost onto Iconic to give them the man advantage further. It's going to be a reset. Of course, besides, we got to take a look at it after these player cams because, of course, who gets defense and who gets attack is going to be a huge steal when we talk about momentum and where you're going to be staying in this game. And it's DC staying on defense. Charlotte's on attack.
I find it funny, the previous round when Forrest said stop peeking, you're losing. Hyper just said, nice shot, Fofo.
Oh.
Look at that.
What a nice guy.
What a gracious response. Aviator defense for Dark Zero.
Again.
I'm so confused because my timeline is half people talking about the Rainbow Six final and half people talking about the CS final.
They can do a similar thing because
so it's really confusing. No, there's no unlimited overtime in any of the matches, even the last one.
What really happened in that round? Well,
it's the same. I think they learned their lesson with the Empire G2 match that was like 29 rounds.
So important was that NJR was there to follow up and trade a kill, where when Astralis was defending, they just left.
So it's the same as it's the same as
no trade occurred. That's why DC won their attack.
During EU League, it's the same as in the group stages. Whoever gets to 8 right here wins.
So
15 rounds max.
If anybody takes a fight, you're there to swing back, even back the man count, because you don't want to throw bodies for nothing. Look at bodies.
Oh yeah, we found out YBS isn't in French League. Apparently they opted to not do it.
5 bodies every single round.
I mentioned that on stream where I was like, I don't know why they're not in it, and because I thought it was like mandatory for
last year it was.
Yeah, so you like had to be in it, and then I guess they changed it, and so you could choose to like not be in it.
Side of things. That is going to be Astralis' approach right now.
Yeah, apparently you couldn't do that last year, but now they can. Is what Fromage said.
The bomb side, a different approach than the previous rounds.
But it probably also, it's like not, I don't think it's entirely up to the players. It'll be also up to the org and like whether the org wants representation in the league or not. No, they're not in a different region. They're just not, they're not competing in the national league at all. Like for French league or anything. Because there's like Pro League basically, which is like EU league. And then there's like Spain league or Spanish league. I don't know. There's like French league. There's different like countries have their own little mini tournaments.
Pick for Dark Zero in OT, and then as the fastest operator in the game, he repositions.
And he does. Canadian, I will say respect to you because you keep having a top performance right now in this match.
You guys will play in.
Staying your ground.
No, they're still in French League.
So scared to take a fight against Iconic.
French League has already started this season, so they're still in it.
Some orgs can also want to have an academy team, like M&M for example. They have their main team and they have an academy team for the nationals. She's always back.
He's got 2 players left for doubling up for Dark Zero.
Good time to start getting kills.
Forrest just
better late than never.
He didn't shoot it, Forrest.
I'm just scared of Astralis reaching to defense because they haven't been doing super good in defense.
Openings inside the study, but Eclipse is prepped for it. Down he goes, and it's Forrest in a 1v3.
If they can get the attack, then it doesn't smell good for the defense.
Familiar spot for Forrest to be in. He was just here 3 minutes
No,
ago.
that doesn't affect anything in EU League.
You know that he's coming in through laundry, and there's actually a player from Dark Zero here waiting. It's Panbazoo. Look at this.
Waiting for you.
It's a rad angle.
Oh, that was a really nice shot.
30 seconds for Forrest to get to the bomb site. He gets the default cam this time. Malusi Banshee goes off. They know he's coming.
Why would you use the gun 6? Because you can destroy everything with it.
Traps on the other side. He has again no intel.
Yeah, he doesn't know where they are at all.
Forrest, your decision making needs to be mighty fine. DZ as the two veterans again waiting so patiently.
Yeah.
And you're gonna look in the wrong direction.
Yeah. All they have to do is sit and wait.
Previous round, and DZ now finds themselves on that point.
Do you know? Yeah, we'll like next season. Would you still be in French League because you're French players? Yeah, it's a UK org, but with all French players and staff mostly.
Well, it's like physical representation. So I imagine that they will encourage us to participate to a national league. I don't know if it's gonna be French League or the Northern UK League, because now the UK League and the Nordic League is the same. They merged.
They really don't like the fact that these players are missing those.
Somebody needs to tell Hyper between the maps. You gotta get your house in order.
Depending on your org, some org decide and some others will give you the choice to do whatever you want. Just depends.
Yeah, if the org is like, we really want you to be in the UK league, they could choose that because they're a UK org.
Yes.
But if they don't care, then you could choose French or UK.
Yes.
Because you have all French players.
Yes.
Booed in front of a crowd of thousands of people.
But a UK org. Yeah.
Yes.
If you end up playing in front of a crowd of thousands of people, that's of course. And for most people at home, not always a gift.
Astralis plays an NA, but a Danish org.
Final round, Dark Zero.
That's a little bit different for regions.
They went up 4-1.
Because for regions, you basically only have to be physically in a region to play in a region.
To settle down Astralis. And then the tides turn.
So if Wolves wanted to pay for us to live in Japan, we could be competing in APAC, even though none of us is Japanese or from Asia, and they're not an org from there.
Yeah.
As it's now DZ grabbing the lead again. Defense so far, not the favored side. The attackers
Is that the Dark Zero gun skin?
doing better.
I did not see.
It's like
and
the
that gives a huge leg up
anime one. Isn't that the one that they like, the art was like stolen from somebody? I'm surprised they didn't change
30
it.
seconds in discovery phase still underway, but Astralis
I remember that whole,
in a
like,
position to get
drama.
very feisty with these attackers.
I empathize. The first opening kill of the round is so important. And
that was iconic.
He finds iconic and takes it off the board.
Big kill for Dark Zero. Iconic has been feast or famine on this second half, and it's famine in this round. Just when you need your team to feast on Dark Zero to secure a 15th round. Hyper's position will be given away as he hits a goo mine. The teams have taken the 30 seconds of the final discovery phase to now transition towards and execute over to the trophy sanctuary bomb site.
Yeah, they probably were like, sorry about it, we'll pay you like X amount of money.
Beneath the bomb site, they can quite easily flank. Dark Zero doesn't have a dedicated flank watcher, but now with the numbers advantage, they can put somebody on that spot.
Then one person.
Nice.
Nicely tossed by Shuttle. Hyper down for the count. Astralis is played from underneath, working out so well, paying dividends immediately. Now it's one more as Shuttle falls. DZ again trading back. It'll keep going as these teams just pick off parts with a minute to go.
Bomb side quite weak. DP Fire on the roam still looking for something. Diffuser not in the hands of Dark Zero, of course. It's been left in that game's room, very far off where the current players and members of Dark Zero are finding themselves. The Banshee stopping Eclipse and walking up the Astro stairs is not easy. Of course, at drone information 4 left in pocket of Dark Zero. They don't have a lot to work with. So you gotta be onto your gunfights and playing together.
Force has been softened up as well for their team. This is where that rubber hits the road.
So has his C4, don't challenge him with your gun, use your C4 first, please. No, not there! For the main rappel!
No! No, not there! It's too late.
Dude!
Astralis now with the lead. J90 circling around the site.
Ooh, this could go all the way.
He's right in the thick of it.
Where's J? Oh, he's in master bedroom. Okay.
He has to hide. A grenade to go in. It's
oh, nice.
Nice!
Use your C4 first. Forrest, got it. Not there. Use it somewhere else.
That is all
oh, last round. Man, I knew this was going to be a good matchup.
The final round.
Nice pillow.
Overtime match point. The entire distance in the opening map. There was
My guys are waking up. Some of them have never been in like somewhere else than Europe. Okay, so they don't know what jet lag is. Okay, and they're both. My two young guys, they're waking up and they're like, dude, the jet lag, I just slept for 5 hours, I wanted to take a nap.
Aww.
What does that also say for a team like
that was when the first time I went to Germany, that was the first time I ever left the US, and I actually was like physically sick for like several days. It was bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't like now when we go to France and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm tired, you know? I'm not like dying, but I'm tired all the time. I actually was like, I felt like I had the flu or something. It was terrible. Welcome Raiders, what's up? Denims, thank you so much for the raid. We're watching the Rainbow Six Major, the Charlotte Major is on currently. This is only the first map. There should be, if it goes, I mean it's a max of 5 maps, so we'll be here for a little while. I like that little dancing gnome, that's cute. It's the little dancing gnome. Oh, sorry, it's clicking on it.
But Dark Zero rather, they've been doing it for longer. So I agree. I think the longer this goes on for,
hello. What were you just chatting about?
The players that Dark Zero has, it's gonna favor.
I mean,
it's a raid.
In this final round, what was your mental like after that coastline against MI?
Yeah, I'm pretty hungry. It's gonna be lunchtime after this map. One more round.
It was a good kind of time. Like, oh, I put it on a word.
Incels. Oh, good. Was that a good conversation?
Like right now, you're gonna be tired.
Alright, see you later, Dennis. Thank you for the raid. That happened when I went to the McLaren event. No, McLaren that was London. Oh, but I was really sick for that too. That sucked. I arrived when I went for the London event for McLaren.
Clubhouse up next, Border after that. Those are the 3 maps that are guaranteed.
Yeah, did you show up after?
We were not guaranteed 15 rounds on Villa, but we got them anyway.
No, it was so we arrived like the night before, and then I had to go to work at like 7 a.m.
Yeah, I slept.
Yeah, see that's when I was sick. I had to go there, and I had jet lag, and I had to be on camera. And it was like I was actually really, like, I didn't feel well. I was like, you guys need to get me water and coffee and Tylenol so that I can actually be on camera right now because I feel horrible. Because I didn't have any time to adjust to the time difference. And it's like an 8-hour time difference, I think. 8 or 9. It was horrible. But then once I had coffee and water and then, like, food and stuff, I was fine. Yeah, it was not good at the start. That was real bad.
A shotgun ready for Forrest. If he peeks ill-advised.
Yeah, I remember you were sure.
But the Germany one was when I went to Gamescom.
See, this C4 is experience, Troy. He knows. This C4, that's the one I was talking about.
Oh, that was a
The veteran for Astralis and Shuttle ensures it. But still DZ with the advantage and a minute left on the clock to ride.
Formula 1, you're thinking of the McLaren event. Yeah. But the other one was when I went to Germany for Gamescom and I was playing Overwatch. That was when Eichenwald was released. Jesus, this is too close.
I'm very tired of Villa, just all the time the same thing.
Elsewhere. Shuttle will be the one looking onto the bomb site. NJR taking some damage from DP fire, but not enough to subdue him. It's the opening for down below. 30 seconds to go. 6 players still alive. This is unprecedented.
Nice. Not nice. Damn, I thought he would have
DZ takes the advantage. Diffuser will need to be shepherded in through astronomy.
No, shotgun, contact shotgun. They're too dis. No, he made me land. It made me land.
Why are you just sitting there? What were you looking at?
It's because of the Jaeger, just the Jaeger. He's the one that messed up.
Shuttle will need to watch. Where will they come from? Hyper now peeks on the other side of the bomb site. He's got the clock working against him.
An ace to win the first map.
The Jaeger is the one that messed up here. I was gonna tell you, they're disciplined, they're experienced, but that's Pambazu, it's the youngest.
Yeah. But still, the smoke was just like brain AFK on that one.
Because you would not expect his Jaeger to miss up.
Wow.
And it allows Astralis to take
that was a huge.
but it's okay.
That was a huge ace. Jeez. Okay, well, map 1. Map 1 to Astralis, chat. Nice, 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 nice. Good job, Astralis. Well, now, so if they win the next 2, then, oh, she's gone. Yeah, that was a really great map to start it off with. That was Astralis' map pick. Next will be Clubhouse, and that's DZ's map pick, and they're really good on Clubhouse, if I recall. Mark, thanks for the 33 months. R77 and Finn, Jackson Sears, thank you all for the resubs. Appreciate that. Thank you all. I'm gonna take a bio break to go use the restroom. And to grab something to snack on, because I am hungry. So Fromage and I will be right back. I'm gonna put this on, and I'm gonna put, sorry, I'm gonna add the display capture for you so that you can see what's going on.
Mexico, Stockholm.
Whoever did the voice acting for this, I gotta say.
So many memories.
Can you?
I had a front row seat to see Goga qualify G2 Esports for the
Like
final
what?
after
I had a front row seat to see G2 Esports qualify. Like, terrible. Anyways, I'll be right back, chat.
There in Tokoname, where Nello won a legendary round all by himself.
Crossfire gets one on the Diesel and a second one on Amaranth. Are you kidding me? The 1v4.
I was standing in that madding crowd at Montreal, stunned by the triumph of Space Station Gaming.
But it's home once again.
I was thrilled when Ninjas in Pajamas got its revenge in Paris.
Not bad. Alamau in a 1v3 here. He makes the swing, he finds the headshot, and that's just one.
I witnessed LMAO's demonstration in Mexico when he led Team 1 to a consecration against all odds. I was fortunate to see Damwon Kia making history in front of me in Yavle.
First Korean team who are progressing to the semi-finals.
But did I tell you I even saw as a nobody TSM FTX became the new world champions in Stockholm? This is it. This is my major story. And as an official hardware partner of Rainbow Six Esports, I feel blessed to witness them for such a long time.
Now that is how you start a grand finals, going to the very last round on Villa Shuttle with the clutch ace. When we were talking about in the pregame that literally anyone on Astralis could clutch out, we meant literally anyone, even the guy who wears shades all the time.
It doesn't get better than that to start a major grand finals. Both those teams played incredibly well. We saw these teams trade out on attack. We saw those patented, really solid offenses, and the defenses were able to respond quite a bit in that matchup as well. It got all the way to overtime in Shuttle. Not a guy we talk about. That's on us.
I mean,
not a ton. Yeah.
We spoke about Iconic. We spoke about TP Fire. We spoke about Forest.
Yep.
We've got to add a fourth name to that list because when the chips are down, when you just need that pure FPS, he just came up because, you know, Astralis had no right winning that round. Never mind that map.
100%. I mean, round 15, it's a 3v3, right? And they send J9O over towards board to try to pinch into the bomb site. He dies. Once that pinching player goes down, you're not supposed to win that. But DZ, they fall back into their shell. They start playing so scared, and Shuttle just rips through them, taking full advantage of that passiveness. And he really did pull through an ace on the final round. My God.
Now, we got to give it to DZ a little bit at the beginning of this map. They really came out of the gates on fire. They played really well. It did obviously slow down after that, but even towards the end, it seemed like they had a chance to come back and win that map. It was close. I think we're in for a close series either way.
There was so many moments and momentum flips inside of that map, and I think DZ started really well. They had a good grasp on what Astralis would try to do on the defense. They took the time and they waited for Astralis to peek into them, and they were just clearing them systematically, which is what DZ do. It worked so well on the attack. And then flip it over, DZ got onto the defense, and I've got to call him out for it. Canadian was just giving away so many opening picks, and out of anybody to get drawn into that kind of one-for-one gun battle with Astralis, I was not expecting it to be him. And he did recover it towards the end of the map, but it was too late by then.
Yeah, and you talk about who is shutting down Canadian so often on these opening picks. It's the man that DZ spent both of their operator bans on. It's Forrest. Forrest was counterbanned really hard. The Twitch and the Tachanka taking off his two favorite ops on this map. The two operators that enabled him to break records in the NAL on this map. And still 4 opening picks, many of them on Canadian. 11 and 14, yeah, maybe could have gone a little bit better on the overall KD, but I do feel like, especially towards the second half, he was having such an impact.
Absolutely. You know, taking it back over to the DZ side a little bit too, we did have NJR and Eclipse both having really solid performances. And, you know, again, like, I just feel like the series is going to be so close, but maybe it just does come down to that clutch ability that everyone on Astralis kind of seems to have. Because look at that, 2011 for NJR. That's some great numbers over there too.
He's dropped 20 kills, 100% cost and lost the map.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
he didn't deserve that.
That just shows you the level that these two teams are at. I think more than anything, like, that map is going to be a microcosm of the entire series that we're going to see here today, where there's so much good stuff on both sides, and we've got a lot of replays to look at to illustrate some of that. The beginning of it is what we mentioned earlier, where DZ really coming out strong in the first couple rounds.
So what I actually want to highlight here is the adaptation, because we're going to watch round 1 and then we're going to watch round 4 right after it. That's the round right after the TAC timeout comes out. So it's Astralis on the defense. They're really trying to shut down DZ. They're trying to do what they do best, that is trade. Astralis really want to be able to trade these roam clears of Dark Zero, but it's very, very difficult. What they do at round 3 here, now this is going to be the Aviator defense. This is another round where they are struggling in this category. Dark Zero still able to rip through these roamers without getting traded at all. But what happens after the TAC timeout, after round 3, they go into round 4, and what Call Out does is he starts making them play more of these trap operators. We see Legion come out even more. We see Ella being brought out for the first time. We see all of these operators that are really just meant to enable the roamers even farther. They're doing such a good job at that point of bringing more resources to that roam, and it started to win Astralis way more rounds in the defense.
That's right, and then we move on to round 5, Fresh, and this was another bright spot for DZ, of course. This is one where Eclipse came up with a big one.
Yeah, this is just an Eclipse appreciation video, really, because
I guess,
we haven't, we've talked about him a lot, but I think he's played this absolutely superbly. I think Astralis potentially played it a little bit off, but he gets the plant down, and I think Astralis played it badly by trying to rely on the C4 below, assuming that Eclipse would go for that default plant. He didn't, of course. He went for the plant in front of the bar, and he manages to get one. Knows that Astralis love to play that trade game, so keeps his aim kind of scoped in where the first player was to trade it out for the second kill. I think Astralis played it potentially badly in terms of they could have come from 2 separate angles at him. Obviously, you can only aim at one of them at one time, and I think that's just... I just want to highlight how well he played that, because he's been doing that this whole tournament. That's why he's up there with the kills, but he's also up there with the plants as well.
The thing I think that really speaks out about this clip, it's great from Eclipse, and I don't want to, I don't want to turn it into a negative, but I'm going to. Because what we saw after that TAC timeout from Callout was Dark Zero only really were winning rounds that something crazy was going their way. It was the Eclipse clutch in the 1v2, then it was the C4 out the window to down the defuse kit on the 90 window, and before that it was the living room hold, which Astralis I just don't think really had the capability to go at and really find an answer to. Otherwise, after those first 3 rounds, it really felt like it was in control for Astralis. It was a 8-7. Both teams played extremely well, but I do think Astralis was the better team for the majority of this match.
True enough, and nothing illustrates that more than the final round of the map, round number 15. I mean, when Shuttle came in with that clutch ace, right? Not, wasn't satisfied with 1, 2, 3 kills. He needed all of them, and his team needed him to get all of them to win that round.
And you're looking at this point and you're thinking, Dark Zero have got this in the bag. At this kind of 3v3 point, I think it's the next skill that comes in, and Shuttle, he's played it slow, he's played it, just take some shots there to try and bait out a peek. He gets his peek and then quickly in pre-fires the next. He should have been pinched there.
Yes.
At least one of those players, and that's just a slight miscommunication that loses you a round, that loses you a map.
And I hate to call it NJR in that clip because he played so well this game, but you've got to swing at that point. You can't just hide in the corner. They know that you're there. He's going to swing. He's going to pre-fire it. You're never going to win that fight. Unfortunately, he was watching the rotate back toward the other side of Astro and just didn't expect him to come to the doorway.
Quick preview of our next map. It's going to be Clubhouse. What does DZ need to do in the approach for this one, Jesse?
Well, it's difficult because they've never seen Astralis play Clubhouse. This was their permaban throughout the entire stage. They didn't touch it a single time this major. Dark Zero are going to need to come out, and they're really going to need to make sure their attacks are focused. Towards the end of that first half, we saw Astralis shutting down that roam clear that Dark Zero is so good at. You got to bring it back.
You think they can?
I think so. I think the map plays into their style a little bit better. You know, Clubhouse is where you want to take teams that like to be a little bit more aggressive, that like to be a little bit more free. Dark Zero, they're very strict, they're very disciplined, and Clubhouse is a map that suits a team that's like that.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to see in just a moment if Dark Zero has what it takes to overcome a rough loss like that, get themselves back in this series. It's a best of 5, so they got plenty of time to do it. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, map number 2 of the Grand Finals here in Charlotte.
anyone.
Okay.
If I do that. Hello. We have food, and we're ready. Back in 25 seconds. Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
What an absolutely thrilling first map to start
Too late
off
for
our
GCX,
grand
but it'd be
finals
cool
of
for
the
the
best of
future.
5. All 15 rounds is just what the doctor ordered. Astralis comes out on top of their map pick, but it certainly wasn't easily done.
It wasn't. And I mean, looking at Dark Zero's past, always losing the first map in their best of 3s. Well, losing in a 7-8 situation is pretty good if you think about it. It's as close as it gets. And it does
Bring back Afro Parker.
Chance against the Charlottes, who have looked very dominant.
I like his hair now.
And at the Charlotte Major.
Clean. Looks very like.
What Dark Zero needs
looks
to
very
do is
crisp.
lose the first map to then complete the reverse
I
sweep.
did not notice that
That
the
means in a
cracks
best of
were
5 they have to
golden.
lose this one
It's
too.
pretty cool.
Which is Clubhouse.
Okay.
It's Dark Zero's map pick. Astralis have concealed this map, but they feel confident on it.
They have, and I mean, Charlotte is the guy kind of got some stuff to work with because DC has played this map twice at the Charlotte Major. Once in group stage against W7M, it was a 7-4 victory for Dark Zero, and the second time was in the playoffs in their first.
She always has to announce when she jumps. She was just like,
Dark Zero
jumps
won
up.
7-2. So DC very dominant in Clubhouse, very comfortable. But when you've played it twice at the Charlotte Major, you know that call out. The coach of Charlotte has been watching their VOD and finding weaknesses in their defenses and attacks.
Friends and enemies, it's time
Hey,
for map
you know
number
how
2,
expensive those chairs are?
Astralis
$0.
enters with the advantage, but this isn't your father's best of 3. No, no, no. This is the new fancy best of 5. So this is not our last map. Borders lined up next. Operator bands coming in. Dark Zero will spend the majority of these 5 maps, 4 of the 5 to be exact, starting on attack.
Why not?
Now that's if we need
Because
all 5 of them. When Dark Zero
you know, I explained to you how in French we say vent, like a wind when someone doesn't answer to you. It's a storm of Kelby. So
Wow! Ghosted.
We tend to see a lot of teams ban 1 to 2 hard breachers. Thatcher, Flores, maybe. And then on defense, it's Kaid, it's Mira, it's Wamai. But Astralis with their mute bans. I think we've only seen a tiny number of mute bans at this entire
No, I'm kidding. He's been
Another one will be added to the list.
super nice and
Round number 1 going underway. Astralis starting
really
on
helpful
defensive
for the past
familiar
couple months, I
refrain.
gotta say.
Where will we go?
I appreciate it a lot.
Cash locked in.
So let's talk about the operator bands right now. Hibana makes the base and bomb side
Lilun.
a much better place to play when you get there because there's so many hatches and that's hold on. Oh. Come on.
But I don't really mind when people say Lilun or something else.
There's 2
I don't really care. It's nice actually.
I think that means double the booing.
Double the booze.
Double the booze.
You're gonna get, I guess.
The base and bomb side very strong with Hibana being back. So we're gonna start. We are studying CCTV, and well, Dark Zero, they are very big fans of banning out both the Thatcher and the Kaid. And normally when this happens, from a pro player myself, I always think about this is a team that is confident in their problem solving, because that's essentially what this comes down to. By banning out the Thatcher, you make life difficult for yourself in the attack, because you can't just
You answer
hit
that
the wall,
question.
boom, easy. By banning the Kaid,
How did the name
defenders
Fromage come
can just
about?
throw those nasty Kaid claws and corners
Because the
of
real
map,
name is not even
which means that
Fromage.
you can't
No,
get
it's
to the
top-notch
final
Fromage.
region unless you're possible. This now means you're on the attacker
So
side.
I've told the
You
story
can
before
use
actually.
verticality,
There was a
self-destruction, and
we had a
control
Uber
access.
driver
Also,
one time. We were going to
open up the walls,
brunch, I think,
of course, you
and
have the Maverick, and it's going to be your
was it
other
okay?
easy path through the map, but it is going to take a bit
And
more
the
time.
Uber driver was wonderful, but she had a very, she had like a way of speaking
Normally, they're opened up,
that,
so Australians are coming very well prepared into this bomb site. Oh,
what?
Canadian!
Why is,
Finds the open, expanding out the board, then a
so
huge loss operator
every
wise.
time she would say something, she was like asking us where we were going to have dinner. Oh yeah, I remember where we went to. And she was like, oh, I worked at this restaurant. It was just so, it was so top notch. They had brunch there every Sunday, and it was top notch. So she kept saying top notch for everything. And I don't know, it was just like a funny inside joke. And then I don't know why my brain just does that where it goes from like one thing to making a rhyme of the thing very quickly. And fromage obviously is French for cheese. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
So you just
Top-notch fromage because it kind of rhymes. I don't know. My brain just made that leap, which it does often.
As he's not needed in that many areas or as many
Also,
areas
hi Brit.
as he was
Hello.
before. Of course,
You're here to spam your emotes?
has all those
I swear to God, if I
etc.
so much as see one of your fucking emotes,
in a very difficult spot.
I'm gonna come to your house
Number of shotguns that happens to be in these
and
positions.
disconnect your computer.
Hyper,
Get ready. I can't interact with you because you're a woman. Could you actually get out of here because you're a woman and I'm not allowed?
No, I struggle so much to put the chair on the rug. Don't push it. You know, it's funny because when you do that, they just hear you very close, like in their ears. It's actually pretty weird how we hear you in the speakers here. It's like you're everywhere. Ugh.
Strong start though for DZ. They trade out their captain, their IGL. DP Fire will retake. Shuttle still on a tear, picking up yet another. 8 kills in 2 rounds for Shuttle.
And not refract.
DP Fire can't do
Use the
much.
third one.
Shuttle with 3. This is huge. Forrest
The timing of that.
Nice.
That was on the Canadian, if we recall correctly. But it's Pambazoo alone, a strong player. Entered this matchup with the most kills in the event.
Yellow ping, yellow ping.
Move, 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 move.
He's again his teammate screen.
Survives. Unlucky for
He's nade bounced.
So low. A single bullet will kill both.
The same that he did with the first one. He didn't time it.
Don't peek. Oh, why did you peek? I said don't peek. You didn't listen.
Now it's Shuttle again. Looking for his 4th kill with an assist to his name. Diffuser going down. Spam pings in. Shuttle moves.
What?
Tries to drop him.
He baited him. He tried to bait him. But he should have gone in the stairs and not by the rotation. This takes too long. He should have jumped in the stairs.
What?
He's baiting him out of the diffuser by running. The guy hear him running, so he stops. But he should have jumped in the stairs instead of trying to go through the rotation. Because it takes too long to go through the rotation.
Where he will end up in the history books, if you will.
I can't hear my mic on the speakers, yeah. A1 off. It is off.
And he plays the one with
I'll send you a
with
screenshot.
So much
Hang on.
ego, but confidently. It's not disrespect. It's oh my God, no! A teammate impact grenade hits 2 vital members with half HP to start the round, and there's no Thunderbird dock on the board.
Iconic fat fingering the impact, and he and DP Fire are now 1 foot in the grave for the remainder of this round, and we're still in the prep phase. That's damning. You saw in the previous round just moments ago how important it is for you to engage with full HP. Well, for Iconic and DP Fire, both strong players on their team, this is not a good spot.
I mean, Unvilla added Canadian to the fraud list, and I have to say,
Are we on Fraud Watch?
We are on Fraud Watch right now, and I will say Iconic has been added because that is not something you can get away with unseen or unspoken of. It does happen, of course. I believe that you're just trying to open up the wall between the bomb sites in a hurry, and unfortunately the spawns are incorrect, or not incorrect because you don't have a set spawn, but unfortunately somebody ran in front of him, or he clicked a little bit too early, a little bit too eagerly, and well, you saw the damage on your screen out there. Less health to work with, but still, one-shot headshots, and of course good guns in the hands of both Iconic and DP Fire. You can still make something work. If anything, just play your lives away, play aggressive, because, oh, that is a clone, not a real player, no huge loss there. DP Fire sticks around.
Is she behind us?
Good reaction time by DP Fire, playing to die upstairs. He's on that main floor. I say upstairs.
Of course, now that I did that, she's like, what did you just say?
Floor bomb site right now.
Like, what secrets are you hiding from me?
Clubhouse is still a coin flip map, 48% of the
Can I have one, or do you have only one?
The other 52% of the time it goes in favor of the attackers. This bomb site is 49 for defense, 50
Where are you going with that?
for attack.
Yeah.
How about getting yourself a huge leg up?
All of them.
All of them.
The opening pick on the hyper. What little was left of Iconic continues to get chewed away. He roams above.
So funny.
We'll link up with Shuttle as these 2 players from Astralis hold the top 4.
So close. That might have been a kill, but it wasn't. Main comes out, no damage done. Oh, but instead, it's DP Fire getting caught from the hatch above. It's Panda, 5 kills in 2 rounds.
Unbelievably fast. We're only 4.5 minutes into this map. He's already got 5 kills.
6 kills?
was in the cards.
7 kills.
Pamba party time!
Pamba party time.
7-0 to start. It's the reverse 007 Astralis. Now they only have 2 players inside the bomb site. That's all that's left. DZ getting the beginning that they needed. This is very similar to what they did on Villa. Now they're repeating it here on Clubhouse. Will they require, or will they pull a timeout from Astralis? Require Astralis to use that timeout early on? That's the real question. Air jab goes off. It's knocked Forrest over. Nades go out too. J90 holding the crucial avenue of blue. 2 players from Dark Zero in close proximity.
I moved it when I put Nova's pillow.
Open. Survey the landscape for your team with 40 seconds left. And remove the drone in the process. The Maverick working on the hatch. J90 will reposition. They're going to think that he's behind the generator. Close to the rotate hole into church, but no. Joke's on you. Instead, he's over by oil pit. All the while, Forrest with only a tiny number of bullets to his name.
Observer! We're missing everything.
He kills Pamba. First death for Pamba. Eclipse answers back. Forrest now in the middle of the bomb site.
You stop down when you don't know what to look at.
Dominant through these 2 rounds.
It's funny because I really like the top-down view, but I always see people in Twitch chat complaining about it, where they're like, we can't see anything that's happening. It's like,
I like top-down on executions like that. On site, top-down is really interesting for late round, but they never do it because they want this show of the last kill.
The like first person, yeah. What's hard is they have like a 50-50 on the, like, if it's a 1v1, they have a 50-50 on choosing who's gonna actually be the correct person to observe the kill happening.
But with the meta as it is right now, we're really relying on intense last round, like late round, and I feel like top-down is the best for that, because you get to see how do they set it, and Astralis is a really interesting team to look at for late round actually. So that would be very interesting to have some.
On the castle side, it's really going to help you add to that verticality from master bedroom up above if you so want to have that.
But they only do it at the beginning of the
very versatile operator. Can get the shield or the impacts, secondary pistol, the bailiff of course, and you get a primary or 1.5x scope. Very underrated operator that we thankfully see getting played more and more frequently.
Well, in terms of win rate, Bar and Stage has the best win rate for the defenders, 67%. Stonks, I believe you would say.
Stonks indeed.
Stonks indeed. Carrying the weight on again, which is a coin flip, Matt. Master and Jim having the poorest win rate for the defenders. I'm sure it will still be played between these 2 teams because it is a staple on defense, but you need to be more innovative, especially when you're playing up against Dark Zero, who have looked mighty fine through these 2 rounds.
Why doesn't Tarkov have an app where I can check my hideout and manage my stash from my phone?
4 jammers that can cover 8 walls.
Be so fucking cool.
Can cover 2 each. Without Bandit being on the board, it just means that
I'm gonna check my insurance from my phone.
Instantaneously from the thermite of Eclipse. The Bandit has only been played a single
Windows
round.
setting,
That didn't
maybe?
work out in their favor
Okay.
either. And that means the attacker's gonna get a little bit more time on the clock than usual.
Yeah, we can figure it out another time.
Taken good advantage of so far.
One thing that we
Kelby. I had a meeting with Kelby and he was like saying how he was like once a streamer starts playing Tarkov, they just like become a single game streamer and they just play Tarkov all the time.
Kelby, can't you advise her to stop playing this game? Tell her, even lie to her, tell her it's better for her to stop, I don't know.
I can't be stopped.
Well, are you even going to get there? Is all the killing going to happen in other parts of the map? You might not even see an execute pull it. J90 is mine.
I'm really excited about the bitbot stuff I set up. I hope that the wipe doesn't happen before GCX. Because some of the bitbot stuff I set up is like pretty fun. I spent a lot of time on it.
Big bad Nadian showing up big. A flawless 4 Dark Zero, potentially on the board. Guess what they did in round number 2 on Villa?
Flawless.
And now they're lined up to do the same thing.
I'm not going to GCX, but I am. Hello.
Ambazu's looking the wrong way. There's one out on the balcony. J90 doesn't know
He didn't even look at the balcony. Oh, no. Now he's looking. Oh, that wasn't a shot, but now I'm scared.
And he gets out of there quickly. Canadian survives. Diffuser going down from Eclipse, so J90 will drop.
This bomb site is really better when you have a bit more intel sources. You need intel sources so you can play from above and they have a bulletproof camera.
Make his own line of sight. Salma Breach goes in, last one. onto the stage wall.
They're not good on Kratos.
Really tough for J9O. 2 kills, but they're impactless at this point because he's got 3 more to go. Canadian says no thanks.
Yeah. Because you just said I don't expect anything from them. Okay. Is there anything that separates a good entry player from the best entry players besides just they win their gunfights?
Synchronization.
Synchronization. I just remembered that I had set up some.
Because a great entry player will make sure that he can be refragged, or that he's the space he gained by getting a kill or just entering the map will be useful even if they lose the gunfight.
History repeats itself in some ways. Funny how it does that. It was a flawless round in round 2 for DZ back on map 1. Almost a flawless round on round 3. But in both maps, Astralis went down 0-3, and they immediately called a timeout.
Because if you have a good entry player that winning most of their gunfights, but one day they just can't get any gunfight. They can't win any. And then that day is final of a major. And every time they die, their death is useless. They're not having anyone refragging or taking space that they were working on or anything.
I love seeing you guys together and thanks for the stream. Your commentary makes this so much better, haha. Also, silly question, is Anne ticklish?
I think it makes even more
oh, am I ticklish? Like when you do that thing? Right. Yeah. I'm not really.
Brian is the name of your voice?
Yeah, the TTS voice. Thank you for the 10, Sarah. I would say no, generally, right?
It's not that bad. And hopefully, that's what the goal is this time around as well.
I mean, to be honest, you try and it does nothing, so...
You're not the most ticklish person?
Yeah.
Because you can make quick work of
sometimes.
Yeah.
Deacon, thank you for the gifted sub. Also, Leo and Ninja Muted, thank you for the resubs. Lady Red Dragon, thank you also for the gifted sub for Brit. So you can use my emotes in my channel. Don't fucking use anyone else's emotes.
I hate hearing you everywhere. It's horrible.
I'm everywhere. Yeah, it's like surround sound.
Searching for their very first victory, they've run through 3 of the 4 bomb sites. I suspect we'll see the 4th.
I can't believe that. That's so toxic.
Hasn't popped up just yet. Back over to Cash and CCTV we go. Bandit on the board.
Was that targeted toward Brick?
Completely blew apart the defense from
What? The joke I was making? Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I mean originally.
So J9O placing that utility, all 4 have been used. Even if he dies at this point, he's not bringing any gadgets with him to the grave. It's also going to make entry for DZ significantly.
What's up, Crafty Mama?
Hello. Especially if they want to go for the avenues where those bandit batteries have been placed.
Yeah. Now it comes down to problem solving because Canadian is not.
I didn't follow. Where did they put the castle barricades?
There was one. Yeah, there was one there. I don't see where the other ones are.
To be a problem. DZ themselves banned the Thatcher. They should know how they want to deal with this trouble ahead of them. It can be a nade below, a flourish drone. So many different options, but currently no real action being taken. We see Shuttle now roaming, Forrest holding down the vertical angle to that hatch, and we see Sledge below. We can assume a nade is about to follow up.
No, Forrest realizes how close they are, side by side with Iconic. Not exactly having the first best of 5 that he wants.
Need my animates before I get banned.
Especially not here on Clubhouse. I'm just waiting for some big moments because I highly doubt, no matter what the result is, that he will continue to be this unsuccessful. Pamazoo gets the very first kill. Don't be confused. It's not the nade that gets tossed up. DP Fire is down for the count. DP Fire also not having the greatest start to Clubhouse. Selma's going off as the bandit batteries have been removed, and that gives DZ the ability to waltz into the bomb site should they want to do so.
Is DP fires the catalog play. That means Garage is all clear for Dark Zero. This is the perfect situation to be in. Now Charlotte, they need to find something to claw it back because they're losing.
It's pretty accurate. I mean, if you look at
DZ can just walk on in and
the picture,
take down the diffuser.
A big bad Nadian indeed. 4-1 to him as he shuts down Shuttle, and he's still now inside a Garage. He can reposition, so he chooses. Dark Zero winning these opening picks and then taking the lead in every single round that comes with it. Iconic lined up as J9O needs to be very wary, but it's bloodshed inside of the bomb site. Not a single kill for Astralis. And they're not going to do it. No! It's 4 in a row for Dark Zero in the 4th one.
I feel like you look at that and you're like,
no, you need to find.
No, look, the red circles on its cheeks. It has 2 eyes and a mouth.
Oh my god, you know what you're doing right now?
What?
Exactly what you hate, what people do to you when they're like, oh, you look like that person only because you both have brown hair and dark eyes, and that's it.
People do that a lot. Every new character that comes out in Siege that's like vaguely Asian looking, they're a lot like, that's you! They made a character.
Didn't they say that for Thunderbird?
Yeah, Thunderbird, Hibana, Ying, Dokkaebi.
She doesn't have an Asian background.
If yeah, like dark hair is the one thing, yeah.
Dark hair, brown eyes. Oh, it's you.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
And even though it wasn't like a massive reason as to why they lost that round, it just kind of started a whoopsie. I will say, Jane, I know individual.
When they say that Hannah and you look alike.
Yeah. Or that we sound alike. I've had that too. People have said that I sound like Hannah, or that Lexi and I sound alike too. Yeah.
Like Hannah, I would be like, you don't sound the same, but I can see it. Lexi, no.
I don't know if this has ever been possible. I've seen before.
I'm trying to remember how this works.
Are playing impact grenades. No true shotgun, no C4, no deployable shield, no bulletproof. It's all impact grenades.
Sort of those obscure moments or obscure stats where I wish we could track that and say, when, if ever, has this happened before?
They're really into impact tricking, and that's why they're banning Hibana, but I feel like
we've seen like 4 nitro cells on one side. We call that out. We see teams with 3 deployable shields back when that was still something that was doable. And we call that out too. Hey!
Oh yeah. See, now I can pull up questions and they show up on the stream.
Down goes Canadian, a 5v4.
Like I can highlight questions from the chat.
How do you do that? How do you
It's a plugin for OBS. I just click on them over here.
Oh.
And then I'm waiting to see how long before it goes away.
Can you decide how long it stays?
I think so, yeah.
Hard destruction damage. You don't need those helmet charges. Sure, they're a nice backup if you need them, but they're not required for this round. So while you are playing 4 vs 5, you still got all the tools.
And yes, they changed that animation. It arrives later, but then they do a different animation when it's time to release the nade.
40 seconds is a long time.
How quickly does Dark Zero have to go about this room clear, and how quickly does Pembs have to find these kills?
I mean, if there's going to be anybody who does it, it's him. He's about to break double digits. Nick, he's just a single kill away. A stalemate now. This whole bit of action has happened miles away from the actual bomb site, which is downstairs.
Where's the door? He's hiding.
That's cool.
Yeah, it kind of bugs out sometimes, so I don't use it very frequently.
Doesn't see him.
Oh, J90 capitalizes, but not before DP Fire can fall. The Panbazoo, that was a call made maybe a bit too late. He trades out the alibi.
Yeah, there you go.
Astralis still lose a body.
Nice.
The gain one back from
So how long did it stay?
Honestly,
It was set to 40 seconds, so I set it to
a bigger win than sacrificing DP Fire.
15.
They still have the map control in hand, and J90 now with that last 45 seconds time, they're falling back to bomb side, and Battles comes out.
NJR is the one to take all the damage. J90 still in this position. They know he's there. He
Ooh.
gets double for
Nice.
that spot. 3 kills, and NJR is the last man for DZ. Diffuser inside of blue. J90 persists. Shuttle still around as well. I believe it's Shuttle over top of blue hatch, just watching the diffuser. NJR has no intel, only 20 seconds left, and it's J90 down. NJR can clutch. Shuttle doesn't need to engage here, but
Nice.
does anyway. Confidence is king. And in this case, it's Astralis. 5th round goes to Astralis. They're finally on the board.
It's a close call from Shuttle saying, you know what, the time is running low, but I will take this gunfight with confidence and still win the round. J90 and Panda kind of playing hide and seek there for a moment. It was really scary to watch. It was J90 who came out on top and found the kill, traded back his teammate. Panda on 10 kills in 5 rounds.
Two KPR.
A Forest chant, as he was the one who clutched up. Baron stage for Astralis, their very final defense. The scoreline looking eerily similar to what
Did you say a Forest chant as he's the one who clutched it, but Shuttle was the last person alive?
And yet they still won the map. Dark Zero doesn't make it easy.
And J90 is the one who got a triple
And in
kill?
this case, a 4-1 lead for Dark Zero
I'm
on
confused.
their map, though, is very different. If I was a fan of DZ,
What headphones are the players using? So they bring their own in-ear monitors for game audio
And comms.
and comms, and they wear like they're like aircraft heads, like pilot headsets over top that are they produce white noise, and do like background cancellation, and then they have a mic, and that is how they communicate. So they wear the overhead headset at the same time as the in-ear monitors.
Oh, I didn't see that. Because of the feedback on Emerald Plains, they decided to push back the release of the Cold Singapore.
Yeah, they pushed it to season 4.
He hears the rappel. A drone goes out. Look
I
at this.
think
6th sense. Pambazu like almost knows
I
there's
think
something.
that they can hear the audience somewhat, right? But not like perfectly. I don't know.
You can hear the big screams, but mostly you just feel the vibration of the bass,
So DZ answers back
the low
after they had lost
frequencies.
NJR earlier in the round. Astralis is bringing the fight to DZ.
Yeah, I think they actually said that they're like pilot headsets.
Trade 1 for 1, but right now if Pam is still alive, that means that, well,
I love watching when you see that kind of thing, and they're like using all their utility on that door, and there's literally no one there. Just threw 2 impacts at it, and there's no one even close.
He looks angry.
Against all odds with his drone, spotting him, wall being opened up, member at the door.
Iconic here just continuing to toss it out. He doesn't have a single kill on this half of Clubhouse.
They don't delay the stream.
Dismal
There's no,
maybe
I mean,
one of the worst
we're watching the stream, but I mean, how is the, how do you even want them to just to delay the audience from the, or the game from the audience when they're literally watching it on stage? They can't.
In those bomb fights or in those gunfights. Iconic still down, leaving Shuttle and DB fire.
And is this stream at all delayed for us? Because I know that during EU League it's delayed by like 4 minutes.
So during EU League, they delayed because they don't want us to be to have the stream on our phones or something to be able to see what's going on, obviously.
Yeah.
On an event like that, it is not delayed. Because we don't have our phones, they take our phones away anyway, so.
Yeah. So you can't, there's no opportunity for you to watch the stream at all.
Well, they connect with their very final kill. It's their map for good reason. But
Yeah, this was their map pick, to be fair. Astralis won their map pick, and now Dark Zero picked Clubhouse, so.
First half, Dark Zero moved to defense with the wind at their backs.
I really want to point out
Yeah, they take your phone away.
Droning can be boring
in a
to play
case.
Rainbow Six Siege, but the amount of drone work that
You
Dark
get it
Zero's
after the game.
Anyone who couldn't make it to the LAN made it past group stage.
Team
Team 1 had, they made the playoffs, but they're out now, obviously.
3 hours of Dark Zero. How can they win this round now?
Team 1 had 3 players in person at the LAN, and 2 were back in Mexico.
Only for the playoffs. For the group stage, they were all in Mexico.
Oh, okay, so 3 of them were able to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, they flew in on the 19th.
I wonder why you would bother, like, wouldn't you just stay in Mexico with your team, I guess?
It's something to be at, man, it's an experience.
Yeah.
You mentioned Pambazu who had that 6th sense. It didn't seem that way for a moment, but we figured out later on.
And I think that was the only one.
Inside that blue area that spotted
Yeah.
out Iconic, and that's kind of what led to that situation playing out the way it was.
Because it was G2, BDS, Liquid, and then OXG, Astralis.
Near their feet, giving information to Dark
Wait,
Zero.
G2,
They did
BDS,
so much easier to
Liquid,
win their gunfights.
Astralis, Dark Zero,
They have to match that same
Team 1,
kind of drone game
OXG,
from the same similar attack
and
success, because we're starting off with that
XSET,
base
yeah.
single
So it was all the
drone
NA
game
teams.
where we're playing so
And Liquid was, yeah, Liquid was the only LATAM team that had all 5 players there.
It really does not get much more aggressive than this. We also see again 2 sets of impacts, 2 sets of C4s. So much explosive economy for these defenders to use both vertically and horizontally.
You noted that when it was DZ on attack,
T1 was all online during groups.
A couple of their executes. Well, here,
and then 3 in person.
Astralis are bringing 2 sets of them. Jackal and Thermite will both hold on. Astralis in the last round got real aggressive.
So
in the face
there is
of
actually a
Astralis,
team called T1.
or up in the face of Dark Zero. Now it's their turn.
Yeah, T1 is not the same thing as Team 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if he lingered.
T1 is like the red logo, that's like the F1 logo, and then Team 1 is like a silver and gold
But J9 still misses the engagement.
LATAM team.
Hyper taking out a huge chunk of his HP. DZ can move to match point with a victory here, which is just such a commanding performance. Again, this was a big gamble from Astralis. They hadn't shown Clubhouse. They felt prepared. The preparation in the first half was
I'm
mostly
showing Kratos because they don't play Kratos.
Will it change in this half for them on attack? We're just looking at attacker-sided Clubhouse. So far, DZ have looked finer on the minute that we've had.
Hurt my neck. Working out, chat. That's why I'm making weird.
Yes, they are, Cobra. They're an attack.
DZ losing HP from both Hyper and Panda. They get the kill. J90 still down below. Hyper taken out. It's a joint effort, but NJR trades back. First kill for Iconic on the board. Forest as well in on it. That means a 3v3 for these teams.
3v3.
Very quick.
They still have a minute 15.
A nice, even matchup.
Is Cloud9 still in Impact?
The bulk of Iconic
Or did they leave?
not that secondary heart rate getting that Dark Zero
actually,
bringing themselves.
it keeps moving. I don't follow too much of
Epic,
Epic, but I think they left now.
On the A's being shut down early means there's no more heart beats left from Astralis. Let's walk through this hallway and somehow find kills. But Forrest,
C9 does not have a team anymore.
He finds a gap, he exploits
Kelby
it,
says.
and then he opens the round for his
Yeah,
team.
okay, that's what I thought.
Calling for the skeleton key on
Because
the
they were
side
NA,
wall
and then they left. They went to APAC, and then they left again. So, ooh, the timing on that one.
There's a ton of gunfights going down. The running man from Iconic is Panbazoo is the only one, and he's gonna come toe to
nice.
toe. Fofo Song.
Oh, cute. Whose family is that?
And it sure does seem like an attacker-sided clubhouse.
That it does, and I mean,
We're next. I know C9. C9's gonna change it to a different region now. I love seeing people's families like that, supporting them. That's so cute. I'm not sure whose family that is, but someone on Astralis, I guess.
Swinging that moto door while having a Goyo canister and 2 Captain traps on it, I have to question, why would you choose to do that? You had so many different ways to approach the round, so much different utility. If you have a Goyo canister, that Vulcan shield, so to speak, or the previous shield has a Vulcan canister instead, you could pop it, buy 20 seconds worth of time and stall on the bomb site itself, but you swing for the gunplay instead. I know you're the vigil, but you don't have to use that gunplay as your only matter of winning, or means of winning. You can do so many different things. We're gonna try again. Reset if you're Dark Zero. Same lineup, same operators, same exact situation. Impact grenades being brought to make quick work of the map. 1 C4 in the
I haven't noticed, yeah, the duplicate sound thing I haven't noticed too much.
The map once more. Maybe this time fall back earlier or hold on to it with more bodies, whereas Astralis, they did a 4-man roll. DC only really had 2 roamers.
Plenty of flexibility on this bomb site. And if there's one player in this lobby that knows the SSG roam when it comes to this bomb site, it's Canadian, who for a long time was on that space station gaming roster.
Who's casting? This is Pengu and Intero Parker.
Spread out all over the map. Looks like the first
Yeah, I don't think they're doing it every time, so that helps a lot. They have been doing like a slow-mo thing, which has been pretty funny. The like voice has been pretty funny.
Here we go. There it is. The logic bomb finally goes off. Dark Zero.
Yeah, at least they're not doing it 5 times in a row. That was too much.
Well done for them. Down goes Panbazoo, J90 on the entry.
Way too much.
Has been that fabled raid boss, as we've talked about before, sitting at 13 kills and now 6 deaths to his name. Eclipse on the road. Concealed himself with the cloaking device. The Vigil takes out Shuttle. DZ equalizes. It's the first minute of action. These entries from Astralis, so much quicker because DZ are taking gunfights more than we saw Astralis try to.
Yeah, and again, like there's less roamers from DC. They're only really sending 2 members up aggressively, but thankfully, Panbazoo is playing that Thunderbird, so once Eclipse made it back to the bomb site, he's now back on full HP. It's also why Thunderbird is such a good roaming operator, because you can put down your piece of utility, go do something else, and if you fall, well, your teammates can still benefit from your gadget later on, and if you survive and make it back to the site yourself, well...
Man, Pamba making a name for himself this major too. 13 kills.
Looking a bit better, because this time the secondary heartbeat gadget has been brought from Iconic. That's going to speed up the process of breaching the walls, and Forrest also had 1 more exothermic charge left, and he still has that available in his pocket as well.
I mean, Buck versus Sledge is very much a strategic choice and a stylistic choice for
Yeah, he's been having a really good event.
In this case, the Buck allows them to shoot out
And he's, I think, a pretty recent pickup for DZ as well.
Of course, unreinforced. But additionally, that secondary hard breach is huge. If you can clear out whatever anti-gadget utility is...
Yeah, the way that...
then you can bring that hard breach.
The way that... Like, Pro League... Oh, jeez. Wow. Wow! Wow, wow, wow! Triple kill before they finally take him down.
Brings 3 players down to hell with them. And he's gonna stay there. Astralis with 3
Uh,
players up front, and they
and you're dead. Dang. Nice job.
This is their second in a row on attack. Signs of life from the Astralis squad and a huge round from
The way that Pro League plays is so different from the way that
Immediately on the side in the third to follow. And Iconic really showing up in that round. You look right here. Gets the trade.
from the way that ranked or like casual even plays. It's super different. People play like yeah, like the meta is completely different.
The king has been without his crown for most of the day, but he seems to have earned it on that one. So lopsided that Dark Zero ends up taking their timeout. Guess what round they took their timeout in on Villa?
Oh my god. The 8th round?
Right
after the 8th round?
Both timeouts taken by these teams in the same rounds. The difference is that the score line was not the same. It was 4-4 for Astralis when it was taken, but I feel like Dark Zero senses that momentum shift coming. Astralis are being far more aggressive. Astralis on entry looking far deadlier. On many of those defensive rounds, Astralis just sat back. They allowed
Creative cam placements, that's for sure. Different angles and things. There's a lot to learn from watching pro players.
So many rounds, round after round, Astralis just sat there and just died. There wasn't a lot of life. They didn't take a lot of gunfights. They didn't have support on the roam. On attack, they're now playing very well together. And I mean, it's not just Astralis on defense playing a bit sloppy. We praise the drone work of Dark Zero and how good and how clinical it looked on some of those rounds at being able to hunt down the roamers and then still have enough drones left in that wondrous drone economy that we talk about to get themselves into positions for the post plant so that should Astralis be in a position to retake, if DZ hadn't killed them all, they would be under watch. Now it's Astralis doing the same thing to Dark Zero.
We are finding ourselves in a Tiger-favored situation on Clubhouse, and it is not a huge surprise given the operator bans and just like the nature of how these teams play and how explosive they are when you find or see an opening. And I mean, we saw Forrest on the first basement attack. He just clawed his way through the bottom side, just made quick work of DC. And then the round 8 that we just witnessed, well, it was Iconic's turn, sprinting through the fire, thinking, well, if the fire's in the ground, no one's going to be watching me walking through. He was right. It's a massive risk to take, but it pays off.
Who's the other what?
And in an instant. Of course, I think if you're Dark Zero right
other
now, you
M's?
have to talk about your bomb side prioritization because you can't just go basement 3 times in a row and not change anything. So odds are they're looking for a different bomb site and a different kind of objective because, well, the way Astralis is roam clear just...
I don't know how many pauses, how many technical pauses. Maybe the 3rd. I don't remember.
Now is because of one of the coaches' mics not working, and well, you don't need to be a player to know that not being able to talk to your team when you're in a tactical timeout is a bad thing. So the mic issue will get resolved, and then we will then go back into the tactical timeout. As far as I'm aware, the teams have not been able to successfully speak to their coaches because we immediately moved into the tech pause. So we wait, and we'll update you as the issue gets fixed. It means that the team can talk to
the other lady next to you.
Cannot, and as you can see, Mint was the one who called the timeout.
Yep.
He can't talk to his team right now. The assumption is that Kalev is the one that's having the tech issue.
Well, it was Fromage, aka Laloon. She's the head coach for the Wolves team, which is an EU League team. But it's just funny because there's no one here. Like, who? Who are you seeing?
Surely in a few moments we will be back in the server. It looks like it might be solved. We'll see in just a second. And when that occurs, of course, the tactical timeout will then resume. Both coaches can speak to the team what they think they should be doing going forward. And if anything, right now, it's a bit of breathing room for both of these teams where they can think, well, what's our next step? What will the previous rounds and really how they want to spend their next 45 seconds to talk to the
Therefore, I created them, which means... Can I have one, please?
There it is. It has been resolved. Woo! Thank you for the one guy in the crowd.
Got a thick one.
Yeah.
Good day. And now both teams can speak to their coaches and each other, of course. Like the
so I heard they're taking a timeout at the same time, huh?
Figure out what's the next step here.
Wouldn't that be a trip?
They had a technical timeout, and then the coach mic wasn't working, so they Now they're starting the tactical timeout.
Didn't both teams took a tactical timeout at the same time?
This is actually
no.
the first
I
time
thought that's
this
what
bomb
this
site
is.
is going to show up. I speculated in the first half when it was Astralis on defense.
Because that never happened to me in the past.
It's not Astralis who's bringing it though. It's DZ. So
Mm.
all 4 bomb sites on Villa
I have no
were
idea.
shown. All 4
I don't think so.
bomb
Astralis
sites
just won
on
like 2
Clubhouse
rounds in a row pretty
also
decisively, so I can't imagine that they
This,
would
though,
call for a
is the
timeout
bomb
at that
site
point.
with the worst win rate for the defenders on Clubhouse. A 38% win rate. Look at the lineup of Dark Zero. What do they do to ensure that they are not a part of the 38%? What do they do to ensure they are part of the winning 62% for defenders?
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, 2 main operators here is going to be
I stole the mic
Maestro
because I was the
and
only one
Bandit,
talking.
because the Bandit is used to try to deny
This is
the
very
wall
cool.
utility that the attackers try and go through, and Eclipse and the Maestro, the older phenomenal weapon, 81 bullets of
Sing us
destruction
a
that
song,
can be
you're the
charged
piano
with
man.
keys that, for example, iconic
Bad
Bandit
idea.
has, but also the information game with the bubble. That is the evil eye,
Oh.
Maestro's gadget.
Both
camera
teams
that
took
is.
their tactical
Gives you a
timeout
ton of
at the
information,
same
Zap
time
drones, etc.,
for
to stop people
each
from
map.
planting as well.
Oh.
A single C4
Boring.
in the pocket of Canadian can be used from below as well with that information to shut down a plant or a player. And that's really where
On the last game,
Panda's staking the Thunderbird pretty much every single round.
he stopped acting like idiot.
3, I think he wants the freedom. Put down the utility
And trolling.
a nice weapon and impacts to go with it. You can play aggressive.
Because I don't care that the game doesn't bring us anything. I want them to play
Kind
correctly.
of freedom you want to allow your star player to have.
One of the things with no Kaid on the board means that if you see electricity, you know there's a bandit battery there, but oh!
No, I told them it's okay to have fun, but we're not here to disrespect anyone, so.
Yeah. Like, take it seriously.
Which they didn't mean to disrespect anyone, but it could feel like they like it, so I wanted them to be a bit more serious about it.
You've got tons of backup, though.
I feel like that's probably hard when it's like this match like means nothing really because it doesn't change anything.
Mhm.
So it can be very easy to be like, let's just mess around, whatever, you know.
And they have to be very wary of any
But
player inside of construction.
I wanted us to focus on
A little bit of difficulty, but a
showing
small
at least a
opening
little bit of
potentially
ego.
grenade to go in. They should have no problem.
Getting 2 wins instead of 1 at the end of the major, you know?
Use that if they're upside down as a kill.
It's true. Adds a bit of pressure, and as an attacker, that's what you want to do. Open up as many lines of sight as possible and forced. Just walks on in. No, no, saw the bubble. Walk back out because it's an information game again, right? He can't just sneak in. If that Maestro Evil Eye wasn't there, surely he just continues in.
Nade for J90. Can it go off in the right spot? It does, but doesn't get the Evil Eye cam. And JR swings onto the opening. 2 kills. Dark Zero using their timeout effectively. Match point if they prevail in this round, and it's looking mighty good so far. Now it's J90 in an engagement. For Astralis, you are getting beat to the punch. A minute to go, you haven't been able to secure a single kill. Panbazoo is close enough that he's within striking distance and can swing. Astralis' second attempt at Jim. But down goes J90, and now Shuttle needs to be wary of the flank. He misses an opportunity for a refrag, so instead, he'll hold his position.
Torch comes out again. Backs against the wall, can't do much in this situation. And Eclipse looking to get aggressive. That all that we spoke about.
Those
So many
cookies are
bullets.
incredible.
Only needs a few.
Shuttle might pop up in front of that line of sight, but Iconic sees the foot, gets the down. There's another player close by. The Maestro is still there. Blocks the damage.
There's
to the
holes.
shins, not
Maverick.
You made them!
Maverick!
You made them! Hello?
These fucking Maverick holes.
So crucial for both teams, but Shuttle is in between a rock and a hard place with no time left. He takes Hyper down, but it's at JR to secure the final kill. Dark Zero goes to map point on map number 2. One more round indeed, Nick.
Getting close again. What happened last time we got close, Parker? There was a comeback that occurred.
It was ugly.
Rounds
Yeah.
being
Nice
swung
one.
in the opposite side, and the Astralis are fighting to keep it on their advantage.
I drank that water really wrong, and now I'm suffering.
Let's skip to next map already.
Next map is
Border. That's the map I wanted to play as Rise.
It's also they said earlier it's Dark Zero's best map. Stats wise, apparently. I don't know if that's supposed to be for this event or what.
Because you
But
know
they said it was their
it's
best
gonna
one.
be open, and because of where the Maverick
check.
was at the time,
I have this
and because
information.
they hadn't really heard anything else around the breach, it's safe to assume, okay,
I don't have it in my head, but I have it on my phone.
If you're reading this, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, by the way. Thank you.
Throws you off. Once that Evil Eye became a big factor inside
Face off stage 1.
Gym, Astralis needs somebody to go downstairs to deal with it. You know that there's one player unaccounted for down there. You know that
I don't know. They said that at the beginning of the.
There's 3 on the breach. NJR gets 1, trades himself out, big value. 2, huge.
They said that at the beginning of the.
But he doesn't get traded out. He gets away alive. Be aggressive.
I was gonna say the same thing for this round. You've killed 2 drones in prep phase for DC. I want to see 4 roamers, 1 person on the side, because you got those Goyo canisters to help you if anybody rushes you. That's gonna buy you time for defenders, the roamers rather, to come back to the bomb site. Challenge Astralis, get into gunfights.
I'm glad you say that, because with attacker repick being a huge benefit to the attackers, teams like W7M have excelled by just being so aggressive on their roams. Take the fight to the attackers, and it keeps the game far more even. Forrest had made his way in as both the Nook and the Vigil, operating very similar in what they do, though on different sides of the battlefield. They're close enough. Pambazoo's also still upstairs. I don't think they know that Forrest is there at all. Just sitting on the main stairs, waiting.
He's creeped in past the first lines of defense. Could just take the bombs out here. He finds Canadian. That's massive trouble for Dark Zero.
Forrest will walk in, but he's stopped by the Banshee.
Oh, nice shot.
Counts. Forrest with a kill and immediately back to the top of main stairs. The alarm bell sounding for Dark Zero. As now it's hyper gone to J90 and JR with the first kill for DZ on the board. We're not even at the halfway point of this round, and yet Astralis has an advantage. Forrest still on the hunt. I don't think they've spotted him just yet. Up top. But the player that was up there, NJR, has dropped down. He wins the duel on the shuttle. A bit too slow from Forrest. And another drop, but it's iconic to come out ahead of that one. Losing a lot of HP in the process, but still the ultimate goal. Now it's eclipsed to
Wait,
try and
you meant
reduce
best map for DZ or for Astralis?
Zero. He'll do just that quite well, but not for
This is a good
long
map
as
for Astralis,
J90 cleans up these teams. Just dueling each other. A minute left, and Pambazoo can win in a 1v2, but it's a very heady task. Back into the bomb site. Sitting on the A chassis.
Yeah, that's map.
Players from Astralis spread out well.
Quarter.
Plenty of time as well. 45 seconds left.
I really want to know where they get that from, because, I mean...
Open up some of those hatches and look at this. I don't know if this was planned by Astralis ahead of time, but it's a contingency nonetheless.
Man, I really messed up my drink that wrong.
Bit of pause. J90 as well. Pamba sitting.
What's messed up is when you drink something wrong and you mess up your throat,
right now.
And the only way you can fix it is by drinking more.
Pamba clutch. He knows.
Oh, there's one.
Stunned for a bit, but he continues to get away. Now that's the diffuser to get picked up. Is it party time?
It's Pamba party time. Damn. Nice job. Wow. Nice clutch.
Huge match for the newest addition to Dark Zero. And indeed,
really nice.
Clubhouse goes dark and it goes into the win column.
Oh, he's so tiny.
DZ73.
He's like a baby. I wonder how old he is actually.
The hardest part about it,
because I know he's like new, right? He's like newer to the squad.
Pamba has to sit still for a full-on minute and just wait for
You know
the
that
2002.
And at the exact moment when the goal
God, are there people that are allowed to be born past 2000?
You know that they don't grow up at that age anymore, though. You're acting like he's small and he still has to grow.
Like he's like young. Like he's like a baby.
Yeah, just that you're like, he's tiny and but he's young, but like, he's not gonna get taller.
No, it's not about his height. It's about him being a baby. And they were all like patting him on the head and stuff, like he was just like a little boy. He was cute.
We want to get to border. We know you do too. Sit tight.
Yeah, I don't know where they get that stat from, because it's just not true.
They're lying to
or they ask them like in scrims and stuff.
They ask them, what's your best map?
I would
you tell us.
I mean, that would be stupid to answer the right thing.
No, I'm not gonna set up new microphones. I don't even know if they're charged or anything. It's fine. I would be down to change the like Windows settings, but I'm not gonna fuck with changing the microphone.
Is the sound that bad?
No, I just don't. I don't think it's that bad to matter. It will be useful for if I do like cooking streams and stuff. That's why I got it, but not for this. Yeah.
What mics are you talking about?
The little Rode tiny.
The high frequencies?
I don't know what that means.
They're like.
It's like a clip-on.
Like on TV or when you film something.
Yeah. I got that for like vlogging.
Mm.
Yeah. I didn't get that for this kind of stuff. Yeah, I mean, I figured it wasn't gonna be like perfect, but whatever. Other helmet opposite the Stormtrooper and Halo helmet's new. No. This one? I've had that for a while. That's the Mass Effect like collector's edition or whatever. It's a swamp. Is North Carolina a swamp? Oh, there's a bird. It's like a goose. There's no fun.
You're very cute.
Why?
A swamp. Oh, a bird!
There's a goose. He just flew away.
Look at the bird. Trees.
It's a big swamp. I was trying to think about. They're like not really trees. They look like little bushes. Or I can't tell. They are trees. It's weird. The perspective I think is hard. Like they're small trees. No, they're trees. Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna show you something
yeah, no,
for reference.
Yeah, I was struggling to like place the.
They're cars.
Okay, cars aren't cute though. Fuck cars. So the scale. That's the word I was looking for. The scale was difficult for me with that.
Wow, imagine how California would be if we had water.
Every time I see this, I say, imagine how California would look if we actually had water. We would have, I mean, we do have some stuff kind of like this. More in Northern California. Like Yosemite, when there's actually water, is beautiful.
Why is there sometimes a message in red?
It's when they use my name, or they at me, then it highlights it in red. I can turn that off, but California and water. I know there was a thing I saw just a couple, like yesterday maybe, that was yeah, now they're all gonna do it. That was like, stop pre-rinsing your dishes before you put them in the dishwasher. California's in a drought, and it was this like 10 tweet thread about how we should stop using water to like do whatever, and everybody was just like, what about like all the like golf courses that are just using like literally hundreds of thousands of gallons of water for nothing, just for the like yard. Also, why aren't they just turf?
The handle can pick up the building.
Why don't you just turf golf courses? What's the point of having actual grass? Why not? I mean, it would say, ow, I just hurt my foot. Why not just use like actual? Yeah, home use is like nothing. Agriculture, I think, is 80% or more of California's land. So if you guys just want us to stop making like almonds and citrus fruits and artichokes and stuff, then it's the classic like blame the consumer when large corporations and like commercial use is the actual culprit, but make us feel guilty about using water ever.
I think it's good that golf courses are with actual grass, because then like insects, birds, like little animals and stuff, they have.
I think grass is not actually ideal for animals like that, and for insects especially and stuff. It's supposed to be like natural plants, like a yard, not a lawn, is better for birds and things, and like bugs. You know, like when it's like clover and stuff? Yeah, they also spray pesticides. They don't, golf courses are not there to be like an ecological place for bugs and birds. Like they don't want them. They just want nice green grass.
Isn't it easier to take care of though? I know the water question. Yeah, because like when it rains and all the mold and stuff. I don't know.
That was a strong performance, a scary performance. If you're a fan of Astralis.
Perhaps there's a reason.
Okay, stop being weird about the tickling thing. It's cringe and I don't like it. And she's not gonna like it either, so just stop.
Only getting a single round.
I tried to ignore it with the gifted subs,
It was
but
tough for them. It was tough. And of course,
that's not gonna happen, so just stop. Cheesy, thank you for the 63 months. Dillard and Mateus, thank you for the resubs. Appreciate that, thank you.
Yes.
It's cringe and weird, and Fromage never comes on stream, and if you're gonna be a fucking weirdo about it, she's never gonna come on stream again, so
you know,
leave it alone.
ban away a map, the whole stage.
This is the reason that she doesn't like being on stream, because you guys are weird sometimes. Some of you, not all of you. Most of you have been really good, but there's like one fucking person. Athale, thanks for the 82 months.
But the problem is that map is so checklist ready. If you do
What's up,
A,
Face?
you do B, you do C, and you do them well, you'll win.
Yeah, there's like dandelions and like weeds and stuff like that are actually really good for like bugs and birds to like eat the bugs.
Yeah, they came through with the mute ban.
Did they take it off?
Kind of make things
They take it off?
the defensive
Golf
half.
course? I don't know. I'm asking because I actually.
Yeah, it's like golf courses are meant to just
across
be
that
for
top floor.
golfing.
They
Like
didn't
they're
try
not.
gym a single.
It's not for
really
natural.
wanted to make that cash.
Well, then
they tried to
fuck
stage
it.
twice. Neither of them really.
Yeah,
for golf course.
I just don't know why they don't make them turf.
On church where Jane
Like just
kind of went hard.
just do the whole thing in
managed
turf,
to win
and
on
I don't
defense.
understand
So
why. And I'm sure there's gonna be like some weirdo golf fanatic who's like,
all in all, at least it's
grass is better for the golfing experience, and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, but it also is like worse for the environment. So who cares?
That map was rough.
Actually,
we still got a lot more to go in the series. It is still a best of 5. Let's take a look at the stats here. I mean, one moment there, like I think Iconic accidentally impacted himself and DB Fire at the beginning of that one round. That is a sign of nerves. That is not a play you see from him basically ever. And so I feel like that's an aberration.
Usually
It's not
built
something we're
on
gonna see here.
waterways.
No, certainly not. I think that we're going to be looking for the mental bounce back on the side of Astralis. This is one that they really need to just put behind them and say, okay.
Right, yeah, like the grass is specifically designed
on the side of Dark Zero.
But it's just where it's like, it means to me that like
map and NJR 10 kills. I believe that brings them up to 30 total for the series. If this goes very long, we may
you could just
start
make it
taking a
turf
look in on the kill record,
and you can design it to be better.
It's certainly possible.
The temperature difference, turf is really hot.
The grand finals of the
Maybe
Charlotte
the
Major, right? But
ball-
Prohibitively expensive for a golf course.
A little bit deeper.
It's a
This is
golf
gonna be
course.
round number 6.
It's like
if I recall,
they bring
correctly,
it. It's like
this was just
millions
a
of
classic
dollars. Like they have
dismantling
so much
the defense
money.
by Dark Zero.
Yeah,
And if you don't have money, then like you can't build a golf course.
I thought about something.
patient after
You know
they've
how
done
there's
everything
rubber
they've built
in
their
turf?
Because
Maybe
of
the
aggression that Astralis
golf
were trying
ball
to bring. You see
bounces
here,
and rolls
Jane
too
Nine
much
up,
on
he
it compared
runs
to
himself
real
out.
grass.
Richard Eclipse could have been trying to push in there.
Create a new turf. Made for it.
I mean,
the same with Canadian onto Iconic.
I don't know,
and
figure
then
it
in the top
out.
right of the screen there, shuttle's going down to try and get the refrag.
That's
And once
just-
again, DZ, they're not having to work for these kills. The first checklist on that bar stage attack is to go and take
Turf
control
is super
of CCTV
bouncy.
and
Okay,
Garage.
well then
They
change
open
the way that you
walls,
play golf.
And then they just, it was almost like they had a hand
I mean,
just went, just stop, because they will run it up. They did.
Plan for
and
it.
was such
Like
a
I mean,
mistake with DZ.
but that's why
And that was a
like
big part of
I'm
their
not
attack. That's
kidding.
why they got 5 attacks.
Like
with the Straws, they're so good at trading out those kills. But
like
when
you
it comes
know
so
that the
aggressive like
sand
that,
pit,
making these big
the ball is
decisions,
going to
there's
behave
no hope to
differently,
trade if you're just
right?
face checking, walking out of the breach on platform.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult to play.
And
this
like
style
different
defense
types
across
of there's like the different types
It
of
looked
like
clinical, and that
lawn,
brings
right?
us to our next map, which is
Where
going to be
the
bordered.
ball
Now,
is
looking ahead of that
affected
a little bit,
differently.
What do you expect to see out of Astralis to try
Right?
to get
We
back
already
into it?
accept that the
Borders
ball
is
behaves
Astralis.
differently on different types of land.
It's a lot more compact.
So
It's so much more
make it
compact.
turf,
We saw
and
that
then
just that previous
you
stuff that we saw. The
have to
proximity
accept
between
and
defenders is
learn
quite far
that
away.
it's going to
That's why they
behave
were
differently.
Able to be isolated in 1v1s. In border, they'll be much more on top of each other, and as we keep saying, Astralis are probably the best team.
You
in the
can't
world
have
at
artificial
the minute
turf
at
because
refrag,
divots. You
so
need to
they'll
get
be
under the
close
ground to hit the
proximity,
sweet spot.
They'll be able to play completely.
I mean,
different
turf
ways.
isn't
I
like
think this
this.
map's
You
super
can make
solid.
actual like make turf that is
Remember, Assault
designed
picked this map
for
against
for
Exit
golfing.
in the playoff run-ins. The only map they've lost to the playoffs until now with this clubhouse pick. So it's one that they have been very strong on, but they're beatable. Dark Zero, they're strong on, unbeatable. So far, 2 plays from Dark Zero.
Actually, that's like I did not intend that to be a joke. Like literally figured like use science and engineering to make this possible instead of just being like, well, too hard. I don't know. Let's just use millions of gallons of water.
AimLab worked with an artist named Han Josie to create a new skin, and not only did she do that, but she also put her brush and voice to the test to make a video for us to show us all about it. Let's check it out.
Hey everyone,
I don't know what they said
my
this
name's
video is
Han.
gonna be.
Some of you may know me as Hanjozi. I am a freelance illustrator and a part-time
They're
fan
talking about
artist,
something, I don't know what it
and
is.
I've been drawing Rainbow Six fan art for the past 5 years. I got into Rainbow Six in around 2017. My friend got the game for me when it was on sale, like the cheapest version.
Who are
maybe
you?
just a little bit before
And
Operation
Josie,
White
I
Noise.
guess.
And I started out with 2 operators, Glaz and Doc. They were the characters that stuck to me the most and
No,
made the
that
game
moved the
really
chairs.
enjoyable to play.
The chair
But
again.
my current favorite operator of all time is probably Aruni. If you follow me on social media, you definitely know it's Aruni. Something that drew me to the game in the first place was that there's operators from all over the world. As a Thai person, the fact that they honored a lot of the Thai culture in her uniforms, in her name, backstory, and lore was really, really cool. They even hired an actual Thai voice actor to voice the character, so that really resonated with me, and I thought it was just the best thing ever. So the project
Just reminds me of when
came about
Apex added Watson, who's supposed to be French, and they played like her trailer, and I was just like, I asked them, I was like, did you hire a French voice actress? And they were like, yeah, I'm pretty sure we always hire like the person like from wherever the character is from, and she's just not. she's from LA or something.
I remember you telling me that.
Oh,
She did not even sound French.
No, you can hear it. Like, you can hear that she's not French. And that's why I asked.
Especially for people
I just don't know why they were like, yeah, totally.
like themselves on a big screen.
Probably just didn't want to
game,
deal with
or
me
media.
in person.
And as an Asian woman, it really means a lot to me seeing this representation from Ubisoft. Creating this piece was quite a fun.
She does sound German. Yeah, she has like a weird
Watson,
German
yeah.
accent. Yeah, Watson.
I remember telling you she sounds either German or like Belgian or like from Netherlands, something like that.
Color scheme from a warm reddish.
Yeah, we definitely did. Please do not use any search engine to
which help bring the brand to the
check on that
The most
information.
challenging part about the skin definitely was the concepts. They really respected me as an artist and allowed me to explore creative ideas for the concepts. I just have so many ideas, but basically when you create a Rainbow Six Siege skin for a character, there are certain parts that mirror one another and certain parts that don't. Making sure that everything didn't overlap, it didn't flip weirdly, and making
Oh,
sure
her
that it was
fingers
all-
aren't connected
it
to
was
her
a solid
hand.
problem. I really enjoyed it, yeah. Because
just
she has
noticed that. That was
a
weird.
prosthetic arm and a prosthetic leg.
Why
There
do
was
we
a lot
keep
of
those
room
things
for
next to us?
variety,
I'm gonna eat
and I
them.
thought that was really fun to just work on it. As someone who's only been drawing for fun, it's kind of crazy to
Magnets,
think that
ooh.
I've seen my own work inside a game that I've been playing for over 5 years. Seeing everyone's screenshots and seeing everyone show me that they're using the skin and being like, wow, the skin
Yeah,
is so
it's
nice,
the thing
and
is,
all the
like,
nice fan arts of like people
I
drawing
wouldn't
original
care.
lab skin. It's
And I don't even
cool
care that they told me that she
people
was
really
French,
like
because
the
like maybe they
skin,
just
seeing
didn't
them
know and they
like
just assumed.
something
That's just
that I
totally like
created
whatever. Who cares?
really means a lot.
But
As someone who has had a lot of
my problem is the fact that
confidence
she's
issues
supposed to be a
and
French
just, like,
character and
things
she
that I create,
doesn't
it
sound
really means a
French.
lot
So
to
if you
me
hired
that
someone
others
from
are vocal about
wherever
like
and they were
and I
able
will
to do a
still,
French
for a
accent,
long time, be part of the
like
community, and
realistically, then it
hopefully
wouldn't matter
one day
to
I
me.
can
But the
create
fact that
my
she
own
actually
bundle,
doesn't even
that
sound
would be
French is
really
what
cool.
annoys me. That was cute. I can't remember if did I turn this down? No. Prepare yourself.
Power.
So far, we haven't had to hear that really annoying song. I'm really glad. I'm hoping that they don't play it during one of the breaks. Now that I've said it, it's gonna happen. But I'm hoping that it doesn't. Don't do it. Don't do it, Rainbow Six. What's up, Kuma? Also, thank you for the 62 months.
It's so weird to have an event without face or nip.
Yeah.
Also, feels bad for Fnatic.
All right, well,
Why?
both teams
They haven't
win their
been
map.
to
That
events in a
Yeah.
long
Well, they
time.
have, I feel like they've had a lot of shit going on, too. They just keep
Did they?
having weird things happening.
I
It's the
mean,
one that's like...
because they tried to move to Japan in the middle of a
They even
pandemic.
tweeted about it. Yeah, that's unfortunate timing.
We go to
They
border
tweeted
now.
about it.
This is Astralis' pick. Nick, how does it look on paper
It was
for the
before the
team
event.
that just suffered a pretty lopsided defeat on Clubhouse?
It's not looking too hot. Last time Astralis went, he was against Exet. They lost 6-8 in overtime, and they fought really hard to get there. It was not easy by any means, and as we've seen so far in both Villa and Clubhouse.
I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out.
No, it's not.
That one.
See a team
The
go
future
to
is now.
all that often.
I fucking hate that song.
Before this, speculation.
Don't sing it. You know that it's horrible. Gets stuck in my head, and then I sing it to you, and you're upset.
So bad.
Then stop.
And they play it like
But then a
constantly.
Mute Jam, rather, comes out. Banned by Astralis, and it's their own undoing. Suddenly we have such an attacker-sided map, and out of nowhere, DZ clobbers them. 7-3 was the scoreline of that map. All the way back to Villa, if you haven't been watching, was 8-7 in favor of Astralis.
Goodbye,
a couple kills go a different direction in that final round, and it's 2-0 Dark Zero. We're not there yet, though. No matter what happens, the winner of Border will move on
Still
to
2 maps to go at
championship
least,
point.
if not 3.
They will go to Oregon,
I'm tired.
1 map away
I wanna
from
play Dark Oak.
hoisting the trophy.
No,
Operator band's coming out
stop.
now here on Border. A Nook band, banned out by Dark Zero. Probably sensible, given what we saw out of the Nook play on Club.
Absolutely. I mean, and Josie in that very, very hard one.
I have trouble sitting still and not doing anything. It's hard. I'm like starting to fidget a lot.
Seeing her play this time around, but she has a presence elsewhere in the game that is of course being banned out.
Maybe doing something.
I was going to say, and Josie, thank
Why
you
do
so
you think I
much for
keep
sharing
getting
a piece
it?
of yourself with us and the community and being vulnerable.
I do have a third PC. That's
I mean,
true.
it's a heartwarming piece of content.
If that was only 3.
And it's always good to see those
Well, I have a
who
third one
so
set up
much
currently, yeah.
deserve it get the recognition. No, they're not
Third
booing
piece
you.
is
They're not booing
everywhere
you.
in the house.
Very bad time to boo.
Guys, come on.
Read the room.
She doesn't like music. Stop.
So
She
just
hates
to
music.
clarify the situation here, when somebody is missing the
hates
operator,
it.
or the icon on the background operator card, that's when the crowd is booing. That's what they're booing for because of
Could be
Rudy
farming loot.
was missing it. That
Could
is
be
on
killing
you, Chuck.
scouts.
Jesus Christ,
It's not
stop.
about you, Josie, I
I think somebody
Collecting
told me.
ammo.
I'm
But
gonna
no,
leave.
Heartwarming piece of content.
She
I very
hates
much
music.
enjoyed it.
Yeah,
actually
I don't know why. She just really doesn't like it.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen it at any of the rehearsals.
She's scared of music. Nobody's scared of music.
I like the community contributions to the game.
But like, your chat needs to also see it from her point of view. In this house, music is most likely gonna be metal or powerful voices. So
Falling asleep. She likes it. She started closing her eyes. She'll get used to it.
Very first time the Dark Zero will start on that first half.
DC prefers starting on attack, so it's a mixture of Astralis choosing defense, then forcing DC on attack, and the other half is of course
Maybe if I
Dark
just
Zero
do it
themselves saying, we want
more
to
often, you know, she'll be like, oh, this is fine.
It really comes down to 2 things.
on a
One, when you start
most
with the
more
attacking side,
on a more serious
you
note,
spend
that's
the
probably
last
the reason why
attacking
she doesn't like
operator.
music is
That's
because
like,
we
you know, the
don't
attackers is like a big,
play
you know, pillar
in
that you
speakers
ban around
often.
that band face.
Yeah,
So she's not used to it, and she's
not-
like, what is that?
Yeah, she's like, what is happening?
Our house is pretty quiet most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time when I'm listening to music, I have like wireless earbuds, so I just walk around the house like listening to music in my ears.
Part because sure, Mixer Souls lost the first map, won the second, but overall, Dark Zero's attacks have been rather good.
And it's forced Astralis to take their time out at the tail end of the third round in both maps 1
Stretching,
and
'cause
2.
my
So if you can put Astralis in a tricky position where they have to burn that time out, then you benefit for the remainder of the map because they don't have a chance to solve whatever issues might come on the side swap. That's what happened to Astralis. I mean, Dark Zero took a timeout in the previous map and then won the next 2 rounds and won the entire map off of those. First kill's gonna go to the man of the hour and probably the front runner for MVP of the finals so far. Pambazoo eliminating Shuttle, but he's traded out by Iconic. You didn't see it, but in the lobby, before we got into the match,
We didn't see either of those
asked
kills.
in all chat, where the beep is Batman? Iconic always refers to himself as Batman, and he has been absent for most of this series. Iconic has not.
Hey, he got a nice triple kill at the last
that
of
is
the last game.
Right. That was the 3 big names in the server that we spoke about was Iconic. It was J90 finds in TR. It was Iconic. It was Forrest. It was Pambasu. Most of us have shown up, but so far we're still missing one. Iconic himself is in the server.
Nice.
Iconic with a kill. J90 picking up number 3. Technically not all his because one of them was a down. The secure going in favor of Iconic. Now it's Canadian in a 1v3. Again, this is Astralis' map. DZ have won the first round of every single map we've seen so far. Canadian himself should go back to AIM Lab as he misses the Nitro cell.
Parker.
Shot from J90 to put the team captain out of his misery. Astralis takes the very
It is hard.
first
It's hard to
round
shoot
on
C4s.
border. The first time that they've won round 1 so far in this series.
It's a quick one. I mean, pretty much in the first minute and a half, putting it down to that 1v3 scenario, which is just so incredibly hard to win.
What if they're picking while you're trying to shoot the C4?
It's so different than that of Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is all about problem solving and dealing with the breaching on the map. Shuttle again, I can't. This man is
U-G-L-Y. You ain't got no alibi, you ugly.
Where's Red Cube? Where's Red Cube? You tell him to put on the banner on all of his player cards when this is done. Thumbs up. Thank you very much.
Where's that from? That's from a movie
Cheer.
or something. I think that's from.
And we
That's
have
the cheerleader movie.
So we will go back to
the name is escaping me.
photos of the players.
Bring It On. I
As
think
we
it's from
attended
Bring It On,
the
yeah.
We'll update you as more information becomes available. Not a ton to really break down.
Bring It
that
On?
first round,
No.
But
Show
what
me the
really
picture
stood
of the
out to
movie.
Oh, maybe the title's different.
Yes. A banana.
Bring It On.
NJR getting some potassium.
A banana, neat.
Much needed.
It's good to eat between games.
I wonder if they heard that and they're just like, let's go to camera 1.
It's like they're two cheerleading squads
Can we
that
go-
are
can we
rivals
zoom in
at a
more?
cheerleading competition. Is Kirsten Dunst in it? Okay, I'm gonna put it on our list of movies to
Oh,
watch.
Crystal.
Why?
Can't zoom
Does
in.
not look like.
It's one of those like when we say we want to watch like a good like just dumb movie.
Okay.
It's one of those. Take a bite.
Why
They're
do-
gonna cheer. He smiles.
Oh my god.
I think my mom said that she met.
He knows.
No, was it?
He had a
Was
smirk
it
on his
Farrah
face.
Fawcett
He
or
start-
Goldie
Every time
Hawn?
he eats a piece of the banana, the crowd cheers.
Which one is related in some way to?
That's the kind of content.
Shit, what is that guy's name? There's an actor.
I think he hears that.
Okay.
One more bite. Okay, watch list. Bring it.
No, your hands are gonna be all sticky now.
That's the kind of content we come to see.
I didn't lick the finger. It's all done. Dust it. Potassium's in the body. It's in the stream.
Hold on. Where did he put
Wait,
the
Kurt
banana in
Russell.
the first place with some of it?
Wait,
in
was
the
it
lab?
Kurt Russell in 1998?
He just didn't even
Okay,
finish the banana.
Soldier.
It's like there's a little bit left. He just puts it on the ground.
It's the bottom
There
part.
you go. That's what I want to know.
You don't need the details, Parker.
We're just waiting on getting the last player in the lobby, then we will get
Yeah,
underway.
Kurt Russell, who's married to Goldie Hawn.
Changes everything.
Or no,
They
partner,
absolutely
Goldie
does.
Hawn.
The banana buff for
Spouse.
DZ
Okay,
might
so
even
not
be
maybe they didn't get married. I don't know. My mom says she met them at a
Found
McDonald's.
a new fan favorite, one could say.
all of that.
Nutrition is important.
It is. I mean, between these games, especially on a goal for war,
Really
you
interesting
need to
story.
stay well hydrated, and of course, gotta get the fuel in your
Good
body. So it's
story.
important that during
You're
those
welcome
small
for
breaks
sharing
between
that.
Each match, about 10 minutes, give or take, that you do the most with your
I think I
time
was a
you can
baby.
in every area.
And I was also there, but I don't remember it since I was a
You get
baby.
Ace and Dez,
What's
Ian,
going on
sold
with
the
you?
crowd.
What?
They don't chant properly, and then of course we get the Let's Go Rehouse chant, and then cheer
Cool
for
story.
Annie.
You're welcome.
These are just regular cookies.
Oh man.
I can't hear that.
Something about banana.
Something about a banana.
Really top
Hopefully
notch
the crowd
storytelling.
knows.
Hey, I'm actually good at telling stories.
First
Don't
round went in
lie.
favor of Astralis.
Sometimes
Again,
I tell
the very first
stories
time
and I tell them
Astralis
well.
has won round
I know, this is I'm
Sometimes I tell stories and I tell them well.
just anxious. Like I want to do something. I need to be.
Ow!
I know. I need to like do things. I hate just sitting here watching other people do stuff. I want to do stuff.
Meanwhile, she's
Hi,
just
Max.
sleeping.
Max, when are you moving? By the way.
I
I was just thinking about that because we were talking about like cabins and lake houses and things, and I was thinking about how you're moving soon.
Usually
Ish,
borders
sometime.
comparable to that of like Coastline, a very explosive, aggressive map, long lines of sight, and a lot of engagements that really swings the favor of the teams. So it comes down to 1, aggression.
Next month.
2, map control again. You gotta
In
clear out
June.
that initial room that you care so much about.
When's the Suka fence get built? Before that, hopefully?
But it was Australis that kept the map control and fought back and found multiple openings after that, and therefore DC did not get the round.
All of that action happened so far off the bomb site. That was a bathroom teller's defense, by the way.
Yes, it was.
Wait, did they put a beeper on the outside of that door?
It was like the front door, an armory, and then passport. Like that's
the
where
like
all
proximity
of this
alarm looked like it was on the door
practice
frame on the outside of the
ensued.
door on the armory balcony.
This time around,
or at the CC door.
This is what we would refer to as
You
all
can see.
reliable.
It'll have to be after. Yeah, I'm wondering if they'll
Yeah,
show
it's a classic Rainbow Six Siege in competitive play back when Border was in the map pool before the rework, that is, so quite some time ago. It is now back with those map changes. It's not going to change too much, but Bathroom Tellers has changed fundamentally a lot. Armory, small lines of sight alterations, but typically defenders still have to do the same thing. Australia is a hold on to CCTV security and a few rooms down below the bomb side of ventilation.
Archives Armory, as much as it might be all reliable, is not exactly favorable to the defense. Neither is Teller's Bathroom. Before going into that round, Bathroom Tellers was played 20 times and only at a 30% win rate. That is as low as it goes on this map. For Archives Armory, it's 45% for the defense, 55% for the attackers, which closely mirrors Border's overall win rate as well, which is a 44% in favor of defenders, 56% of the time favoring the attackers. With that said, that's pretty much a coin flip map, but there is a small advantage for the attackers. Astralis getting the very first round on defense is actually quite significant if those numbers are going to stay true to this match.
DC having a slow start, as they usually do, and I mean, Border, usually we see speed and violence, and so far, not really a lot of that in this round.
No, you're probably hearing more room noise from me than normal since we've changed the mic settings.
They can slowly fall back towards the bomb site because, well, time is just ticking down too fast.
That's a
You hear the high-pitched noise?
It's either the computer or
Gives
the
Astralis
fridge.
some information. Two players, a
I
TV
think
fire,
I'm
J9
gonna disconnect
side by
the
side.
LED lights in that fridge.
Control.
Actually,
Down
I was
goes
thinking
TV
of it.
fires, hyper vaults on
Because I leave it on
J9
overnight and
each
it's super
reactor
bright.
is lined up from the Finca as Panbazook gets out of there, and Adrenal Surge cannot be used.
It's probably my computer,
Hyper
yeah.
is down for the count, but will be secured either by a teammate or by that Adrenal Surge when it goes off. There it is. Hyper back from the dead, on his feet. Astralis pummeled, and it's getting worse, even worse. Nobody from DZ is down just yet. Shuttle in a 1v5.
Maybe you
no
lower it
time
and we
left.
try to
Shuttle
speak closer.
picked off. The second round flawlessly
That's
done by
fine.
Dark Zero, just as they
think
did
it's your
back
fridge.
in map number 1. And they even things, a 1 round apiece.
Want me to disconnect?
You could. You don't plug it.
So
at the
I can't
bottom?
even hear it on my.
Yeah.
DC keeps picking up
Should I plug it on
flawless
the bottom?
round, one apiece so far in
Yeah.
each map. So the script is following along just nicely. Only
Yeah.
thing we're missing
Oh
now
my
is the
God, that
next
sounds
2
way
or
better,
3
actually,
rounds.
just
We
for
should
me.
see a technical
I don't know
time
if
of
it's what
1 team.
they hear, but that's.
That's the loudest like ambient noise
They
thing.
really gotta tell
They don't normally hear it because of the noise
Yeah,
gate.
Henry's on the case. He said
Yeah.
he'd do that.
He said he would.
He said he'd do that. They have a long way to go. They have to get through this matchup first.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And
And also
then
the
they'll
mic
have-
the mic is pointing at it is the other thing.
In the
so
meantime, feel free to keep moving.
yeah.
I imagine somewhere somebody up in Ubisoft is like, they keep booing because they're not
Cool.
advertising
Nice job.
their 6-share skins.
You saved the stream. Good
That's
job.
Great.
It's like my ear.
Very happy with that.
I don't hear it because I have my
Shade
headset on.
into compliance.
And with the Logitech G Pro X, you won't hear it either.
Oh boy.
Bomb site. Ventilation workshop.
Good job.
Down below,
Thanks.
almost the same area that the bomb chassis are on the floor above, which was that
Yeah,
large
see?
archive
Kelby knows.
defense that did not go very
Clip
well
it. Clip
for
it and ship
Astralis.
it.
Not a
Mr.
single kill
Logitech, I'm doing my job.
The thing is, this bomb site plays out a lot better because you can stay top floor, use the vertical destruction to see the bomb site itself, and you get like one more layer to play with. It's
Maybe
a bit
an
more
ad. Maybe.
detailed, a bit more complex.
Maybe. Why do I
and
have
now
Chick-fil-A
Dark
sauce?
Zero as well will have to attack 2 different floors. You know, the
How
top
long do
floor,
you think that's
or
been
aka the
there?
second
No,
floor, and the first floor itself. When the previous
Too
round,
long.
our defense, they just walked on in office. You know, it's quite linear, quite straightforward. Of course, here we see the EMP taken off that Electro Claw, nullifying it. Stiano picks up into his pocket. He can use it
Decent.
later on
Probably
in the round.
fine.
For now, this wall of jail
I don't think sauces
is
have an
opened up,
expiration
putting
date.
some lines of sight and a bit of pressure onto the exterior roamers of the defenders. Darkseer are going to be rotating around. That was just the initial step. There are more things to do on their checklist. Security is next on their mind.
I would still not eat it.
There's no one really playing there from a
Like,
It's too far off the bomb side. It's too hard.
Not long enough for it to be bad, I'm sure, but
Not like
we're joking around.
No, like sauce in general, yes. Like if you buy a bottle and then you don't, like if you open it and you don't eat it in time. You know? But I feel like they don't have like a. Their shelf life when they are not opened is very long. Yeah,
attack. Well, we see the EMP. There's the answer. Exothermic charge follows up. They're going to be attacking Iconic up top.
And Iconic has to fall back.
TK.
The wrong kind of party, Pamba. Eclipse's team killed
see that either.
I don't know what the intentions were. Technically, Astralis will get the opening pick. Neither team has it just yet, but that is so unfortunate. The only good piece of news is that the Thermite got the exothermic charge down to allow you more freedom. Things get worse. Hyper eliminated by DP Fire. Astralis can sit tight. Pandazoo will look to make up for his errors.
Big L.
Do better than the ways that we'd seen before. On drone to try and assist the rest of his team. They've spotted one, but look at this. He's about to get shot onto the shoulder. Immediately flips.
Keep firing.
Missed opportunity, but Shuttle still gets it either way.
Firing.
NJR and Canadian with the Adrenal Surge just ticking off, giving Canadian a bit more HP, but it's squandered. Still on the hunt. He knows that there's one in that corner. The castle of DP Fire is there. Canadian, the pre-fire, relatively easy, even with his old reflexes. NJR finds another player of Astralis from above, too, and it looks to be Shuttle. But there's so many silhouettes up there. Astralis holding from above. The bomb site is vulnerable. Diffuser in the hands of NJR. And, well, just like that, they very quickly both die. One off screen, one in front of your eyes. Astralis answers back.
It's a tough start with that team kill. I believe Panda was trying to pre-fire once that breach came opened up towards that armory lock area. And unfortunately, Eclipse, well, he stood 1 foot too far to the left and he got picked off instead. He did get off both of those exothermic charges, so no huge losses there, but it's one of those oops scenarios. You gotta move on for those. Hopefully they won't happen again. And it doesn't matter what. Shuttle has really messed up with all of his operators. And to be honest, he's only playing between 2 different ones, so he's going back and forth between 2 of the incorrect ones, but hopefully at some point on border, maybe on the attacking side,
oh my god,
get that Skinnergy going once we get there. Looks like we might have a quick rehost, so a quick little bit of a pause and a break. We'll be right back.
It's actually a statement of fact because we are going to a rehost. So they're saying, let's go rehost is exactly what the production is also saying at the same time. So the audience is direct.
Rehost again.
Rehost?
No.
Because of the same thing, drone bug.
On the table?
Oh, that's Troy's banana.
That's so annoying.
Phrasing.
But not unexpected.
It should be unexpected though.
But it's not.
I wonder if they can hear it.
Let's go banana.
It's NJR could definitely hear
Definitely. Tries to focus.
No, I'm gonna want to put my hair up.
It's maybe the closest I've ever seen him to the screen.
Hair up is a good idea.
As you get older, eyesight gets worse.
It's too warm in your office.
Close the screen. It's gotta be it.
Is that why you beat him?
Is that why I beat him? Because I was closer to my screen?
No, because his eyes.
I guess so.
Because he's old.
Oh, well, he wasn't old when I beat him. He was a young gunner. The big bad Canadian.
I just imagined somebody backstage being like,
"Search for bananas. We must find one.
Do not go off the banana." It's almost exactly what I bet was said.
I think that's absolutely correct, to be honest.
We just got in our ears. Production's just like, that's exactly what we said. Do not go off the banana. Well, at some point we'll be treated to.
Did you take that from her?
No, it was on.
Okay.
It was just right in front of her nose, and I didn't want it to get stuck.
Question mark? Yes. Answer.
Hey.
Back to bathroom tellers we go.
I hate that it resets the stats for the reloads. That's the worst part.
I might have been. So you guys couldn't see it on Billy, but I might have seen a shuttle during that rehost.
What were we talking about?
I think he might have managed to put it on a Rooney.
He did not.
No? Did you check?
I did see he did not.
Okay, I
he's
thought
just,
he did.
he's
Turn it
on
down.
a different, he's not on the
Whatever.
same side of the bottom of the screen.
Okay.
Because when they rejoin the lobby, Nick, they all move
Oh, I see what you mean. I
Rehost
thought for a brief
means
moment there
that
that
there's a bug
it's called
and they
Paradise,
have
but
to
No.
like
No, there's...
they're playing a custom game, and so they have to like
He'll learn one day.
re-host the
Look at the
custom
lineup
game
that we see
because
from
of a bug. So
Astralis.
someone has to like
Favoring
restart
this
their
castle
game or
a
whatever.
ton. Is the Flores ban in any way,
Because
shape,
of
or
some bug.
form enabling the castle to get more value?
I mean, certainly. Flores operated the Canadian plays quite frequently
I
on
only have
multiple
yellow
maps. We saw it on Villa,
isn't
like
it?
about half of their attacking rounds, and
Did you
even
drink your
if
coffee?
they, DC weren't gonna
Do
play
you
it,
want
it
a
just
coffee?
means that now they can't at all if they want to flex around
okay.
those various operators. As Canadian is now on the Thatcher duty instead. Of course, Castle is like the stellar operator.
Who do we think will
like
win
the
this map?
single one for Border, whereas
I know, I'm confused. They said it was Dark Zero's best map. Fromage is confused where they got that stat from. I don't know what they mean by
normal kind of
that. Is Astralis'
But
pick?
if Castle was banned,
So,
that would mean
I don't
this
know.
entire map is played completely different because Castle is so needed for these bomb sites.
I
mean,
feel
Opening
conflicted because I don't understand where they got that stat from.
Maybe my stats are wrong. I can check, but
Pressured on the stairs.
No, they just have to like
Clones
remake the
around
lobby, basically.
Not his clones, of course, but he said some
Thanks.
weights. Astralis not moving a muscle. First minute
Yeah.
off of the clock. Again, this is the statistically the worst bomb site for defenders, and you're not going to have a helping hand when Pambazoo kills Iconic with relatively low contest.
they played it once in
Really
stage
is all
1.
on Pamba's shoulders, though. The
They
injury
played it once, it was against Sonics, and yes, they won, but it's once. They've been banning it too.
In these games as well.
You would have told me Oregon, I would be like, okay, yeah, maybe. Border, I don't see what it comes from. And it's an okay map for Australis, which is why I thought maybe we would end up on it.
Slowly taking top floor control.
in the
DP
end, I
fire,
chose not
under
to.
fire. Oh, gets shut down by JR. A nice rotation catch.
Read so well as NJR does some renovation work upstairs. Still plenty of presence for Astralis.
Yeah, I was surprised by
not on the
Sonics
bottom floor,
at
but
the
their
first
numbers
stage
dwindling.
of any league.
It was a
I feel like
flawless
they
round previously
struggled
for
a lot.
Dark
Oh,
Zero.
he missed?
I mean, both Sonics and TSM, which perform at the 16 National, obviously, since they won it, they did.
It
was weird.
Closer upstairs to another one.
It's just the way the game is played right now
Who've
is
done a
very
disappearing
different
act
from
with a minute left.
confusing.
Have dropped down towards the bomb site.
Which I think is why we don't
Hard
have
to
such
attack right now
a
because the bomb site is so
high improvement on
fortified.
our side
Sure,
because
you
we're
got
already
the
playing
side
like that,
opened up, but other than
which
that,
would have made
you're
a
limited
difference.
to how you can get into
Doesn't
a
make
bomb
one
site.
because
You
now
can
more
exploit
teams
the
play like that too.
advantage and just
I wanna get a
swarm
copy.
them together and play that trade game if you're Dark Zero.
Pambazoo spotted, taking damage, but an adrenal surge stops him right back up. 30 seconds left to go. Astralis treading water around the bomb site. They've got these openings, and more will come with an impact from Forest. Allows him to see all the way to the bottom of the stairs. Down goes Forest, though. That
Nice
impact
going
didn't work. NJR 3 kills. It's J90 getting net 1. It's a down and a secure on the Canadian. J90 with 2. They
Nice
just
down.
throw bodies at the problem. The diffuser goes down in the process. So there's a clock
And he still has
that
one
will
up
run
top. He
against
crosses.
Jack as he looks for more. 3 players from DZ, some from above, all those metal bars, but Pambazoo's got
Fucking
100
LMGs.
damn bullets to secure the kill. DZ tie the game at 2 rounds apiece.
Oh, I'm getting some Villa vibes right now. You know, one round at
I
a
just
time.
started
no
my
one
other
really taking
computer.
a significant lead of any meaning.
Man, do you think they could have fit more Predator logos on the screen, or
Two nice
what?
picks, but those are meaningless kills. They're impactless kills.
Like 14
They
of
will
them.
add to the
We get it.
scoreboard, of course, overall.
Predator got it.
Finish up this map, but in that particular moment, they do nothing for Astralis. It's not affect the outcome at all. It means we're going to go into the 5th round. 5th defense. It's back
They could have made
on
them
the
smaller.
tellers. So
You could fit
clearly
more of them.
Astralis figured that something
This is
just
a big
did
brain-
not go
big brain
the way
strats.
that they were supposed to. And we gotta look back onto the very beginning of that round when Iconic got picked off
What's up,
guard
Megan?
on
Thank you so much for the sub.
upstairs window
Welcome.
by Pambazoo. Very early kill. Imagine that had not happened. It's a whole different ballgame. Astralis, they have one more player alive. They have one more roaming duo together. And when it comes down to those last 20 seconds where DC's executing, that can make a huge difference, having someone like Iconic who's so good at creating space and finding openings on your side. So they're gonna try it again. Hopefully this time all 5 people stay up. Of course, Forest on the LF with the shotgun. We all know how frustrating this gun can be to play against. Of course, the crisp spot mines, the
I'm gonna make
backwire
my
as
own.
well.
Hang on.
It gives you so much information on
Wait,
the entries
I
of
think
the
this is gonna
attackers from Dark
show up on
Zero,
the screen.
which means that they
Yeah,
can
it
now
is.
instead of having a camera,
Hang
well,
on.
they out those traps instead.
Forrest having a bit of difficulty with that Guzman line, but
my computer is losing it.
Iconic is a focus in
Computer?
every single series that he's in.
Holy, are you
Loud,
good?
he's obviously very proud of that, and he's quite the figure when it comes to the NAL.
That actually freaked out.
He has
That was
not been
crazy.
a pivotal figure in this match.
That was
He's
terrifying.
been quiet.
So
He's
much
allowed
happened.
the rest of the team to carry the weight. Shuttle and Forrest have been standouts, and we've had.
Yeah, this is my problem. Is everything's gonna open on this screen because it's my main
Fire
screen.
has also been towards the bottom on a lot of those rounds, but again, we don't have the stat tracking for the entirety of it to rattle them off.
Yeah.
Iconic at some point will wake up, right? Like surely he has to. At some point, I guess.
He will. He has moments, especially on Villa earlier on, and the thing about Iconic is that he goes from 0 to 100 real quick, but he's not going to go to 100 each and every single round. What Astralis needs for this phenomenal roster with all 5 players able and so capable to play it out well, once in a while, if Iconic pops off, it's all you need, and in the meantime, the other 4 players will carry on the torch for you. Another slow attack from DC, droning out every inch of the map, not making an incorrect step anywhere, not risking a body, not risking anyone getting taken down early. They want to play for the man advantage.
DZ struggling to get into the building right now, getting flummoxed by the play from Astralis inside of Customs. And there goes a grenade, and it goes off, and doesn't get the kill. DP Fire, the first one, but it's traded immediately. Neither team emerges from that scuffle with the upper hand.
DC not speeding up, still taking it rather slow, but they have the angles on lockdown, looking for another opening perhaps, and a bit of map control to follow too. DP Fire, next man in line inside of Ventilation Cerberus, has to fall back slowly towards the bomb side. No spare reinforcement pocket, can't close off that rotation, that has to stay there the entire round.
It's been a very slow mid-round, devoid of excitement, but still looking for a kill. Hyper has the marks through the wall.
Just keep firing. One of those bullets will hit, maybe.
It may not be exciting. DP Fire survived that entire outburst, only for another LMG to find him in a different spot. It's Forrest with 2.
Cool. What a play.
And suddenly Eclipse needs to clutch for his team. He sees the Legion and
Oh,
he's picked on Iconic. All he has is Shuttle in a 1v1. These two have played against each other in probably 100+ matches over their career. They know each other well, but it's shot from long range, and in this engagement, Astralis comes out ahead. These teams cannot win a round in a row to save their lives. For fans of Astralis, that's good, as they regain the lead on Border for the 2nd time.
It's a nasty job at a Rooney punch right there. Breaking the head.
That was really cool. Yeah, he was NCC by the computer desk. And there's somebody below him. He punched the hatch, dropped through him, and killed him. That's cool.
The slow-mo always sounds so silly. Ventilation bomb site.
Okay, wait. I need to open a folder on my computer, and I don't want it to open on stream because I don't know what it's gonna show.
Got that unfortunate team kill on the armory side of things when they breached open that wall
To be able to see my files on my computer
just rat-tat-tatting a little bit too long
without my chat seeing them.
Look at DC right now. We're gonna attack a repeat. Canadian from Anna onto Ibana, and Eclipse from Ace onto Thermite. They want to make sure that there are 2 hot breeds available. Thatcher now followed up by Hyper, meaning that they, again, the focus on the walls to get opened up because they got Edith's on the board from Iconic.
Lack of caffeine?
They know that that's an issue. If those later claws can like stop them from opening up the walls, that's when DC are going to be struggling the most. So it forces their hand, getting a weaker operator on their lineup, less utility, very little soft destruction from Dark Zero. But at the very least, they can make use of those wall breaches. Do just that, because Astralis are
everything opens on the screen because it's a main
down
monitor.
forward vertically. They got shut down.
Like this Photoshop opens a new window for everything.
Pulse is taking some damage.
A little bit of damage.
Just a little bit of damage. Just a small bit. Try to go onto this bomb site without hurting your teammate challenge if possible. This time Astralis on the wrong side. Pandazu, he gets the right target this time though. Not a teammate. Shuttle to go down early on. He walks into the building the first 40 seconds.
People give subs to someone named Fromage, but it's not you, so I have no idea where those subs are going. Oh, Jesus.
From behind, Pandazu flicks as he gets the kill on the J9O. He doesn't need to reload, by the way, because it's an LMG, baby. 17 bullets, and he ducks in real life to get away from the bullets. And somehow Pandazu gets out. not unscathed, but still alive.
That's ridiculous. He still has that final adrenal surge going out, almost back to half HP, and I can't believe it. He makes his way in so deep into the map, odds against him, and openings behind and in front. Stays alive, gets 2 kills, and now, well, Darkseer can play it really nice and slow because they don't want to throw this man lead. This round is practically theirs, but they still got to play nice.
So DP Fire, knowing that his team is battling from behind, has to get into the action, and they'll do some damage, but it's Canadian down below. Sniffing him out, DP Fire gets collapsed upon. It's a quad kill from Panda. He's not going to get them all, but Darkseer does flawlessly. First half in the books, 3-3. DZ with 2 flawless rounds.
So close. I mean, take those 2 flawless rounds out of the equation. Look at the round. The score is 3-3. With the series going the way it is, this is literally another VLAN situation. The question for me is, when do the coaches take a tactical timeout? Because you're never really gaining.
Again, it's gonna open here and spoil the joke.
Round at a time, every single round. When do you feel like you're losing momentum?
Damn it, every time, every window it opens, they open like 17 new windows, and it's gonna put it on the main screen every fucking time.
I am curious, because normally you take a timeout when something is taken away.
Whenever Photoshop, whenever I use it, if I move it from one side to the other, it always does that, where no matter what monitor you put it on, it always puts it in the same place, rather than putting it on the other monitor.
On 2 separate occasions, and see, we might even see a 4th bomb site. Customs customs bomb site itself is so rare, it almost never gets played domestic play.
No?
To back that up, in terms of numbers of the 73 rounds
you're waiting, or you just canceled your idea?
Only 8 times have they gone to customs supply. Now, it skews the numbers when it's such a low pick rate, because teams are not always well practiced on attacking it, and teams, when they go to it, are
you didn't see anything. Nobody saw anything. There's nothing to see.
So right now,
except for some siege.
Times, you see 63% of that time the defenders have won it. That's a good number. But as it tends to go upward, the number tends to drop.
Like,
you see this with all the bombs.
Shotgunning out the ground right below the person who's like right above it.
That 4th bomb set is a complete coin toss, where again comes down to execute and preparation, just like Library did on Villa earlier on. That was a flawless actually when DC had to deal with that. So we'll see if they got more up their sleeves. But Tellers right now is the bomb site in question that we're watching. And they
shotguns him in the foot, yeah.
From Darkseer, you know, they got the mutants to the Kaid, the same aggressive with the Legion, etc. Castle to be expected. Eclipse really has been holding down the fort on these important areas for Darkseer, and so he will on border. But well, he has to run back quite early on because there's under so much fire and so much pressure as Iconic and JNNO makes their path towards Armory and Archives. But the final thing is, DC
how was it today?
Area located resources, reinforcements, castle barricades. They're bunkering up in this area.
I'm surprised to see you on a Sunday again.
The castle barricade essentially cuts it off. Nice shot from DP Fire. I don't think Pandas even saw
I'm really tired of that observer.
He's flattened by it. Half of the round gone.
They're struggling.
Early pick for Astralis.
Who is it?
I don't know. They haven't said.
That forces DZ to.
If they did say, I didn't hear it.
Because they've lost access to that crucial avenue on the map. So instead,
I'm sure they're doing their best.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
You see some small.
But when your best is not enough, then do top down.
Is that the mute on the other side of Eclipse?
No, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm just saying like sometimes you just can't. Like it's hard.
This game is impossible.
So do.
Oh, nice.
Oh man, it's NJR to actually get that.
Nice.
Eclipse with 1-2, Diffuser's down. Oh, Eclipse absolutely pancakes shuttle. Diffuser is down again. Nobody to retrieve it other than the
they might do it on the start of the map. I don't know.
And they are far removed.
I haven't noticed.
A goo mine will stop DP Fire inside a break room as he gets Iconic nearby.
Saying it, Eclipse holds down the fort so well for his team. C4 goes out and misses. No damage done. 2v3 still with 30 seconds left in this clock. As DP Fire makes his way towards 90. Has to take control and be aggressive. They gotta play together. Gotta
those
find a member
couple voices we can hear that are screaming, you know what it makes me think about? On Planet Coaster or
there. Wait.
That's the first time that a team has won back-to-back rounds, and that might be the difference maker with how this has played out.
Haha.
Neither team has called a timeout at this point. On Astralis, they've had signs of brilliance, but DZ of the
Okay, but actually, I'm not allowed to do that because Rainbow Six was like, don't cover up any of our sponsors.
So DZ is winning
I get
their
it.
rounds
Alright,
extremely commandingly. That means that there's only been 4
the payoff,
kills from
finally.
Astralis
No one knew what was
on those
happening.
rounds Dark Zero
No one had any idea what my idea was.
That's not a position you want to be in. Astralis wins theirs in scrappy fights, and they get blown out in their rounds from Dark Zero. If DZ takes border, we go to Oregon, which is DZ's map.
That makes me think of Planet Coaster or Planet Zoo when there's one employee that is like stuck on a piece of alley and they can't like join the rest and they're like calling you like
So Astralis ideally they want this map. I mean it's even their map choice of border. And I mean it's looking close so far, but that could change.
In terms of numbers for Oregon, just to back up what you said, it's 52-48 with the defense favor, but every single bomb site gets played. DZ
I want
don't get to choose which side
Planet
to
Zoo
go to on their own
with
map.
Jurassic
Astralis
Park.
picked
There's the Jurassic World game, but it's not really like Planet Zoo. Like, the Jurassic World game is about like managing the park and less about designing the park. And I want a Planet Zoo with dinosaurs where I can actually like design the park. You know?
I thought they... No, what?
I don't know, you just stared at me for like such a long time, like I made no sense.
I thought they... No, that makes sense. I thought they changed it, or like they added stuff for you to be able to design the zoo more, or like the park.
It's not... I mean, it's more like put a food place here, and like you put like the fences down, and like you choose like the type of fence. But
there's no terraforming or stuff like that.
No, like that kind of thing where like you can't terraform. If my memory is correct, chat correct me if I'm wrong, but like they give you an island, and like you build around the constraints of that island. There's a new game like that?
Yeah, I thought they made a new
Well, there's
Jurassic World.
the Jurassic World. They did make another Jurassic World game. Which actually I don't know if I played Jurassic World Evolution. I think I skipped that one. Because I didn't like the first one as much.
You know what I think?
It was still good, but I just didn't like it as much.
I think Planet Zoo and Planet Coaster, what they like the most is a multiplayer game.
Yeah, multiplayer park building would be really sick, but also I think really complicated.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be. And that's probably why that doesn't exist. But I'm sure we would love to play it if it was possible. If it were possible.
Astralis comes out in terms of blows by 1 player.
Barely though, shows solo and HP, and I mean Canadian still hiding inside security. NTR finds DB5 and a second to follow out as well.
DZ waking up. Astralis falling by the wayside. They're marching their way towards a victory on border. He's got so much munition, but it doesn't matter. Outdueled by an SMG-11. It's almost a flawless round again for Dark Zero when they win, Nick. They win so big. And winning is what DZ is doing here on border. Now they've won 3 rounds in a row. They've stretched their lead to 2.
Come on.
Then the question comes, now that a lead has been established, do we see what we've seen so far time and time again? And I mean, I see the microphone is down for the coaches. It's an Astralis tactical timeout, as you can expect, because this is for the first time on border that they are losing the momentum, losing that lead in rounds. And just like on Villa, just like on Clubhouse, this is the moment we gotta take it back.
They don't really show what you can do.
Yeah, they were a bit earlier.
Usually, when Astralis takes
let me see if I can find that
they
game.
get at least 1 round, if not 2 of the next 3. That's been the case so far. We'll see if Border can get those same results, because that would tie us up either 5-5 or 6-4.
All right. The crowd's workshopping some new chants. DZ going bananas.
Yeah.
There we go.
They love the bananas.
Might be one of the best clips in Rainbow Six history.
Oh my god.
NJR eating a banana.
Certainly was intense. The crowd commentary to that.
Oh, I mean, it had a conclusion too. We didn't know what happened to the rest of the banana, and all of a sudden.
Maybe?
In terms of bomb sites so far used by Dark Zero, or that they've had to go up against so far. Dark Zero defending on Bathroom and on Armory.
It's a really ugly path they made.
Or rather Vents, now they go to Armory.
Yeah, like I wonder if they made that.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't know. They're just doing a tour, so like, did you design this?
I thought it said SSG too, and I was like, you're 2 years too late.
Roller coaster tycoon.
I appreciate it anyway. Immediate change from Astralis, visible. 2 operators jump to mind.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's look at DB5 for a second. Ying, explosive operator, iconic on the Capital. This speaks to execution, speaks to chaos, speaks to high,
like
fast
they need more they need more
for Armory,
just like
Archives bomb side. These operators high in value, and Forrest also finds NGR, opening pick for Astralis. They need this so much, and they find it. This means that once we get closer towards that bomb side, we're gonna have even better odds of coming out
that makes
the
me
victor.
want to play Planet Zoo.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't really feel like this is what I was. I don't feel like you do a lot of designing with this game, but it's also hard to tell with just these videos. But
same story gives you that.
And now there's an ad, so fuck it. I don't know. I don't think that's really. That doesn't look the same level of design as Planet Zoo.
We'll use the word interesting. Iconic had an LMG at his disposal, instead going with the Paris, a smaller magazine. Again, potentially a style.
Where you could actually like build mountains out of like the rock pieces and like I don't know. There's a lot of designing stuff in Planet Zoo.
Astralis breaking
That's really
the
cool.
top of East Stairs and will confront the mute chambers that are on the wall inside of Office. Forrest attempting to find a blind spot in it. Lack of coverage. It's not there. So successful denial. There go the Candelas. Look who's in. Iconic is in, and he loses again. It is heads-up gun duels. Iconic 0-6 both times. He seemed to have information and knowledge, and he's getting shut down repeatedly by the guns of Dark Zero.
Where's the follow-up? Like, who's helping Iconic succeed right now? Because he walks in alone. Sure, that Candela somewhat helped him, but why not send a second player to help him in case he falls? The shot is not up to the challenge right now.
Shuttle with the flashbang, but there's 2 players in that area, including a shotgun that will be pointed squarely in his direction. This flash should be quite successful, but he gets jumped upon. Nice flick from Shuttle. Instead, the players
turns out the shouting lady on stream is Iconic small.
Cute. There were 2 of them. But Dark Zero losing out on another gun duel off screen.
He is struggling, yeah.
Canadian and Hyper together. Longtime friends, teammates.
Been doing so good the rest of
up against the 3 from Astralis. Hyper inside of Fountain. That was the position that he was in before when he took out Shuttle. He's going to continue to move. DP Fire not far away, but look at this. There's one last Candela. It goes in, and the follow-up will come. Surely Hyper doesn't win this. No, he doesn't. So free for DP Fire. The old man will need to shoot back. Diffuser in the hands of Forrest. Getting planted. Canadian has a small opening, sees it, and wins the duel on DP Fire. Goes below. They've lost control of the bomb site, but look at this. You can just mag dump into the soft wall. That's exactly what will happen. Canadian sees the Zofia, no chance in hell. Astralis, after the timeout, take a much-needed victory.
But it's scrappy, right? It's close. It's not a clean cut, but they make it. Hyper and Canadian in that 2v3 played so far apart, it cost them in the end. It's a nice build-up early on. Hyper hiding inside a fountain, got a reward, but eventually fell to his demise. Forrest, such a good play there, staking that diffuser, even though his teammate died right next to him. Did not fear for the cover, knew that he could get that bomb down in time.
Is that like monster growl?
On Sophia. Trust in your teammates to get the job done.
It's like the slow-mo, yeah, it sounds so funny.
But they need to help Iconic get into this match. They need to help him succeed on those entry positions. They could make it work afterwards. Shuttle himself did it. Fought the Eclipse inside a fountain and pushed on through. But you gotta do that together before your first entry falls. Iconic has the tough job of entering at a professional level. It is arguably, by most Pro League people, Pro League players, when you ask them, what is the hardest role in professional play? They will tell you entry. Because you're walking into the map, sometimes blind, sometimes with info, against the best players in the world.
Yeah, I feel like
will not miss
are left peaks as
to hit you. And you gotta
bad of an idea as they are in Siege.
I'm sorry, I'm not listening. What did you say?
Left peaks in Siege, is it a bad idea as much as it is in Tarkov?
DZ's gone through
like peeking on the left rather than peeking on the right? No.
Who fits their play style.
Because like in Tarkov, you hold the gun on the right side of your body, and you know how like the movement is different, and so like you always want to right peek as much as you can because the less of your body is exposed because your gun is on your right side of your body.
Yeah,
Because if you're on your left side, you have to like lean further, like your character leans further out of cover because it's on the left side.
You can make sure that the rest of the spots are filled out.
Well, a lot of the Astralis team is a lot of very new players. They've been in like T2, T3, whatever for a long time, I guess. But this is like their first foray into T1 Siege. Whereas like Hyper, Canadian, and JR, those four have all been in for a long time. I don't know much about Pamba, but I think he's relatively new to T1 as well.
For Astralis, as they're making their way through the map, of course they got the box. They can go down below, do some destruction.
The models in Siege switch arms when you lean left, yeah, which is not a thing
also got the
in Tarkov.
Doubled up on the soft utility pieces. Canadian roaming gun does so well.
It's just like in the middle of your screen. Ooh, the timing is
only
close.
gets some damage, not a kill, but Shuttle will now know that there's somebody there.
Hyper takes down
really iconic to pick up.
Want match point, they can feel it, and they've got the first kill. Astralis on attack, halfway
Pong
through.
champ, A to the 3, thank you for the bits.
Adrenal Surge gets him back up close, but Canadian outduels him.
Switching shoulders in Tarkov would be really interesting.
And it's Dark Zeros who emerges ahead. DP Fire takes down Hyper, losing a lot of HP. There's an Adrenal Surge. Iconic still searching for that kill here in this half, as Eclipse takes him out with a Nitro Cell.
I need like an aircraft
they can almost feel assured of
control board to play Tarkov.
And match point will be theirs. But there's fighting these two last players from Astralis. J9O at full HP, DP Fire very, very wounded. Lots of munition. Again, you've got 150 bullets, but you said you need support. J9O has none of it. Panbazoo silencing the only player from Astralis with a fighting chance. And it's DP Fire against the world. To clutch out as he ascends upstairs, where do you go with 30 seconds? If you're Dark Zero, you don't need to get too cocky. You don't need to get too cute. Diffuser is within reach. DP Fire sees one, but you talk about support. DZ has their teammates back. Panbazoo with the final kill.
Wake up.
And Dark Zero moves to map point.
Fix TF2.
Reaction from the members of DC, but one person gets into a gunfight. A second member is there to strike back and ensure that a trade goes through.
What's up, games?
Now we're at this location once again. One more round for DC. A couple of rounds for Astralis. We're going to take us to OT for the second time, as we did on Villa early on. So back and forth, but right now, DC are looking pretty good.
Hold on.
Every time.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Hold on a second here. Supply Customs is where we see Dark Zero go. Why did we talk about this bomb site earlier, Nick? What stands out about it?
It is, by most people's definition, a terrible bomb site, right? It's hard to hold, it's hard to defend, it's played very infrequently, and sure, it has like a high win rate so far, but it's a complete coin toss on the bomb site.
I
it
put
relies above the room above the bomb site
tiger
itself.
bomb on my shoulder earlier.
You cannot hold this area. It's just impossible.
It's not
so
horrible.
difficult. You got the
It's just
window,
like
the
it's more
red
uncomfortable
door,
than painful.
armory soft on the
Not really in
balcony,
pain.
and
Just like
usually,
I can
you know,
feel
you
that
find
it's like
holo, so 1.0
uncomfortable.
zoom scopes against 1.5 zoom scopes.
Canadian is one.
Combat fights.
They won a major. He's won an invitational.
You got the
Twice.
Osa, so we already got
Twice, yeah,
the
2
9.
invitational.
The Lion, defenders can't
With
move.
Space
With
Station
Osa,
and
France
with
protection to the attackers, lines of sight of course, and you can also set you up for a plant or a push. So I really like Forest.
Continuum. I was looking for
Continuum?
Yeah, I couldn't remember their name.
With customs in mind.
Many moons ago.
Well, this is where you want to take the team.
Space Station
that
most
can
recently,
catch fire
yeah.
at any moment. Astralis' timeout got them the next round. DZ answers.
What about
back
majors?
right
I'm not
away.
sure.
It's an E1
Yeah, I'm not sure if
by
they won like a
DP5.
major specifically, but they won the invitational.
For Astralis,
Or he has twice with
particularly
different teams,
annoying,
of
and
course.
Osa Shield is
Well, an invitational
invaluable,
is a major
especially if you wanna
event,
look
but
for an
not a
execute.
major.
A quick
major.
execute
Major.
could happen too with the Lion.
But it is a T1
You've got
siege
smokes
event.
in the hands of the Osa and the Thermite. So execution for these attackers for the diffuser is very within their grasp.
Osa. I
It
don't think
doesn't
we've seen
look
her at
like a quick
all
strat,
this
though, from Astralis, at
series.
least not for now.
knowing how iconic now is on Thermite, now I haven't seen them play
She's
Border
kind of
before,
forced
really, so I don't remember if that's normal.
into
but this
meta,
could be
and I
because
feel
his
like
poor performance on the entry put Iconic
maybe
as
that's
a
the problem in
operator to
Europe.
help his
She
team
has
to
been
succeed.
forced into meta a lot, and I actually don't think that she is that good for the meta. I think she's actually pretty easy to counter, and I feel like maybe we lost some time in Europe focusing on her so much.
Did like the one time somebody, can't remember who it was, they planted behind an Osa shield, they smoked, and put down an Osa shield and planted behind it.
That happens a lot in Europe, and it's just easy to counter. You just know that you need to bring more impact grenades.
Man, Iconic 0 kills, man.
Eclipses in the bomb site, so
Struggling.
DZ has taken back control.
Really struggling.
This is hollowed ground. I don't really know what Pambazoo is talking about, but seems to find it very funny.
Oh boy.
How?
You can never guess what Eclipse is thinking from his
Why is he
facial
typing
expressions.
how?
Never.
He said, I don't know, Iconic how. So probably they had a gunfight like pretty ridiculous or something.
I think Iconic is struggling mentally at this point.
Win for this organization.
They're trying to bring him even more down.
Yeah.
All it can come down to is 40
To their
seconds, and then
credit,
you become
or to
an
their...
even better spot than you are right now. Drone shot at J90 through the wall. They know he's inside of supply. Nice shot onto Eclipse.
Nice.
Suddenly it's hyper in a 1v2.
They need to get the K's, and they don't have
be able
it
to
right now.
clutch this. It's him.
Wait, the icon was on...
6. Playing off of this debris, but looks
key's
the
icon.
other
Oh,
way
it's the
just
pointing.
at the final moment. Sees the head.
Oh my god.
No!
Oh, he gave up flash! Oh no! Oh no way he gets that! No way he gets that! They played super poorly that 2v1 though. And Noah hated what was happening. Hi. That was
Wow!
super poorly played.
Wow, Hyper. Nice job. Jeez. He was full flashed and got that second kill on the Lion. That was very unfortunate.
We've got potentially one more, potentially 2 more maps. It could
That
be
was very
settled on
unfortunate
Oregon,
for the
but
Lion.
they're 1 map away. Dark Zero in a commanding spot. We'll toss to a break and then come back to talk
Yeah,
about
that's
what
gotta
we
be...
just witnessed on board.
I think the hardest thing right now is gonna be for Iconic. He went killless that entire map. Out of, it was 7-4 I think. So 13 rounds, 0 kills. He was 0 and 8. Lion ended flash 2. Oh, that's... Yeah, I don't know. He could have flashed himself, maybe. I actually don't know. They didn't show his perspective. They only showed, I think it was a Jaeger or something. I don't remember. Or not a Jaeger. I don't remember. Whoever he was. Yeah, this is... Now at this point is when, like, they have to reset their mental for sure to come back after this, and... Because now they have to win the next 2 maps. They can't lose the next one, and they have to win the one after. So, whereas DZ, they just need to win the next one. And the next one is their map pick, because Border was Astralis' map pick, and I don't remember what map we're going to next. Well, this is the
Shadow is the decider, I think. No,
Bank
they've
is
been shadowed.
decider.
I'm sorry. Bank is the decider.
Yeah. This is the new op, chat. Oregon next?
I guess why I don't know.
Then you solve it as if you always knew the answer.
No, there's no subs.
And with that 7-4 victory on Border, Dark Zero puts themselves
Oregon
one
and then Bank,
map
yeah.
away from becoming major champions. And that map was a tour de force, right? I mean, Dark Zero seemed
It's
to
really
have, it was a pretty
unfortunate
close early game,
that they
then it
lost
was
that
all
one,
Dark
'cause
Zero
that
after
was
that,
their
wasn't
pick,
it?
so...
Yeah, Dark Zero really rolling through it on that second half, especially
Now they have to
here
beat,
on Border, winning their opponents.
now they have to beat Dark Zero on Dark
Dark
Zero's map
Zero.
pick.
We talked about how they were undefeated on this map, but still a statement win for them, especially to be able to come through with so many cool defenses and win that map.
Yeah.
I actually thought they'd messed it up, you know, because we had the
Yes.
attacking side win every half up until this first half of Border, where it was 3-3. And Border is well known as a very attacker-favoured map. You're expecting at least a 4-2. I thought Astralis actually did pretty well getting on the defense, getting 3 rounds on the defense.
Oh, yeah.
They were getting very active. We expected them to do it. But I was so impressed with Dark Zero's defenses because they were given initial ground to Astralis, but whatever ground Dark Zero were trying to hold, they were holding it with their lives. They were like, we hold this ground and we win or lose the fight on this ground no matter what happens. And they got themselves 4 defenses out of 5. That's almost unheard of on this map.
Right, I mean, we were coming into this series saying that one of Dark Zero's great strengths was their attacking rate. These are both teams that are very good on attack, but if you want to win a major, you gotta start doing everything, right? And Dark Zero certainly put it together on that defense. I was blown away by some of the plays from Hanman. Of course, Hyper closing it out at the end. Like, some of the individual performances from Dark Zero that map were so good.
Clutched a couple rounds there.
And I mean, it was kind of written in the stars, and like, obviously it's the best 5, so you're going to go to most maps. Wow, sure. But Dark Zero, they beat Heroic on this map. And Heroic is known as their best map, so Dark Zero are no fools on this map, even though we thought it might suit
I don't know what you think about the next map, because I really...
We've got a special treat for you. Jesse is standing
it's a good map for Dark Zero. I don't think it's a good map for Astralis.
Dark Zero's defense looks so good on that last map.
My ideal, before entering the major, my ideal was to play Astralis either on
round number 7 Dark Zero defense on the bathroom bomb site. I'm
either on Bank or on Border or on Oregon. So
especially with the castle operator. First of all, what happens usually? Well, what we saw from Astralis and what we see from a lot of teams is you really try to extend and hold the entire top floor. Typically, your line of defense is looking something like this, right? You want to hold everything to the top and right of this line. And usually that's about it. You'll give the rest of the attackers. But Dark Zero do hold a whole lot less. Instead, they're setting up the reinforcements so that they're more holding about this part of the map. They're really not holding a whole lot here. So they're just holding to the right of this line generally. They will roam a little bit above it. Sort of, you see this player here moving, but that is going to be the general line of defense. Then what we see from the setup, NJR has done a lot to prep this site. So first of all, he set up a sight line. They're going to set a shield right here in the doorway and a nice little angle into the break room that can come through and get a couple of gunfights if it goes their way. They've also set up a castle barricade here to protect the player playing kind of on top of this balcony area. They've set a castle barricade all the way over here on top of the stairs, the east stairs, so that they can try to play around those staircases more. And then farther, they're going to open up some holes in the floor right below this doorway here, so they can take some gunfights from below and deny players entering that side of the bomb site even more. Now, keep on paying attention to NJR. He's the castle. He's got 2 more to put up. We're going to play this one. And this is an interesting one. This caught my eye because this is not something you see a whole lot. He's barricading down on the bottom floor, right where the attack often try to breach through. That's a big one from him. And then another one in the bomb site. That one, a little bit more expected. We do see that a lot. And then the bulletproof camera going up through the site. Now, you can already see Astralis at this point, they're starting their attack. They are going to try to clear through this top floor a little bit, and we'll see how this turns out for them. But keep an eye on that guy on the right. Again, bottom right of your screen, that's NGR. He's opening up those footholds now. So, the first clip we're going to see as this round progresses is actually not going to be a positive one for them. It's going to be one where they end up losing. Pambazu playing the sightline that I initially highlighted that you can play from inside the office. Unfortunately, though, he's just not going to quite win the fight. This hole goes both ways, and DP Fire does take him down. But from there on out, it goes very, very positively for Astralis. So there's 2 gunfights I want you to watch. NJR, again, playing around these east stairs, can move upwards and take this guy out, as well as challenge these angles again
like
this
that
direction.
for chat, so I can draw things
really,
to show them
strong
what I'm talking about.
inside
hopefully you will highlight something more interesting than what he's doing.
Simultaneous fights going on through this one. Watch NJR, the right side of your screen, up the stairs, finds the first frag behind this guy, and then movement around. Look at this guy. One first clip from Eclipse, and he's going to get a second with the shotgun. Beautifully played by him. It gets a little scrappy here, but this is still such a nice little setup that they're able to turn this into. And then beyond this, we get down to about a 2v2, and these top floor players from Dark Zero really do clean it up. Let's go see if we can find how this one ends.
I feel like
like
the idea of this is really cool, but I feel like I struggle to understand
and it's a beautiful way to close round 7.
sometimes
and I thought it was really
like what they're
unique,
doing.
From NJR.
Yeah, like it's cool that they can do it, but sometimes I struggle to be like, what is the point of this, you know? Or I struggle with it, and I'm just like, why are you telling us this?
That was a great breakdown of the round, and of course, Dark Zero, obviously, it now is the team to beat. They are essentially on match point fresh. And so if you're Astralis, you're kind of put in a situation that you're not really used to, right? You're in a situation where you're starting to kind of lose some of these gunfights that we really haven't seen these players lose since basically NAL began this year.
it's a strange scenario that, as you say, they won't have found themselves in. And we was expecting, if we got to a map 4, if we got to a map 5, it would be DZ chasing the game. It's actually Astralis, because we thought DZ would be stronger as the games go on. So I feel like it's all to prove for them. I mean, when have you ever seen Iconic go to a 9?
I know, look at those stats, right? I mean, even DP Fire at the top of the charts there, just 10 and 10. Just
oh, did he finally get kills at the end? That's the match summary.
It's interesting. I feel like this is the first time we've kind of seen
that's just border him.
Astralis look a little bit shaken.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
I didn't realize he had gotten 2 kills there at the end. I thought he still had 0.
And go on, you gotta have that pro gamer goal.
But I think he only got 2 at the very last round.
The next map is a whole new one.
And I'll remind you, Astralis did do that well in the quarterfinals against X. That they did a great job pulling back after they lost that first map.
Why did they make Eclipse look so small compared to everybody else in this thing?
That was for Dark Zero. There's definitely more.
He got those before the rehost. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a rehost. You're right.
Grand finals. He's not afraid of losing because he's used to.
So he only had 2 kills in the first like 2 or 3 rounds.
He lost more grand finals than any other player, but this time it's looking pretty good heading into game 4.
And then no more after that. It sucks.
Said, one of the greatest of all time. More GG.
He really struggled.
Skill. Other players
I just
you're learning Astralis,
like they need him to be gunning.
Yet again, Dark Zero though, a chance to finish it all and come out on top as Charlotte major champions.
To be running and gunning.
Right after this.
Guess that line. Siege edition.
Guess that line.
Window barricade up.
I don't know who that is.
A castle.
I'll take care of you.
Doc?
Look. Are we professional? Doc?
Yeah.
Yes, Doc. I'll take care of it.
Wall's done.
Come on, give it a try. Is it bandit? Oh. Mazi? Yeah. I kill it. This game is too easy for me. It's kind of hard, to be honest.
Aiding friendly.
Thunderbird. Zofia.
Oh, terrible.
No. Dokebi. Ivana. We're so bad. We need help. We need lifeline. Kali? No? No, just let us know. Sounds like my ex-girlfriend. Azami? Twitch.
He said sounds like my ex-girlfriend.
This is hard. This is so hard. We're getting wrecked. Knock.
Who is Knock?
Legion. Attack. K. Ace. Oh. Monty.
They're just guessing all the operators. Doctor. They just guess all of them. Eventually you'll get it right. Oh, the handle lights up. Look.
Oh.
Cool. Fancy. We're saying that looks like a handle on the top of that building. You could just like lift it up. Yeah, that even happens to me in Tarkov sometimes, where it's like when you just can't win gunfights and you're just like, what is wrong with me? I cannot hit any of these shots. And it feels like once you start doing that, then you just can't bring yourself back from it either. You just keep, it's like a spiral, the death spiral. I'm tired. Alright, now I'm rooting for DZ to close this out. We can get out of here. Go lay down. Tarkov reference counter. Yeah. Could make some more. I don't know where they're gonna have the next major. Do you know?
What?
Where they're gonna have the next major?
Where?
Yeah, where?
I can't tell. I don't think I'm supposed to say.
Okay, now say it.
No. But...
Okay. Do you actually know though?
Yes.
Oh, okay. They tell you this far in advance.
Well. No.
Secrets, yeah. Mirage no secrets. Can you text this to me?
Yes, I'm doing it.
Oh, we're sitting next to each other, but we're texting each other secrets. I want to know. Oh, very interesting. Wow. I never thought that he or she would have gotten themselves into that predicament. Interesting. I can't believe they're gonna have it in that hemisphere of the planet. Colonel Mustard in the library with the rope. Professor... I don't know any of their names. The professor in the kitchen with the pipe. Thanks for the 4 years, Shao. We know it's on planet Earth. Good, good, good. That's my least favorite kind of summer.
Alright.
Oh wow, I zoomed in on the reflection in Nova's eyes to see it. No. She's so cute. Look how cute she is. How adorable. Somerset, England. Yeah, you got it. Good job, chat. Nova, blink both eyes if it's in Europe. Blink one eye if it's in America. She's not moving. I've been playing the piano a little bit, yeah. Not a ton, but a little bit recently. It's mostly that it bothers Nova, and she has, because Fromage was gone, she was like hanging out in here a lot, and so I didn't want to bother her. I need to... There's a headphone.
We've seen 3 maps so far, and Dark Zero is but one.
And I need to plug something into it so that it stops playing out of the speaker.
The organization's
and it only plays out of the
championship on an international stage. We go to Oregon. Is this it? Or
Oregon.
will we need all 5 maps and will bank await us? I'm Intero, this is Pengu, and you might be tuning in for the very last map of the Charlotte Major. And it's kind of sad that it's over, Nick. It's been so much fun to be able to stand in front of a crowd. And I just want one thing from you. Do you want the Charlotte Major to end? Neither do I.
The Dark Zero fans are like, yeah, kind of.
That's just, those are the rules.
Give me map 5, and honestly, I want to say Oregon and Bank are both very historic maps when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. In the past, things that have happened and occurred, I mean, let's say theoretically we went to 5th map. Troy Canadian's very final map that he played in the Year 1 Season 3 Pro League Finals, his first international win ever, was on Bank.
Against Playing Ducks.
Against Playing Ducks. Very long time ago. Very different players.
They were all like,
I don't know. Oregon and Bank go far back. I'm sure Oregon and Bank are both like reworked, a little bit different, but I'm really happy we get to see a strong finish here on maps that are very familiar to the Rainbow Six Siege viewers, the players, the scene, and get some more history on those areas as well.
This has been an exciting matchup between these two squads. Going all the way back to map number 1, Villa. It was an 8-7 victory. Astralis just narrowly edging out that very final round because of an ace clutch from none other than Shuttle.
I want him to
one
win
of those
his
kills goes the other
there.
way, it's entirely possible that DZ 3 O's, and we're not even here at this
I care more about his family not being
doesn't
sad.
go that way. Clubhouse is Dark Zero's pick. They went 7-3. Astralis
because his mom is
sealed
cheering for
that
him.
map. And yet,
She can be proud of him to be where he is right now already, because that's a new team. They're super young. They're in the final of a major. Like, that's already crazy, to be honest. It's already really good.
There were some weaknesses that were exploited on Clubhouse. Seems still on border now on Oregon. We have a very different ball game.
Yes.
First, DZ is starting on defense. This is the only map that they are starting on that side. Astralis chose to go to attack on Oregon. What does that mean for this map, and what does that mean for Dark Zero?
starting the attack inside, you get to see what the defenders ban first when it comes to those attackers. So
iconic how.
it can either be Astralis wanting to control the ban phase, of the operators, or perhaps to set a really aggressive and dominant tone for Oregon to start. Because DC's been in the driver's seat pretty much every single map within the first 2 or 3 rounds. And I mean, the way the last 2 maps ended, Clubhouse was a 1 versus 2 by Pambasu to finish it off. Then you go to Border, it's a hyper 1 versus 2 to finish off that map as well. The clutch factor used to be something that we only spoke of highly when it came to something like G2 or SSG. But at the Charlotte Major, the clutch factor really is on the side of Dark Zero. Every player stepping up, taking turns, having their moments. As Charlotte, they're known for a very similar trade, but so far in this grand finals, they haven't really shown themselves in that area.
A funny little stat that we can refer back to is that in the quarters and the semis, Dark Zero lost map 1, but then turned it around and ended up victorious in maps 2 and 3. They lost map 1 against Astralis and have been victorious in maps 2 and 3. But this
Remember
is
that period where they were a little bit less good because of the...
One more map to go for Dark Zero for Astralis. There's still 2.
They were still good, but they were too speed, but now they're really, really good.
Yeah. I think the key was chilling the dough.
Is this the conclusion of
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm texting in French, so I said away.
Will Dark Zero prevail? Or will Astralis dig deep and the young players attain greatness and move us to map number 5? Let's find out. We are underway with the bands. Nick, starting on defense is Dark Zero. They remove Ying. On Oregon, that's a very sensible ban. She is an operator that causes much paralysis and a little bit of vision problems inside of the bomb sites. Flores falls as well, leaving just the last 2 defenders to be taken out of play.
Both of these attackers, of course, is about clearing out either utility or for the execute on the bomb site itself. This is going to make the attacker's job a little bit more difficult, or you'll have to flex yourself thinner on different operators that don't see that much play, for example, such as Capital. Mirror is a stable, expected ban on most maps. Oregon is no different, and Munition is a specific target ban onto Astralis. It's been iconic who's mostly been playing this operator, and not with a ton of success. But Oregon is quite a linear map. These Goo Mines, they gave it...
They did it!
They did it?
They did it!
All 10 with the...
For the first time in this entire best of 5, we have full Skinnergy across the board.
Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Henry.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
All right, so when we started this grand finals, Parker, you asked the crowd who they're cheering for, and it was pretty 50-50 out.
Hold on, don't forget Ian.
Okay.
Ian Chambers was also in the conversation.
Ian was in the conversation as well.
He's my choice.
He's your choice, that's fine. But I want to ask the crowd right now, who are you cheering for? Make some noise if it's Astralis! It was louder before, I think. All right. If you're a Dark Zero, make some noise! All right, I'll get one. What about Ian?
One-sided.
Make some noise for Ian, I love your stage host! Yes. Thank you.
Ian's sitting in the green room probably going, how did I get roped into this gap?
We love Ian.
We love Ian. See, there you go. Gets a personal shout out. Either way, we know that the crowd will go home happy. A lot of you came here to cheer for North America, and they have proven you right to do so.
Phenomenal region.
USA!
Right now,
USA!
I doubted NA just 6 months ago when I first moved here to Las Vegas, and I was proven wrong very quickly. You know, they stepped up, they started playing Go Force, went to Gucci stores, probably more often than not, but still they showed up in the server and they mattered the most. And we get new representation. OXG new roster, Astralis new roster, DC picking up young gunners, all thriving. It's been lovely to see him being a part of the entire route, and NA is arguably looking like the strongest region so far. Let's see if they can hold on. Let's see who comes out on top right now between Dark Zero and
I told you already last year, I think that I feel like we can't really identify teams for their regions anymore, so...
instead of those hatches being opened up. You think Iconic will be moved on to hard breach duty at any point if things don't go in his favor?
Teams are playing way too
To
differently.
have your worst performance at the major with your team in the most consequential match that you have ever played. We know that his potential is better than what he's accomplished, and he's someone that will be under heavy watch. Halfway point, Astralis already prepped to start their assault onto this defense of Dark Zero down below. Nade goes out, Canadian trying to dump as much bullets in their direction. Nothing really ventured. ADS is now reset as it's more utility dumping. Nades go out. First kill goes to J90. Astralis on the board first here on Oregon.
Astralis on the bird.
All about execution, right? The devil is in the details because it's a very linear map. Most teams attack and defend in the exact same similar fashion. So it comes down to those last second decision. In the moment, the pixel situations, making the right moments happen at the right time. So far, Astralis, they found the first. Can they find more?
Positive impact from NJR. He knows the advance is coming. He has to play this tight angle. They walk right in, and he manages to get away. Panbazoo doesn't.
Okay, there's the refrag
and suddenly
finally.
Astralis look far more formidable. They're narrowing them down, and they clean them out. Astralis take round one.
Explosive start, fast
the fact
indeed.
that whoever was in laundry that didn't
members down from the bomb side did not shut
NJR
down the
on that
zone
first
game from
pass, I was really
Astralis,
surprised by that.
and that's gonna punish them. Because the map is very linear, because it plays out in a very similar fashion
Right
every
here.
single time for most
The
teams,
Sledge, I think, who
you can
beats from the
expect
left side.
where the defenders will be, where the attackers will be. You gotta get up those staircases, find those initial drones, stall down or slow down the attacking side, buy yourself a few more seconds. Otherwise, the Goyo pick, as you see, won't even pay off that much. And I'm afraid that the Skinnergy has disappeared already.
Well, we tried our best.
We tried our best.
We got one round of it. It's good. We got one round of it. You mentioned, by the way, how pivotal a map Bank is in Troy's history as a player.
Yes.
This is Redemption Island for Troy. This map and a small blunder
the top white
that
there.
became a much bigger blunder ended up being incredibly important in his career. Yes, there's been some redemption on Oregon. Dark Zero actually beat, was it TSM? In the North American major that was all NA to win their first technical major champion, even though it was just it was an online event. It wasn't a LAN like this with a crowd. It was also all NA. It was won on this map. But when I see Troy as a player, then he will dominate the conversation because of his pedigree and because of how long he's been around for. Oregon is the map that I most closely associate him with. How poetic it would be if you're a fan of Dark Zero for the championship for Dark Zero to be won on this map.
Absolutely.
Or Bank. I mean, it's
Both
if you're a
ways.
fan of Dark Zero, you don't give a damn about what map it happens on. You just want them to win.
But you are right. There is some history to be told and learned there, and maybe a bad situation that can be rectified. But this grenade from Forest finds Panbazoo. Pan have been so formidable in every single map so far, having a slow start to Oregon, and Astralis a very fast one indeed. EMPs available, flashbangs and grenades, they have so much utility and so much time to work with, as well as the man advantage. Astralis just gotta play a clean round now, clear out this shield position and trophy, and with those EMPs, that's way
I could see a lot more
easy,
people
way too quick.
using
Second
the
match follows
cyber
Canadian off board, a shuttle
site
repel, finds
than I
second.
expected.
Yeah,
Hyper now will have to
I
watch
don't
the
know why they
opening
do
that's
that.
been created on this dorm's defense.
See you later,
on
Easy.
the top floor, Astralis starting off with a great
Yeah, that was a nice
tempo.
nade. That's his second nade
And there's
kill
a
this
grenade
round.
to land into the lap of Hyper. Necessitates a smoke to try to give some cover. NJR swings, wins the duel. He's the only person to get a kill so far, and he gets paid for it by an early death by J90 swiftly. Eclipse has the marks, beautiful shot on the shuttle,
Nice,
but he
there you
can't
go.
do more than that. Iconic comes
There you
alive. Astralis starting off Oregon on a tear.
They chose this attacking side. Remember, this is DC's map. That means Astralis going to choose where they start. They chose attack, and we said two things. Either one, dictate the operator ban phase, or two, set the pace and set the tone for this map to come. They've done both of those, and because of that, they've got a 2-0 lead for the first time this entire series, and they are looking alive.
That's a very good point. They have never won those consecutive rounds to start off a map. Is this a timeout?
Tactical timeout?
Early?
That's
Wow.
They lost 2
How
rounds.
humbling
Tactical
for Dark
timeout.
Zero to have to burn their
You wanna
timeout
break the
after
momentum?
2 rounds. We talked about how dominant the wins for Dark Zero were when they won a round on Border. And what do we see? The exact same thing, but for Astralis. Put it in Astralis' column, because those 2 rounds have been so methodical.
They're not even talking.
Impressive start. And exactly what they need. More of those rounds from Astralis. No. Knock DZ off.
Drinking water.
See if you can break their mental. And the
maybe
most impressive
right
part
now,
for
we don't
me
see it,
with
but
Astralis
he wasn't talking that whole time.
they're a young team that have never competed in international best of 5 before. If they can stick with it and go to all 5 maps and dominate Dark Zero on their map,
if you have multiple
Oregon,
staff,
then I
you
think
can
that
only
bodes
have
really
one
well
person
for the bank
in the like in the comms, right?
I mean, Astralis, did you see
Sorry?
a few victories?
If you have
here, they'll
multiple
fire
staff,
right
so
back
like
up,
you have a head
right
coach
back
and
up, I'm
an
sure of it.
assistant coach, can the assistant coach also be
in
in
the
the? There's only one.
of
Okay.
course, and I want to say DC calling a timeout.
Would be
after the
useless
second
anyway
round.
because you only
I
have
think
45
it speaks out of
seconds, so
respect
it's already
that
tough
Dark Zero
to
has for Astralis.
say
Yeah. You don't
everything
take
you
a
have to
timeout
say
this early
for
on.
one
Yeah.
person in
Audition
45
truly think
seconds.
you need it,
Right.
and that's due to respect
Plus, if
to
the
your
players
opponents.
have stuff they want to say, for any reason. I see that sometimes when you guys take tactical timeouts and it's like the players are talking more than you're talking.
Astralis as they find the momentum now. They also found the crowd. They are live. They got some operators in their pockets. They got the line and the nook. Can work together in union to
I have
sneak
that
into
agreement
the
with
map
my
and get
players that
information. Forrest doing just that very quickly.
I will
First
never
20 seconds.
forbid them to take a tactical timeout if they feel like they need it themselves.
On this Astralis lineup
I
at the moment, and not a
used it
single
for myself, but if they want one, I'll
There you
get
go.
one.
Oh, the timing! And he's going to engage early. It's a sloppy gunfight. Hyper and Forrest emerge alive and not damaged.
Closer for
And immediately
Forrest than it
back
was for
onto Drone.
Hyper.
But look at this. If he reads it correctly, it's the big bad Nadian, but he loses it to Forrest.
Wow.
Outdueled by the Nook. Opening pick goes in favor of Astralis again. They burn an E1D to keep a refrag from happening. And it's Iconic who takes NJR and turns him into a beautiful piece of scenery.
Darks in the back end, had to get aggressive now. You gotta lash out and find a kill or two in this time. Do not stay in the bomb side because it's not gonna be safe. You're gonna get overrun and swarmed. Eclipse in the freezer stairs, Hyper on the armory, wants a laundry, one should I say. They're
Yeah,
looking
Forrest is
for a
doing really
pick,
well
and Astralis
so far. I mean, it's
trying
only
to get
been
slow, holding out angles,
2.5
those
rounds,
adrenals
but
just coming out, healing back
he's been
up
getting
the
a lot
injured
of the
members of
opening
the
picks
lineup
and
right now.
everything.
Forrest almost back to full HP once that final surge goes through, and there it is. We're looking healthy.
Final surge used as you
This is
pointed
unfortunate
out,
for
and it nets them at least one
DZ
or
if they burn their
somewhat
attack
helpful
timeout
as
after 2
Eclipse gets
rounds
picked
to
off.
try to break momentum, and then they
How about
don't
you
even
take a
break
timeout
momentum.
and then
It's
get
just like
flawless,
not accomplishing
because
anything
that's
that
what's
they're
on
trying to
the menu
accomplish
right
with
now.
it.
Forrest could have another. As he creeps up, looking to the right. Out goes a grenade. Tucked in the corner. A flawless
Nice.
is definitely there, but
Another
Forrest
one in
doesn't
laundry,
see
yeah.
Hyper.
Hyper with the 3K! Oh my god!
There's no magic this time.
That was really
Not after
good.
what you did
Too
to
bad
us
it
on
didn't
Border.
win them the round, but
3 in a row for Astralis.
wow.
Beautiful and ridiculous triple from Hyper, but it doesn't matter in
That
there
was
because
that was way
Astralis
closer than it
is
needed to
swarmed
be.
bombs
Yeah,
out.
for that
There's
one
so
person.
much bodies on their
The
side
thing is,
and
they also
theirs.
pinged him. They knew he was
DC are
there.
falling so swiftly.
And then Nook-
Forrest on the injury, finding every
I don't know what that
single
was. That
member
was
of
weird.
DC that was on the roam, leaving just Hyper in the end, who also fell to the grave eventually.
Don't leave the sound for
Forrest
that. Don't
looking
leave the sound.
Because they had a yellow ping on the smoke in laundry, and he just went around the corner into further in the laundry, and the Nook just like ignored it. I don't understand why.
Everything. Normally when
He
you
just intense comms.
Yeah, because then he focused on the long
the
hallway toward Pillar, and he got the Jaeger that was coming from Pillar, but then they almost all died to.
Would be enough for it to be like one of his teammates was like long,
Yeah.
while another one is like there's one here and
Yeah.
ping.
finding the first engagement
And
and
it just
almost the
doesn't
first
get it.
kill. It's way
Yeah,
out
you
of
can only
schedule,
process so
and
much
it's catching
information
Dark
at a
Zero off
time.
guard time and time again. Round 4.
That's true.
Let's change it up if you're Dark Zero. Tertiary bomb site, meeting and kitchen. Normally, this is your last resort. Dark Zero trying to make it their first choice.
Meeting in kitchen has been played 12 times. It's been won 6 times by the defense, 6 times by the attack.
Diocletian also thank you for the 19
Split
month
right down the middle
resub.
if you're terrible at math. We'll help you out a little bit. Playing aggressively, DZ understands what's at stake. They're losing the plot. Their timeout goes. It does not succeed the way they want it to. Not embarrassed necessarily on the next round, but Astralis has been
I'm really
firmly
surprised
in
so far.
control of this map.
Yeah.
A surprise given the result that we saw on Border, but again, the scrappy team of
Is
Astralis.
Oregon more balanced between attack and defense?
Never giving up.
Defense-sided?
They're piecing together
So
this
it's even
puzzle,
like
this
the more
plan of
shocking that
theirs.
Dark Zero
Honestly,
is
the plan
struggling
looks
to
good
defend
from a top-down view.
so
The
far.
execution, the small details, just doesn't go in their favor more often than not. It leaves them in the dust. Usually.
How much longer until the stream finishes?
So far, looking
This map plus
fine,
potentially
again,
another one if they go to
first
best,
minute,
the
most
fifth map.
important area for DC and Eclipse right now is taken away from them. 2 spare reinforcements. If he has the guts, could reinforce off this wall, but they'll get opened up eventually. Forest finds
Forest again with the opening pick.
Opening pick, but it's traded back. No advantage for Astralis to be found as DP Fire is removed from action. No EMPs available any longer.
I wish they would show you like how many EMPs he had when he died, you know, so you know, did he use his utility already?
Yeah.
Therefore it's fine, like not fine, but it's better that it's okay that he died because he doesn't have any utility anyways.
Very far off site, roaming over in garage. NJR in security, he's a couple steps away, and look at that. Oh my god. A toxic canister primed and ready. He's trapped inside with the door gone. Canadian net shuttle, that's his first kill. We talked about it before. Still inside a garage, effectively trapped, but the Prisma is still outside. If Canadian wants to rotate, it will continue to show that it's there. Interesting strategy that DZ's used before. They used it on Border a while back. This allows them to go and do what they need, and I think that might be the thinking for Canadian. J90 upstairs as it's a 3v3 with just a little under a minute to go, and Adrenal Surge could signal a potential execute. And JR swats away at Iconic, another drop, but J90 is just simply better on the duel. Now he can jiggle around the bomb chassis while Forrest gets the diffuser down. It's a 2v2. The players from DZ will be in a 1v2 against J90, and there it is. Forrest got down a beautiful retake. Dark Zero get their very first round on their own map.
Unfortunate. They were, I think, both members from Dark Zero were up top, and he was focused on everything in front of him.
But this is again, we're scrapping together
instead of the
rounds.
hash, which was
Not
right above
really
him.
good, but we're making it work. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
This is goal line for DC.
I don't think they had the intel on where those two members were, I guess.
Just that they traded sides effectively.
Yeah, I don't know where Canadian
Dark
was.
Zero was holding above. They gave up that control. They went downstairs. They lost their bodies downstairs.
Alex,
they went,
thank you for the sub
retook
also.
that top
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And Astralis did not know this.
Why we love Siege.
A war has broken
didn't
out
have
in the
enough
crowd
intel.
over which team to cheer for.
You know it's a good grand finals when you can't, you know, make up your mind if you're in the crowd because they want both teams to win so bad and they're both fighting so desperately and so hard for it too. It has not been as one-sided as the scores might indicate earlier on. Those 7-3s and 7-2s does come down to multiple clutch moments from both sides, but as DC just coming out on top a little bit more often, those 1v2s and 2v2s are playing a little bit more together, more effectively so. 4 drones alive now from Astralis. That means they got good drone network. DB5 has one on the side that gets taken down. 3 drones left for Astralis. Those are likely going to be inside.
I don't want to risk an ad break
one top
during
floor,
match
one big
point.
tower, most likely. Trying to get info on the 3 most important areas of the map. EE1D goes out early.
That's a good call.
Start for Astralis, looking to take
To tell you, I tried to, so I was doing a sponsored stream for Twitch and for Paramount, that was the Halo thing. And they were like, can you turn off the mid-rolls on your stream? And I was like, no, I don't have control over that. And they sent me a screenshot of the like setting page on Twitch, and I was like, I don't have any of those settings. There was like 6 settings, and I was like, I only have 2. And I can't turn off the mid-rolls. There's no, I don't have any control over it. I don't know why. I think because of my like contract with Twitch that those options are just disabled. I suppose I have no idea. But if I do that in the future, I'm just gonna have to tell them to think about that. Like if they want me to turn off the mid-rolls, because I don't have the setting for it at all. So I literally can't turn them off.
You're gonna open up these hatches, then drone the bomb site, and peek their front attack.
It's just funny because they were like, here's the page.
So you're
And I was like,
sacrificing
mine
these
does
early
not look
fire
like that.
charges for all this time on the clock. And the final charge should go out with the execute on the bomb site itself. And because Charlottes have 1 minute and 45 seconds to work with, they can just take all the time they need, spend all 10 of their
That would be
drones
cool.
because they know for a fact
Starbuck
that
is like
all 5
have.
members are stuck in the basement with
No,
no
I
way up.
think most accounts have more ad control. I think it's standard for people to have more of those settings. I think I don't have them because I have a custom contract with Twitch.
critical parts of the map.
Which requires like X number of ads per hour.
Grenade goes
as part of my contract.
Target is a Banshee Malusi. Malusi's Banshee. I don't know if it.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not doing the side-by-side view this time. That's true. They've done that in the past.
There we go. It seems like they've got it this time around.
I don't know why they're not doing that. Because when they're like in a 1v1, you know, show both perspectives.
We'll see the head for a second. Close. Nothing else to be found. Final moment. It's the Warden to try and stave off a push from Laundry Stairs. Droned out multiple times. Still sitting in this spot. Hyper Jiggle peeking around. This will be a tough one.
There you go. Nice.
Shuttle to do it, and they're in the building. They're at the bomb site. NJR removes Iconic. Trading back and forth. Neither team really with an advantage. And a shotgun up as DZ derails the freezer push. Diffuser in the hands of Forrest. Limited HP for Shuttle.
No idea.
The two players from Astralis who now need to watch. As the reset button is hit with 30 seconds to go.
Looking at the wall, but I believe she was.
I don't know. Maybe she was looking at the breach and it just when she as she died, her body turned. You know.
Creeping up, still looking for his first kill. Doesn't get it. DP Fire doing so well.
Nice
Canadian try to clutch in a 1v2. Diffuser down. Now a ton of intel for him to play off of. Instincts. That's about it. Astralis have gotten.
I think a side by side in a 2v or in a 1v1 is a good idea.
And it looks like the diffuser's in a spot where you can
in like a 3v1, yeah.
Canadian tries to duel, but Forrest shrouds him in mystery, and Astralis is up 4-1.
Look at Astralis just taking a complete pause in the middle
and Max
of that round.
again
because they have the time to do that.
Oregon.
They go to the bomb side.
Sorry, attacking Oregon.
They lose a member.
Is really good for
Astralis. 30 seconds straight.
Shuttle's winning. Yeah, Shuttle and Forrest right now are.
Because they executed with a whole minute left on the clock again.
Also hyper.
The early round is where Astralis are winning this because they're buying themselves so many luxuries that normally you wouldn't have.
Let's see if Astralis is capable in defense. Playing discipline and using the choke points.
Yeah, like sometimes they switch to the perspective of someone as they die, like repeatedly, and it's very confusing to watch.
The Warden keeps coming out because
they just get unlucky and they keep switching to somebody like, as they're dying.
Get a good secondary, deploy the shield because you throw slow flashbangs.
I keep yawning.
Yeah, I don't think
it is a little bit odd
because I'm also really tired.
I keep waking up at 5, like if I needed to, but I don't need to. Still, I'm awake at 5.
Well, yeah, you're on East Coast time.
I was there for like 7 days.
Well, but you also normally wake up at 5 anyway.
Those smokes, another thing that Warden can see. But the lineup that Astralis is favoring, does it really necessitate a Warden?
Yeah, he's always been wearing those shades. I don't know if it's like... I saw someone in chat say they're colorblind glasses, but I don't know if that's true or not.
So,
I do want to say that Eclipse is often finding himself in positions that are heavily under pressure.
But I saw someone say that in like the Rainbow Six chat during the group stages.
One set of flashbacks from DP Fire, not a huge issue. You still get to play that smoke mute kind of operator, you know, shotgun primary, SMG secondary, deployable shield, and because of Eclipse's positioning, he can now see through those smokes or flashbangs.
So that is hearsay.
Which is a great benefit to have. Of course,
objection, hearsay.
Right now, no C4, which means
speculation.
Not as good as a mute in that particular instance, but he can rotate around the map.
You know what I've learned? That in the US, you have different codes in trial like that, like different objections, depending on what state you're in. They're not called the same and stuff like that. It's not a question, I'm telling you.
Oh, I just like, I meant like I don't know anything about that.
That's the real deal, that's not a clone, that's not a Gemini. Forrest goes to Canadian's flank. DZ opens up round number 6 in style.
You understand what he's saying?
He's just running on the map constantly, not being found out at all.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Astralis might be going a little too fast here.
In the words of Troy,
no.
I'm crazy!
No.
Hopefully my impression wasn't too bad.
That's alright. Fuse on the
Tell
ground.
him.
Gonna get picked up here. Woo!
Make me say bad things.
Not getting picked up just yet. Now Canadian will be stuck inside this area of armory. Iconic on the rappel.
The value that Canadian is getting right
Say that.
now. He gets 1 pick. We're the halfway point of the round. 3 people from Astralis are looking in his direction. He's got a nitro cell that goes out. It won't connect. All the while, Panbazoo has died. A second for Canadian. Diffuser still far enough away. He knows the buck is down below it.
They're below you.
So
Kill him.
you just need to be wary of where DP Fire is, dancing around what little of the floor is left for Canadian. Quick save. He's sticking around it, but he's still upright. Now it's DP Fire.
Hello.
Look at what one man can do in one spot. All 3 kills from Dark Zero. All because of their leader. All because of his position. And Astralis are still trying to
He's
get
not
him
even
out
weak
of there.
either.
J9
Like took almost no damage in those 3 fights. That's crazy. Even with the buck underneath.
Canadians only lost about 10 HP. They can't clear the laser gate unless they decide to run through or expend one of those few lifelines remaining from J9. 30 seconds to go, and the rest of DZ are just sitting there waiting. Now J90 is dropped from Hyper, and he gets both of them.
Wow.
Big bad
Yeah, the value on that flank was nuts. But still, like, yeah, 4-2 on an attacking half.
He's running through the map, doing crazy things, and it worked out so well. Finding 1 kill is one thing, finding 3 and staying alive. Beautiful. Max value, success. This, of course, puts the first half in the dust because it's round 7 about to start. Hyper.
Boo.
Forest. Panbasu. 4 members to on each team. I thought we learned better.
I thought Pamba had one. I could have sworn Pamba had one, not that I'm trying to ride.
He took it off on purpose, I swear.
Not true.
I don't know.
Look at this. Hyper didn't want Finka, now he wants Yana. Pambazoo had Yana, now he wants Finka.
A little switcheroo there?
The old switcheroo.
I mean, let's talk about Pambazoo for a second here. So far in the first 3 maps, amazing individuals, stellar performance, doing great so far. On Oregon, he's looking a little small, 0 and 6 to his name, having a hard time finding an opening, so Finka is going to go to his side.
Yeah, Pamba went hard the first couple games. Now he's
to the LMG and really strong gadgetry.
He's struggling now.
Sorry. You're trying to punch me?
Oh, you're just at like the perfect range.
Now in the current meta of self-destruction. You also get an IQ. Canadian is picking up this operator simply to counter
I get everything on camera.
Defenders of Valkyrie, because when Oregon is
lack of foundation,
there's very few areas that you care a lot about.
I moved to submit.
You want to make sure you can find those Valkyrie cameras, shut them down,
evidence
and take away that information.
174, and published to the jury.
Canadian now on the IQ as they swap sides. The tail of the first half. Let's do it. This might be the last map. This might be the
my dog stepped on a beat
for us to go through it. Astralis obviously came ahead.
I wish I could see the video you made for me. That was so funny.
Picked up 2 opening picks. Astralis 3, a trade for the other round, which was all the way back in round number 5. In terms of bomb sites, it was a lot of laundry, it was a lot of dorms, and there was a single tertiary bomb site of kitchen.
Without my glasses, I cannot see.
With a kitchen and dining. Meeting in kitchen was not one thing.
No, it was not. And normally it doesn't get to be seen much either because, you know, tertiary bomb sites normally only get seen when the defensive side has a lot of victories, and as you saw, that wasn't the case at all for Dark Zero. Slow start to their attack, but normally...
Why does it say 4v5? It's bugged. It does that. It's been doing that like the entire event and the last event, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's because Pambazu is in 0-6.
Just kidding. Damn, man. May as well be a 4v5, so the observer's just like, fuck it, hit that button early. 4v5.
Going up by Iconic, otherwise up. Maybe he wants to provide J90 a way back into the bomb site, but
this is why you can't stream. You get banned for toxicity.
Yeah. Now that DZ has taken control.
It's a visual bug. It's been doing that for forever. I don't know why. I don't know why they even show it. Like you can see, there's 5 people here and 5 people here on the side of the screen. So like, how many people are there? I don't know.
But he doesn't know that DP fires inside of security. Immediately answered back, and another could be on the docket. Forrest takes down Hyper. This defense of Astralis looking pretty okay so far, emerging from that scuffle with the upper hand.
Embasu going in up the wide stairs here, has to see if he can make some trouble happen, but the Banshee gives away his position. He's exposed, he's vulnerable, but he's gonna go in with confidence. He's gonna get behind you. Seeking out, gets one, get two!
Yikes. Yikes.
The wide stairs.
There you go, there's the refrag. There's another one.
It's now Eclipse, Canadian's down on the ground, it's 1v2.
1v2.
Iconic and DP fire.
He's not gonna be able to get him, but he does have the case.
Canadian needs to be retrieved at some
point. He's got 20 seconds.
It's all on Eclipse to recover. Canadian will likely bleed out and give
Ooh, they know where he is. They're shooting him through the floor.
By the head of Eclipse, none hitting.
And he's got white stairs to worry about.
On the bomb site, and a flash goes out, repositioning through dorms. But it's a game of keep away. They've dropped in, and now he'll be vulnerable.
There's
he
C4.
goes with the fuser.
Yeah, nice.
And it's an easy finish with Iconic.
Nice job, Iconic.
Miraculously
Yeah,
well done.
I'm really surprised about how it's going so far now.
That 5?
I'm happy, but I'm really surprised. I did not think Astralis would do good on Oregon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not over.
They gotta
But
keep everything right now.
No, but they're doing well, yeah. It's, I mean, it might go to overtime still. They could still lose it. I mean, it's possible. But it's gonna be close no matter what. Unless, well, unless they just win the next like, 2 rounds.
Canadian found himself injured on the ground, could not help in that round because there's no more adrenal surges to get him back on his feet. Basement defense, we go to next Forest on the Ella shotgun.
See, he entered the
Ellis
scoreboard and
shotgun,
now it's
very
fine.
common in various regions of Rainbow Six. Played
He
by
got 2 kills,
Miller,
now he's
which
allowed
is
to be in the
back
5v5.
portion of the bomb site. Also, look at how quick.
Imagine if that was an Easter egg. All the time we thought that was a bug, but really it's just Ubisoft trolling the players.
It's just Ubisoft being toxic.
That is lovingly referred to as Harry Potter because it's under the stairs.
Yes, you'd be correct.
You can also look
Harry
towards blue.
Potter.
That shotgun at such close range eviscerates
It's Tuesday,
whatever
isn't
you
it?
throw at it. As for Dark Zero,
She makes herself laugh. She's proud of herself.
The scores on Dark Zero so similar.
Fucking English
5-6,
people.
5-6, 6-5, 6-5. Same on Astralis. Relatively close, but Forrest has been the standout performer. Iconic is somewhat returning to form. I think he tried to spawn peek against Canadian. Requires at least 1 adrenal surge. A second
Actually,
will come,
Triple
but will
G,
Canadian
he's
live to see it? That's
a
the real
Tarkov
question.
streamer. He made a video about
Because
that.
TP Fire might have heard a Repel or somebody on his team. A punch through the window, but nobody from
About
Dark
what?
Zero
The
in line of
accent?
sight.
Yeah,
Look how much
that
more
joke.
aggressive his shots are. This is a basement defense, by the way, but they're doing the thing that Dark Zero did not. They're all across the map,
you
top
stop
floor
sneaking all
especially,
the
with the
time?
DP Fire on this Vigil. Has one last impact grenade, could use escape, but instead he used the sledge rotation. He's looking for the flank. Don't know the whereabouts. Oh, but his NGR turns around.
no, I missed
shuts
it.
down
No.
DP Fire, but it's a trade. Shuttle takes down High with the C4 instead. It's 4v4 tied back up. Now Canadian with the Jackal can look for something. This Jones finds Iconic. He's gonna have to run for the hills because he's gonna get chased down by 2 members. But Shuttle is down the shotgun.
That was
What
gross.
a play by Shuttle, and he gets away quite safely back to the confines of Kitchen. But Panbazoo gets 1. Could there be more? A disappearing act from Astralis as Panbazoo not having the performance that he needs in a must-win match for Dark Zero if they don't want to go to a best-of-1 on bank. Pause, a lull in the action. Almost half the server cleared out, half of the round cleared out.
Let's look at what's in front of us right now. DC has 3 flashbangs, 2 smokes, and actually Pandas is also with a single flashbang, 1 single adrenal surge, and they got plenty of Excairos to breach walls and hatches. DC has everything they need for an execute. At the same time though, on the defensive side of Astralis, Banshees from the Melusi, Prismas from the Alibi, a shotgun from Forest. They also have ways to shut down the attack. Close quarter, their shotguns, they shine so strong. The one thing the defenders do not have, don't have a C4, there's no smoke, no toxic babes. They can't stall, they can't deny a plant. So defenders, they want to fight, whereas DC, they would like to use the utility to set up a plant or a push to gain some of this presence in the map.
That means it's gunfights galore, but they do have one thing. They have the shotgun in the hands of Forrest. In a do or die situation,
Americans
that thing
hear
is
English
absolute bullet hose, and it hits you like a truck. Flashbangs go out, and there's Panbazoo with yet another kill, 2 to his name, hunting them down. Things become dire for Forrest.
Oh, yeah.
He's isolated at the back of the ball site, and there's Iconic running through smoke, and it's
He's wearing a Wolves jersey, I didn't notice that.
the final 3 kills.
It's
for his
Wolverhampton.
team. Well played for Dark Zero. They're closing this gap.
They are. They're so important. They use the smoke grenades, use the flashbangs exactly like we wanted to see. Cutting off lines of sight, blinding the defenders, pushing through in, and trying to get at least 1 pick before planting down the diffuser. This early roam clear from DC to really put them in a good position. That disappearing at the servers was quite funky. Pamisu held down the fort with the LMG. He's now back on the scoreboard on 6 kills. From 0-6 in the first 6 rounds.
You just have to give him an
6
LMG. That's
by
the problem.
round 9
With the other guns, he can't get any kills.
Bear in mind that DZ used their timeout at the tail end of round number 2, which means that they do not
What?
have
He was
parachute.
playing some other character. I don't remember who he
They're
was
in
playing
free
before.
fall. Things start going bad for Dark Zero. That's it. It's over. And Astralis is only 2 rounds away from bank.
Deal with it.
Tantalizingly close from sending us to the 5th map of a best of 5. Most teams don't make it the distance.
Oh, he was playing someone else though, right? I'm not crazy. Or was he playing Think this whole time?
Shoot Astralis.
I felt like he was playing someone else the first like 1 or 2 rounds.
You give Dark
or
Zero
the
that parachute as well.
A good point. And there was a match in the NAL
Am I
where
crazy?
SSG was not
Maybe
doing
I'm
great.
crazy.
The match was on the line. They didn't call a timeout. And I asked Like, just over Twitter DMs, he said, why didn't you call the timeout? He goes, I felt it would have helped them as much as it would have helped us. There was no real benefit.
Yeah. And I think that's right now in this situation, if you're call out, the coach of Astralis, you gotta keep in mind, you might have something to share with your players right now that you think is crucial, but you're up 2 rounds.
He got roasted by Fromage and he was like, shit, I better pick it up.
You can do the exact same thing. So punish
was
the fact
just a
that you
joke.
burn the timeout early for Astralis.
That's
Just keep
it.
your
It's
pocket
just
as long
banter.
as possible. Try and burn through these rounds naturally.
I think it really depends on how confident
Bleh.
Colorado is in his ability.
You sound like Fuyo when you do that.
For sure.
Don't
That's
ever
the
insult me
big
like that again.
difference maker. If he thinks that settling his players down and outlining a strategy,
She said you would go to the next siege
easily
event.
takes advantage
She
of
would?
wherever Dark Zero is attacking.
She said you
from,
guys would go.
then
You two.
even though Dark Zero will still be able
She's
to
like volunteering me for
Yeah.
stuff. What the fuck?
You didn't see?
You'll end
No.
up leaving DZ in checkmate. Who knows? That's speculating later on. But Astralis find themselves keeping pace with DZ, which is good. DZ have not won 2 rounds in a row.
Depends
until
on where
they
the
start
event
doing
is.
that.
But if
you
it's
turn
where
around
you said it will
or
be,
Astralis comes out ahead by a scoreline of
then I am
7-4, that's
absolutely
still a nice spot to be in. It's something that's obviously in the back of their minds.
not
Same start, Astralis
going
had a
to
bit of an aggressive
miss
roaming of the game, but they're falling back rather early on this time because they want to have those man
The
numbers up this time because they know that in that 3v5
opportunity
it was awfully close,
to
they can make it even better,
stay
so it's a 5v5
home
instead.
and
Only single roamer right now is
watch
DP5
the
in tower,
event
but he has to make a
in
decision
person.
now. Fall back or stick around, and well,
I know
Or
you by
not.
heart. I just know too much.
5v5, half
I
the round
know you
left,
too
7
much. It's
drones
too
without
easy.
0. Of course, as you saw, Valkyrie cameras on the board for Astralis, but slowly getting figured out. And
stage
found
3.
out
Well,
and
we're only
shut
on stage
down.
2.
No C4, toxic babes are available, of course.
This is the end. This major is the end of stage 1, so we still have stage 2 to get
now
through.
have somewhat of an idea of where the attack will be coming from as they're allocating resources in particular
I'm gonna get face
areas.
paint.
DC again left with 3 options: front side, back side, or a
I'm gonna
split
get
attack.
face paint.
The one thing they all make
I'm gonna
common,
paint my
you need
face.
to find the opening kill. You need to find the opening somewhere because otherwise, well, you can't enter the bomb site.
To
I
at
like
the
that Ella
hand.
is
Okay,
a-
the big foam
Oh.
hands at
Again.
face paint.
But this time around, a bit of a small choice. You've got the score.
Oh fuck! I just had a really good idea.
So you can engage
I'm not
in a
gonna
little
tell
bit
you.
longer range.
You won't
It's
know
also
until it's
shuttle
too
on
late.
control. They think
I mean,
something
it's a
Forrest
surprise.
Valkyrie, maybe being able to call it. Whoever dies first is going to be on cam. This is where things start to happen. 40 seconds to go. Nade in hand from Hyper goes towards Pillar. Adrenal Surge goes out as well. It's a drop from the Maverick of Canadian. Pillar eludes him. Bambazu the first kill. Answered back immediately.
Oh, I thought that
Astralis
was not his
bunkering up the
teammate. I was
bomb
like,
site.
why are they
And
just
the
staring
forces
at each
of
other?
DZ march ever
It's
forward.
too fast.
Bambazu is now at 7-7. He's
Not that
heating
fast.
up.
This game
That's
is too
bad
fast.
news for
You
Astralis.
slow it down like
There's still
Tarkov.
3 kills for him to claim, but it's Hyper to grab.
Hyper
shot.
again.
2 remain for Astralis, but a shotgun at close
They're
range.
iconic.
Let him go in. Iconic, be patient. Be patient. What are you gonna do? You know 2 are there, and he gets it.
I loved that. That was so great.
And
Woo!
good shape. NJR.
Play of the fucking tournament right there. Play of the fucking tournament. Wow.
Save the day, save the
Wow. What a play.
between the maps.
Legendary. Holy
Bruce
shit, that was
Wayne and
amazing.
Batman.
I'm so happy that
I
worked.
say about that. The
No one's
trigger
like, what the
discipline.
fuck? I hate this.
In that moment, it's
I like that he get the other kills too.
Wow.
4 kills.
Yeah, and then he gets the last 2. Like,
Iconic.
not only to get that double, but to
Imagine-
get the last 2.
Imagine his
Holy
mom
shit.
right now.
Yeah!
She must be so
Oh,
proud.
She's like, that's my boy! Hooray! Wow, that was awesome. What a play.
All hail the king, baby.
That was
Astralis
just awesome.
now on match point. This is, if they prevail, a better
To put them on
scoreline
match
than we
point
saw
too on Dark
border.
Zero's map.
DZ1 Clubhouse
To potentially take them to map 5.
Astralis' map of border
That was so
stolen out
nice.
from under them by Dark Zero by a score of 7-4. Astralis
What a
is
fucking
beating
play.
that margin right
I'm gonna
now.
watch that
Again, no time out for Dark Zero. You can't just settle yourself down. You got to go into it round by round. What is the mental of Dark Zero? What are they at right now?
I mean, that right there, that's when you say, oh boy, I wish we had a timeout. You know, I want to talk about this and settle down the people, the nerves, the calmness, because if you're DC, you're not thinking, oh, we can go bank next. We got a lifeline there. No, you're thinking, this round right now, match point 3-6 down. You got to bring it back. It's going to cost you energy. I mean, Astralis, they have all these strats up their sleeve. You saw Iconic whip out that C4 for a brief moment, change his mind, looking for a spawn peek. Can pick up that black
What
eye
is his,
camera as well. Once he's
handle?
done using it, throw it somewhere else.
His handle?
His Twitter
Well,
handle.
he's in tower, and he's got a way back to the bomb site if he wants.
You
He'll
mean
have a drop.
the ad?
A long run over to
Iconic
this Dorm's
R6S.
bomb site. It was a second attempt on
That-
Laundry, and Forrest wants an engagement, but he wins it and trades it out with Canadian. The IQ was so crucial before, but it will be no more for DZ.
Honestly, I think that's worth for Astralis. I mean, sure, forces take kills, but value-wise, now these cameras and this utility stays alive and unseen. You play 4v4 on defense, less angles for attackers to, you know, cover.
Well, I mean, look at the value that an IQ brings you. You've got all the magnets from DP Fire, you've got the Banshees from the Melusi, you've got the Black Eye Cams from the Valkyrie. None of that available because the IQ died probably way too early in the round to make any significant difference. So I would say, with the Razor Blooms already out, 4 Forest on that Thorn, huge value. Nade goes off from Pambazoo. Doesn't connect the way that he wants it to. Adrenal Surge to give himself full HP now, and look at this. Iconic roaming, but he misses an opportunity after the grenade goes off. The call was made, but it's way too late. You got about 5 seconds to act on it, and Iconic was just maybe a bit too slow.
DC now rotating around, still kind of looking for their own
R6 images that precede unfortunate events.
You know, combing through, but not sure the next step is. I mean, here you're on the fire, 2 people inside the kitchen server situation.
The nade was close. I'm surprised.
Tied one. Can't really get out here. Stuck on his top wall, but these magnets will help him stay alive.
Just buying time at this point. 1 minute left for Dark Zero to get in, and a nade will connect onto Shuttle. Astralis losing the numbers advantage, but Iconic gets them back onto even footing. Hyper is in the bomb site. They don't seem to know this. It's a post plant though for Iconic. He takes his nitro cell and he goes downstairs. Look at those spam marks. They know there's a black eye cam.
Oh, the flash timing.
Completely blind. He's trying to do his best. Hyper but Iconic takes out J9O. Is it worth
he got
it? The clips down.
One of the
Diffuser now in the hands of NJR. He and Hyper will link up inside Dorms. Iconic to retake. They know he's there. Down goes DP Fire. Can the King clutch it? Does DZ know where he is? He has to choose wisely. No marks for him. They spot him, but he gets out.
Oh, the unscope. Unfortunate timing on the
will wait
unscope.
another round to see if map 5 is on the board, and Dark Zero wants to keep this one as close as they can get. They need more rounds like that.
Such a close call. The flashbangs blinding multiple people.
Yeah, the flashbang and then
the C4, the team kill, the trade-off. Still on Matt's probably gonna be there for a while. 2 more rounds with DC. 1 more for Astralis.
And then another map.
Yeah, 1 more and then a whole new map.
Are you getting tired?
How odd is it?
I have been tired for like the last 2 maps.
Like, it's such a close match. Why are they booing?
Come here.
So unhappy, so ungrateful.
And we're not going to tell you why, by the way.
A cat.
You'll never know. You have to ask.
A cat.
Go to the greatest single collection of wisdom on the planet, Twitch chat, and ask them.
Oh boy.
Huge round for Dark Zero. I understand what Astralis was trying to do. They wanted to play the post-plan.
Say something.
They gave up complete control of the bomb site. They want the nitro cell to go off, and then in the midst of the debris and the commotion, Astralis tries to whisk their way back into the bomb site. Can't do it. Dark Zero is ready for it. There's not a lot of confusion. NJR picks up that diffuser, immediately gets into dorms. Hyper's in a very strong spot to watch the top of white stairs.
5 seconds left.
Astralis' logic, I think, is sound, but DZ understood what was happening. You don't just walk into dorms and realize that there's still 3 or 4 players from Astralis, and none of them are in the bomb site.
Trying to maintain
you don't
her
go,
good
oh wow,
image with the public.
We just got it for free.
They can't know the real number.
This is a trap.
Absolutely not. I mean, that's either DC knowing that there's roamers from Astralis or just taking the gamble. Canadian. Doing as he always does, walks around, shouts a bit of damage from that generator window repel from NJR. It's Buck on the lookout on the Overwatch. Of course, Canadian is playing Jackal for the second
here.
He doesn't need any drone work right now for anybody else. He doesn't take up any team resources. He has his own drone, watches it, walks around that scanner out, can find feed seas. NJR entering small tower as well, where DP Fire is trying to contest the entryway. Shut down a few drones, denies some information.
Upset or happy?
Of course, Canadian flanks the freezer stairs. That could be an angle they can abuse.
This is another dorm defense, right? So you want to hold these critical spots under the bomb site. You don't want to give them away, especially not with a Buck on the field. There's an IQ in the hands of Pambazoo. Even with that early pick for Astralis previously, they traded off. Didn't end up being as much of an advantage as they thought. Now DZ's first hurdle, first obstacle. Open up some of bathroom. Open up some of that dining hall. Try to take kitchen. All the while, Canadian has been on a solo mission. He's not being droned in. He punched his own way into blue and has just been slowly creeping up the map. He should make it to kids' dorms somewhere around 3 on bank, but he'll get there eventually.
Oh my god, she's shedding so much. Oh, it's everywhere.
Power finds the kitchen player of DB Fire.
Suddenly, DZ showing signs of life again. No team has won back-to-back rounds since round number 4. Obviously, that benefits Astralis. If they continue to trade rounds, it should be, in theory, over now. Canadian
Nice.
Spotted.
There you go.
J9O exploits that inside a freezer. Down goes Canadian. And just like that, J9O can now start his advance back to the bomb site. Razor Bloom at the top of White Stairs goes off. They know that somebody from DZ was there. They would have known already with the barbed wire being hit.
Double insurance policy in case anybody shoots up the staircase. Those are soon gone for the world. No gates in the pocket of Hyper means that the guns just gotta go out, but you got so many, so why not? 38 left in the magazine. Time for a reload. Let's take a 20-second brief here while we get those loaded up back up. Eclipse is on the big window with Pandasu, so that's probably going to be a point of entry. Limited time, limited resources, 5 getting popped out. So it's going to be a
2 C4s though, but they're both
multiple explosions inside a big window, and there's
nice
a nitro
C4
cell from Shuttle. Caught by Hyper, Flash goes in, completely blind. And suddenly Astralis is just narrowing the numbers. That was NJR's turn, but Pandazu,
please look up behind you. No, he doesn't know.
Got down by J9O and Forrest.
Nice.
And the map. We've got ourselves
all the way
map between Astralis and Dark Zero. Iconic wakes up. Astralis wakes up. And by a score of 7-4, we will go the distance in Charlotte.
5th map activated. It's honestly all I wanted for a grand finalist. Wonderful performance from
Just
Astralis.
go.
They bring it back.
That's enough. We get it.
Performance from so many players, individual contributions from Astralis as they wake up when they need to. Bank is our final map. 15 rounds away.
Is taunting allowed?
A winner. We'll toss to a break and then we'll come back.
As long as he's
because
not
we know
like
you don't want to
saying,
miss this.
you know, hateful things.
You gotta stay polite. Like,
get fucked, you piece of shit. You're garbage. You're an old man. Respectfully.
No, but what I mean by polite is like, what's acceptable. You know, like
Yeah,
there are
there's
words
like a
that
line.
you cannot say.
Yeah.
There are things you can't say.
Yeah, or you get banned for a year. Respectfully, of course. That's what happens. Why is the Twitch app so broken? Twitch, wake up.
But then there is also what your org allows you to say.
Yeah.
Some orgs won't allow you as much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
yeah, like there's what Ubisoft allows, and then there's what your org will allow too. It's an NA team. XF coach got banned for a year. Bodega, yeah. Yeah, like, regardless of what they're saying, I always find it kind of cringy. It just seems like this, like, display of testosterone that's, like, kind of, like, meh. I don't know, I struggle to be like, yeah, you tell them. I'm watching this clip back, and Nova is like, no, that's too much yelling. cultural thing in sports, though, if you heard of basketball, for players to say to each other. Yeah, I know, like, I'm not saying that they shouldn't do it. I'm just saying that I personally find it cringy. Like, I get that it's a thing that people do, but that doesn't mean that I have to be, like, impressed by it, you know? Even if traditional sports players are doing that, like, that still doesn't, I don't look at them and think like, oh yeah, like, you seem really cool because you're, like, screaming in somebody's face. I understand that they do it, but I still don't think it's not impressive to me. Yeah, there's, like, some people that I don't know. Like, are you more focused on yourself and your play,
Ladies and gentlemen,
or are you
I
more
have been
focused on trying to
fortunate enough
demoralize the other
witness
team?
Many great esports finals over the
And
course
if you
of
want
my
to focus
career,
on
but
one
I'll
more
tell
than
you
the
what,
other, then
this
that's you.
could
But
be
I
one
don't
of the
personally
very
think
best,
it's
if not
like
the best. We are going the distance. We
impressive.
are going to the
That's just the best word I can think
map
for it. I don't know.
between Dark Zero and Astralis. I couldn't imagine it any other way. These teams are just
Like,
too
as
good.
a
They
player,
knew we
you're
needed
not
to see
more
all five
impressive
maps.
to
We're
me
getting it.
because
All
you're
the
good at
way
shit
to a
talking.
map
It's more
5,
impressive
and
to me when
some
you are a
great
good
play
player.
here on Oregon from Astralis, the way they were able to attack onto this map, it's not an easy map to attack. And
Yeah,
we've gone
plus, like,
on
talking
and on
shit
all
in the
day
middle
about
of
how
it,
good
but
this team
I
is
think
on
a lot
the
of it,
offense, but they
or like
really
some of it
did
is definitely to
solidify
try
it
to
here.
get in the
So many
heads
rounds
of your
attacking
opponents, you know?
onto the dorms, whatever side it might be. They did so well. A little bit of struggle in the defense.
So, like, it
but
can have
really
value
close
to them.
Really strong.
I did a little
It just
bit
doesn't have
digging
value
through
to
the
me.
map.
Oh, okay.
Astralis have an average of 5.25 rounds on attack on this map. That's over the past 4 games, 2 games in NAL and 2 games here. They love attacking this map and they make it look so easy. They often go on that trigger point at the very first kill, they get the kill, then they flood. So I actually thought DZ getting 2 rounds on the defense was pretty good from them, beating the average, and it comes back to DZ. They play all of these maps, right? They've got a big map pool, but they're not ruthless on all these maps. Whereas Astralis, you wouldn't want to pick it into them after you've seen them yesterday on this map, and they were so good on it again today.
Yeah, and you can even go back farther, because we talked at the beginning of this segment. This is the map that these two teams played against one another during the North American League this stage. And it basically went like this as well. It was a very similar map the 2 times that we saw it. Astralis were very strong in the offense in that one as well. So we just kind of saw the same story repeating itself. But when you get down to these last couple of maps in a best of 5, I mean,
One
sometimes
more
it's forced
map.
to take these gambles to bring
Is
it
it?
back. And
No, it's
Dark
2-2,
Zero,
so
they
this
are
is
a
the
good
deciding
Oregon
map.
team, just not against
Max of
Astralis.
15 rounds.
You know, I feel like one of the other things we saw in this, and the stats kind of suggest that too, that Iconic is starting to come alive. There were a couple nice plays throughout the day here.
Yeah, I
but
think
man,
sometimes
this
it does
map,
come across as
he really
disrespectful.
dominated.
This was really a game where we saw some monster plays from both sides.
Yeah,
I thought
Forrest with the
Pamba
4
was
opening
coming along
kills.
as
That was
well.
huge.
You focused in on him for map
That
5.
was
He very
huge.
well could be the MVP that pushes it over the line for Dark Zero. But
Chat, I'm gonna take a break while they're doing this just for a minute. I'm gonna get up and like walk around a little bit. It's been
It's really been some.
It's been a long time sitting here.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
absolutely. Let's take a closer look at a couple of the rounds from that last map. You mentioned Pambazoo. Well, round 8 was a highlight.
I'm just gonna turn off that overlay so that you guys can see what's going on.
Started to pull back in that second half, right? Pamba able to get a lot of kills, especially the cover is what I really enjoy in this clip. Again, DZ down quite a bit. It's a laundry attack. It's very hard. Pamba, the way that he's able to help out the rest of his teammates, you see the plant coming down from Canadian, and Pamba, the guy through the smoke, that is a split second you have to kill Iconic, and then trades out his teammate. Forrest gets 1, but it's not enough. Really smart to be flicking back and forth to different angles and just protect the rest of his team.
I love the use of smokes there. We don't often see that so much in Siege compared to other FPS esports, in that the use of smokes to deny the line of sight, to force the defenders to push through. 3 kills from Pamba, and he was just great on that cover, as you say.
Yeah, well, the good news is that if you like rounds with 4 kills, 4Ks rather, you're going to like round 9 as well. This time it came in on the other side, though. Astralis answering right back with one of the best individual plays we've seen today.
Yeah, this one's going to be coming through from Iconic, and this one got the crowd excited. You remember this clip. So patient. And obviously, this is not a hugely mechanical play. He's got the shotgun, but the game sense to be there, to wait for the cover, to dodge the shot from all the way back inside a pillar, but recognize where he is, playing around this sort of ringing around the rosy. That shotgun, sometimes the range will surprise you. So well played from Iconic.
When will teams ever learn to check that corner? It doesn't matter how late on you are, you can spend 1 more second to check that corner. Because this happened in EU League. It certainly happened a few times before across the world. And it was crucial there. Because if DZ had won that round, they were starting to chain a couple of attacks together.
They really were.
They could have gone on to win it. It was such a momentum changer in the context of the game.
Yeah, we were watching that backstage, and after that one, I'm like, that was a backbreaker. Like, that is the moment that map went in Astralis' favor, like, for sure. Well, we have 1 more map to go. We're going to go to Bank to see who gets crowned the Charlotte Major champion. Our last little pre-map teaser here, fresh. What do you think? Who's going to take it after all we've seen today?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not usually one to sit on the fence, but I have no idea. Do you know what? I'm going to back myself. I said it would be Dark 032, and I think it will be Dark 032.
Okay.
I gotta disagree. I can't listen. Astralis on Bank, they're undefeated. 3-game win streak on Bank, 2 coming through groups, and then dominant games over both BDS and Chiefs. If Dark Zero want to win this map 5 on Bank, it is against such a strong opponent. It will be a crazy match if DZ can manage to take it, but I just don't know if I can put that faith in them. I'm going Astralis.
It is very difficult. And you know what? In the pregame, I was saying I thought Astralis would win at 3-1. That was my guess. But I did say if it goes to Game 5, Dark Zero would be the champions. We'll get to find out who's right on the desk. But it's more important to find out who is going to sit in that throne right over there. Do not go anywhere. The final map of the Charlotte Major right after this.
Guess that line. Siege Edition.
Friend try, last mag.
Rooney.
What?
I have no idea, bro.
Bro, you suck.
Barricade deploy!
Mozzie?
Oh, I know.
Mozzie has MVP? I know, but 0. No? You got it. Castle again? Dude. Doc? Ah, you didn't buzz it. Yo. We buzzed, we got it. Bro. Whoa, what? Wow, we're nasty.
I'm out.
Is it Legion? Bro, no way. Oryx? A dog?
It was Mozzie.
Bro. When is Mozzie tired? He just drives a drone.
And here they are.
Oh, easy. Is that us?
Cab. That was us first.
That was us.
Say it then.
That was us. Cab.
Bro, that's literally Simone. Like, what? That smoke? Ace? I hear that all the time.
Yeah.
Who falls from the roof all the time? Yogg, Sledge. Castle?
It's Castle.
Bro, what? Set me up, dog.
Nah. GG's, bro.
What? Thanks, man. We're better. What can I say?
You.
Hello, we're back. Oh, wrong scene. I forgot I made a different one for this. Hi again, Baz.
This is it. There's
Baz, when
only
is
one
wipe?
map left. Dark Zero, Australis. A single best of one.
Oh, she's
on
supposed to know.
bank to determine
She knows everything.
the
She knows the Akita.
victor of the Charlotte Major.
Thursday? Cool.
Oh boy.
We're going to bank of all maps.
pistachios.
A lot of things have happened on this map in the past. A long
She'll take it.
time
She'll take
ago.
it. Careful. She
Also
tried to
more
steal mine
recently.
already.
Going there again is an honor.
I thought she would smell it and be like,
You would not tell us.
No,
how
she's just gonna pick it up from your hand.
Are we going to talk about? How it was the decider at SI between both you and Team Empire? Are we going to talk about how it was the very first map that Troy Canadian ever won on when they defeated playing?
I hate
Ducks all
that
the
you
way
have
back in
nothing to
season
put the
3?
feet on.
Yep, that's the one. Those are the ones.
And my bike.
Oh, and then
My
you
bike.
made a
Far from
tweet recently, Park.
Yeah,
Just
super
now
I have
a
that
moment ago
little
saying how
caution thing
there's
here.
only been two best of 5 grand finals going map
I like
5.
the idea of having that, but I
Here?
also like having the pedals.
It's back in
Like,
2018.
You know, I have two things.
It means
You don't-
Troy has been in
the
both
second
of
one,
those.
I don't really use
You have
it.
casted both of those.
I have.
Which one is the
I have
second
played in one, cast the
It's
other.
hard
History is right here
surface
at
like
our
platform
fingertips.
Before people say
that
something.
has an angle, so if you don't want it flat, you can
SSG
have
and
it
NIP
under
at
an
the
angle.
SI 2020 finals
I don't
did go all the way,
I
but
don't
there was a
think so,
map.
because this thing is in the way.
So it doesn't count because they didn't actually play the map.
That's fair.
And I mean, you
I kinda
also
wanna
love
go
it
grab it
because
just
we
for
played
myself
two
for the
full
end.
maps of Coastline
Okay.
in SI 2019.
Nora, do not eat the
Either
pistachio.
way, the crowd was getting hyped up
Or anything else.
while we were waiting. This is the last time I get to do
New
this.
theory is June 9th, according to Twitter.
If
I
you
feel
want
like
Dark Zero to win, make some noise.
we know nothing. We're just gonna keep guessing random dates.
If you want Australis to
Oh,
win,
I know.
make
Twitter's
some
just gonna be
noise.
like, I don't know. June 9th, I guess.
It's hard to tell from where we're standing. It sounds like Australis might be louder, but that's also because we are right in front of the Australis cheering section.
Yeah, we are. They
Oh,
got,
right.
within
Yeah, see,
arm's
there's
reach
nowhere
of
for me
the
to put
Australis
that.
desks.
Got
Because of
quite a
my-
support group down there. Parents I've seen from both sides as well. I was going to say, as a former player myself, I love seeing parents, moms, dads, etc. supporting their sons, their children in their careers when they're on the big stage. So thank you so much for being here, for showing your support in
your
person. It means the world. I can tell you that myself.
All right, well, the numbers have evened.
Stop
Holy
with my
smokes,
rug,
how
okay?
that
Your
has
rug is
shifted.
annoying.
Well, you
Here's
don't
a
have to use it
69%
ever.
for Dark Zero. Now it's down to
Yes, I'm seeing.
40%. You think it's Australis to take bank. Let's set the stage for this map. Another coin flip map. 47%
It's
in
right
favor
there,
of
just
the
reach it.
defenders.
Stop talking in your mic.
55%
No, you're everywhere. It's annoying.
All 4 bomb sites
one you want?
do see
yellow one.
some play. But
Thank
Teller's
you.
Archives
you
is
have the
far and away the
sugar
least
I
played
don't
bomb
know.
site.
Why don't I think because there's none up here, so I have
Part
to
of me
bring one from
thinks
upstairs.
there's no way
From-
Okay.
you're
Ooh,
going to
I'll
pick
tell you one, I want
that
this.
bomb
Okay.
site when there's only 15 rounds between you and a championship.
There's no way.
But then there's another part of me that goes, if that's not the
Why
perfect
did I take
time
an olive
to
view?
pull out some ingenious strat that is unbeatable, unseen, potentially unproven and untested, this is the time to do it.
Sitting in front of the room.
For
that
players
never
on
got
Dark
to
Zero,
make
there have been higher stakes.
She's
For
gonna
Australis,
try
the
and pull
stakes
it
have
open
never
when
been
we're
higher
not paying
than this.
attention.
And for the
I blocked it
rookies
with the
on
handle.
DZ, and I say
pull
rookies,
up the other
this is
side.
their first time playing in
It's
Grand Final
angled like that.
internationally.
She can,
The stakes are equally
She'll
as
figure
high.
it out.
This has been a
she
brutal
can yeet
contest
herself
to
against
use.
it.
And I frankly have no idea
Just drink it. Stop making
what
weird
we are about
faces.
to
There's
see.
mango in it.
I was going
no?
to say the same thing. I have no
I think it's like
idea what to
supposed to be
expect
like
from this map.
pineapple, like
It's-
tropical flavors.
This is like slap dab in the middle. It's not gonna be anything like Oregon. It's not gonna be anything like Clubhouse. It's almost like it's kind of like in that middle area where strategy comes into mind, execution comes into play.
Do you?
But the gunplay, the
There's, like,
individuality,
2 cases of
seeking
sugar
out
for you
those
in the ground,
high
you can
risk,
go
high reward moments.
If you want
also
it, I'm just
plays
saying
a
if you want it,
massive
you're welcome to
factor on
have the
bank.
yellow one, but since you
We've seen
don't
it time and
have-
time again. So many different iterations of how teams that used to play this map. We've seen
Are there
it quite
orange ones?
frequently in both the NAL and here.
Oh, on
in
the-
Charlotte
on the
as well.
island?
So both of these
Yeah.
teams can play it.
Go for it.
They both
Go for
got
it,
what
yeah.
it takes. They both
The,
have
like, summer
history
ones?
on it in a way. It's a beautiful way to end the final map of the Grand
Baz, do you
Finals.
want to play Dark Off tomorrow?
Well,
Type 1
We're
for
just
yes,
moments away from
and
getting
2
into
for
the
no.
lobby. We appreciate your patience. I want to say that obviously having a crowd back is great for a number of reasons, but the banana situation that we saw unfold is going to stick with me as one of my favorite moments at a live event ever. Whoever came up with that, like, one more bite chant, excellent, you're a genius.
I do agree. It speaks to the innocence and the creativity and the community aspect of a LAN event. And like, that could have never happened online. Like, you needed a crowd for that to occur, and the crowd needed to seize that opportunity together to be loud enough to be heard and really carry that point through. And they did just that. It was wonderful.
All right. We'll test it and see if everything's ready. Bank awaits us. We remind you the history behind it.
Do I have to pay for a non-labs daily tomorrow? We'll find out.
Bank is the final map. Huge moment for him and his squad.
It's Raven and Iron Eye. Thanks for 16 months.
Last map being played.
Sorry, if you hear crinkling, it's because I'm opening a bag of gummy bears.
A lot has happened here. Oh, Monty ban from Astralis to start it off, saying nay, Dark Zero.
Interesting.
No can do. Go next, pick something else. Oza Blitz will be available, of course, if you want to play Shield Operator. Nuke is a very common ban on this map. Can sneak into that garage. And a basement attack is creep around the map in general.
Okay. Well, my ban is pretty standard. Last ban
See?
coming in
You're
from
using
Astralis.
Yeah.
It's nice, huh?
Yeah.
So what do you think?
This company used to make peach ones,
honestly, these bands
and they
have
were
been
really,
wide
really
open
good.
so far.
And I don't know why, but they don't
There's
make
an
peach ones
Asian
anymore. They're
ban
just
on Oregon, if you
very.
Yep, I think Valkyrie stays open.
They're good, but they're not as good.
Kaid banned with Thatcher open. It's one of those.
I've been eating way more snacks by hanging out with you today than for a whole year.
It's like boredom snacking. It's the problem. Is like I need to be doing stuff, and then I don't eat for like 12 hours at a time.
So like one more niche operator. I have to say, Parker, you started something that is so abnormal.
We warned them.
There's an aftertaste.
We told them to fix it, and they
Also,
didn't fix it.
the sugar on it is pretty thick.
So it's the player's fault, is what you're saying. You didn't do this.
I take no responsibility.
Oh my god.
I
I
shrug
don't
it
know.
off.
It's not bad, but
Fair game.
Very first defense on Bank. This is the quote-unquote reworked Bank. It's not
okay.
the same as it was when it was in comp play before.
You're correct.
Really glad I bought specific
in terms of play rate,
gelatin-free
open
gummy
area
bears
is
so
Give
that
me
you
more.
could.
on this map.
they're not bad. Give me
I'm
more.
kidding.
Give me
No,
more.
you said you don't like it.
It's true.
So you do like it.
Very differently, however.
I
Course,
wish there was not
basement is
as
about
much sugar on it.
bunkering
Yeah, it's a lot
down
of
for the
sugar,
most
that's
part,
true.
Whereas open air is about
You can do that.
extending out as far and wide as possible. You can play all 3 floors if you want. Start up in CEO, go
Prediction
to the
in chat is
first floor, run to
50-50.
basement,
I feel
utilize those
50-50,
stairs
that's
and
true.
blue stairs and the main stairs itself.
Between the game.
Of course, right now we see both DP Fire and Iconic.
I don't know who's gonna win.
sprint across, barricading doors,
I swear, I
windows,
wasn't making
and then
a
to
subtle
side from
joke.
those
I'm
attackers
literally
that
talking
creep
about the
around
game.
on those repels and lobby side of the
You're
map.
getting paranoid? Like I'm judging you? or
You're getting
something?
paranoid. You side-eyed me off of that comment.
Right now,
Like, I really don't know who's gonna win.
Is a stellar operator. Hasn't seen that much play in this grand finals, but the few rounds in Oregon that I did see play, it actually did play off quite well. J9 and DP Fire, the first two most aggressive far-forward people from Astralis, with Shuttle to follow up as well.
Who do you think is gonna win?
Two-man top,
Bank.
two-man first.
Ignore the
situation
first,
for Astralis.
like, the fact that it's a best of 5. If you had just one map between Dark Zero and Astralis,
Immediately, the
and it's
summons will
Bank.
go off, and some of the wall
With
inside of that staff
Astralis
area
starting on
will be
defense.
cracked open. No real contest up top on the square stairs.
I struggle to remember this is Bank. Is my problem.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
hard
really
'cause
have
you
it
don't-
in mind right now.
It's hard because you're so focused on EU League teams for like 90% of the year. Then to like suddenly start thinking about NA teams. You don't follow their stats as closely as EU teams, I assume.
I watch all regions. I follow NA almost as much as I follow EU because I like NA. It's just that for the past week and a half, I've been focusing way more on Astralis, Chief, and BDS.
Yeah, that's true.
That
In terms of astrology,
they're really clear.
She's pulling it.
If I remember correctly.
She can't though.
I'd have to
She's
look at
trying.
the stats again, which I don't have up in front of me at the moment.
I think you are correct though in this situation. Of course, I gotta say it again. Every member has had their moment to shine. It's been round for everybody to take, and they've been taken. Right now, it's Forest, Shuttle, and DP5 that we have to take something together in this 3 versus 5.
I think she's in the bathroom. I think she's just in the bathroom.
Oh, no, but I thought she was pulling the... I thought she was messing around with something downstairs, so I went to check, and she was just in the bathroom. She's probably like, what? Why are you guys being so weird?
5v3
No
minute left.
No problem.
Long line of sight. First kill for Astralis here on Bank. It's all quiet right now on the western
Is
front.
Bank attacker defender sided? Or is it
that one
even?
kill to his name looks for a potential other from somebody.
It's
in
slightly
lobby.
attacker
Amazon was the one holding
sided.
down that portion of the map. Maverick torching through the wall.
Not like
testing
Coastline was
eyes.
attacker sided, you know.
I don't know. I can't
You've
see the
very
lights.
intensely
They'll fire
focused
away
on that
just
Maverick
in
line.
case.
Yeah,
Long
there
line
you go.
opens
Sorry,
up
well,
for
because
Forest,
I
makes
was trying to
it
see
work.
if you
He
could
thinks
see
he
the
has
legs
one
of
for
the
Maverick
person
as
who was
well.
covering
Either
behind.
Ill-timed.
But because of
look
the
at
debris,
flame
it's
from
hard to
DP
tell.
Fire.
There you
The
go,
Maverick
nice.
On the ground, down goes a clip grenade.
It's slightly
Does
attacker
damage,
sided,
but
you
not
said.
enough. Both
Yeah.
Forest and DP Fire are so low. But Dark Zero need to get into the bomb site with only 10 seconds left. Canadian on the Forest. There's NJR to get a kill, and it's DP Fire. He started this off for Astralis. Can he end it? Goes down below. No, making noise. They think he's gone. Tight angle. And this is a tough shot to make for him.
That was
Canadian
close. They
wins
almost
it
had
out.
that.
3 kills for the captain. And Dark Zero opens up Bank with a big round win.
Almost couldn't get any closer. You know, Astralis had information on the bomb site with those evil eye cameras from Maestro. Gave the info to DB5 to run away. There's
this
the
is why I was so
zoom.
like...
Nice. Could barely see that myself, to be honest. The info was there. There were red paint, yellow paint, all the kind of pings. They were holding down the fort. Canadian finds that final kill, protecting the bomb planter from Dark Zero. Spove staying alive. DB5, of course, had only a sliver of HP left in the bar. So low. It's gonna force their hand, changing up the bomb site here. Going to the basement instead. Of course, the lineup. A little bit similar, also a little bit different.
Chat wants to know.
The Muzzy and Vigil and
Is
Oryx
Fromage
speaks
a
to the,
Wolves
again,
football
the
fan now?
aggression and the roam game.
I will not answer
the
that question.
Echo and the Mute C4 speaks
No
to
comment.
Eye and information gain.
Fromage declined to
information
comment.
deny. So again, Astralis, they're dotting their I's and crossing their T's, playing both A, the early round the aggression, and B, the late round
They have
dominance,
earbuds
because
for
balance is
game
about
audio
both.
and for
Sure, if the
comm
attackers
audio,
concern, they can just stop
and then they
playing
have
right off
the
bat.
over
That's why you
ear
have the Echo and the Mute C4. But you
headset
also can
for
just
white
all
noise
hide on the bomb
and
side,
noise
and that's exactly
canceling
where the last
and
3 remaining operators, the
microphone.
Oryx, Vigil, and Muzzy comes out to challenge beginning stage 1.
By the way, I just want to say on record, I'm a big stupid idiot who doesn't know anything at all. There you go, I'm on the record for it. Why? Because when we were like, yeah, there's only been 2 best of 5s, we just conveniently ignored both Sweden and Mexico. Literally the last 2 majors all went to 5th maps. So yeah, so I'd like to be on the record. I'm a
Yeah,
big stupid baby
R6
who
can
doesn't know
definitely be a
anything.
game of pixels sometimes.
Please ignore what I
A lot of
said.
the time.
We both missed that, by the way. We spoke
Like
about
one
this
tiny
tweet, and we
pixel
both
gets you
missed it.
killed.
I mean, it is kind of funny because I've casted all 4 of those. So
Maverick
the
can
point
be
for
a
me at least still stands. Doesn't stand for you or for
real
Consider
problem
that.
sometimes because he makes
Either
such
way.
small holes.
I just have amnesia. That's all. We've never had a best of 5 go to overtime, apparently. But that's also not true because Coastline went to overtime, right? But that was under a different setup. So it's a little
Coastline.
different. We're splitting hairs now.
Coastline.
Either way.
Moving on, as
That's
though
not what
they
you
say.
said.
Rome player from
Coastline.
DC is quite sharp. They got the
You didn't say
Jackal
coastline,
and the
different
Dogabi to
sign.
assist with that. Of course, the Osa helps later
Really?
on in the
Are
round
you
when you get
making
towards the
fun of me
bomb
right
site
now?
itself.
I'm serious.
It's gonna take a while before
Okay.
we get there.
Yeah,
Canadian
coastline.
setting up his first shield. I think that's inside of server dirt
Oh, you
tunnel, if
said
I'm not mistaken.
coastline.
I could be wrong. Oh, actually, already inside of server itself. It's gotten quite a significant amount of map control for DC. Can just sit on, cut off that 8 bomb site rotation. But now DC effectively a roam clear with only 4 members available as Troy is on a drone, can maybe gain some information, but can't quite help his teammates out. It's Hyper, it's Panda, has to clear out these members of Astralis.
On this, on the roam right now, this Forest is down below. At any point, that Oryx can hop back up the hatch to get in closer to one of the attackers on the 2nd floor. It's a downstairs/basement defense. He
I don't
has
really
a shuttle
want
with
to
him.
do a comment on
As
that.
there goes the first logic bomb. And it's Forrest debating whether he wants to hop on up. No, don't go, don't go, don't go. NJR is there for the kill. The Yokai drone with the assist, but it doesn't do much. It's shuttle to gun down Canadian. Immediately pivot. But look at that. All of a sudden, the Fink is just dropped, and Panbazoo takes down shuttle. They trade out, but DZ comes out ahead. And it looks like it's opened up all of open area in favor of the attackers.
Mind you, Canadian is down for the taking, but he put down both his Osa shields before that happened, which means the value is still there in terms of utility. Server control is on DC's side. 35 seconds. I believe Yoka Jones is gone, but I could be wrong. We'll see in just a second.
Bless you.
But never mind that. It's going to come down to the wire because time is taken away. 27 seconds and down. 4 versus 3. No C4 for defenders. No plant denial really. Yoka drone is available, by the way, so it can be used to stop DC from planting.
That is such a brazen spot to be for Iconic.
Oh God,
right
timing.
underneath the hatch. He's going to tempt Fate. Fate bites back. Oh, look at this. Again.
Oh, the cover that time.
DZ gets a little bit lucky, and that's their second round to start off.
If that had worked.
I got PTSD seeing that. I say Iconic, you can't get to do that twice. You can't get away with it. And he does not, because DC's there this time with enough numbers to make sure
he was waiting for the second one.
Happen. Forrest, unfortunately, climbed
he
up
didn't land that
hatch
shot.
at the wrong moment, became a free kill. Yeah. Really, really good cover for DC.
Almost. Very close. Yeah, 2v4 that
Back
was...
to open area.
I think that was a good call. He just didn't get the headshot.
Honestly, a lot of that
like,
really coming down
barely had the opportunity for it.
A crucial part of the map. If you're going to put 2 defenders upstairs, that removes your ability to have them sit in the rest of the bomb site. Now, maybe it's just because Bank has been changed ever so slightly to the way that the hatches work towards the back of the bomb site, and also the way that Vault has been changed a little bit. But it's not uncommon for teams to put all 5 defenders down below and bunker up. Maybe you put somebody over by the elevator, maybe you put somebody at the top of blue, keep 1 in server, 2 in the bomb site, that's it. But instead, Astralis decided, we're gonna hold open area. There were 2 players in there, a bit of a misplay from the Oryx, and then a trade-off, but at that point, there's nobody who can now go up and recover that part of the map control that you've given to Dark Zero.
You're correct. I mean, Basement and Bank kind of plays out the same way as Basement Oregon, where mainly or usually it's about the bomb site. Shuttle says no, it's about the spawn peek and the early aggression. Finds NJR. But yeah, you can hide all people in Basement if you want. In the staircase, you don't have to, if you don't want to. And I mean, Iconic right now in Astralis, they are on the roam trying to get aggressive, and so far, not too bad.
No, you've got an anti-roam operator hard built into the game. That's Jackal. In the hands of Canadian. This is one of his favorite operators that we've seen so far throughout the major, and most notably in the best of 5. Adrenal Surge goes out
the EG
into
charm.
a familiar spot inside a main lobby. Could not deal with Astralis the last time he was in here. First thing for Dark Zero to do, go upstairs. Maybe take care of one of the roamers, or die trying.
It's gonna be huge. Of course, Jagoscan comes out, but I don't think Iconic is... He's still hiding, shut level support, it could be huge.
Have they baited him in? No, they throw drones at the problem. They think they see the mute jammer in the middle of the room and go, maybe this is a bait. And they're correct. Astralis wanted them to try to push towards the main stairs. Iconic is still hiding up top.
I don't think they know.
I don't think so. Iconic has been doing this disappearing act the last 2 maps.
Drones are coming out. They're scouring Hyper right now on that drone, looking.
Even with mute on the board and a vigil, there's still 8 drones.
2 drones, jeez.
Dark Zero, a ton there. As Iconic will go for the run out, and now the long drive to get back.
The tree. The tree.
They can't do anything about it. Eclipse does, though. He's still on the roof.
They got him.
Yeah.
A valiant effort, as Iconic could have gone down swinging, but he chose the path of least resistance, or so he thought.
Yeah, he tried to stay alive because he got got twice there.
Some time for his teammates, of course, in this 4v4. It's not too bad, honestly. Min 5 to go, still gotta go through those walls. The Maverick Torch can make work of it. You got 3 to make that 4 grenades between Pambisu, Eclipse, and Hyper.
What did he have? He had
tons of options, tons
impact
of time,
or...
somewhat. Shuttle.
No way, Shuttle. You look the wrong direction. Eclipse drops in, sight unseen. There's J90. They're so tantalizingly close to the bomb site, but DZ still has some offsite players to find. 40 seconds in 3v3. Something that we've said a dozen times over the last map or 2. Look at this punch hole from Forrest. That is a rat angle if we've ever seen one. Hyper doesn't realize he's just right there. The nade goes in and connects. Damage is done to Hyper. Still inside of Archives. DZ with a numbers advantage of 1. Damage done to J90. Now he's dropped. It's Forrest to clutch out, or Dark Zero goes up 3-0. Surely a timeout must follow if they can't do this. But Forrest sees one, gets the drop. He's stuck, and he's dead. DZ, they've taken all 3 rounds. They did this in map 1, they did this in map 2, and they've done it again now, here in our very final map.
I mean, if things were to follow, it's gonna mean a timeout soon, right? Because that's what Astralis always do. They call for it when they're down a couple of rounds, and DC doing really good in their attacking starting side. The only time they didn't was on Oregon because it started on defense. They struggled to find the momentum, and now they're back. They're doing it, and is that the case? It is! Tactical timeout taken from Astralis. This script continues to follow troop as it has so far. 3-0 means a break. Talk it through again. Best of one. The only thing that matters right now is each and every single round in a vacuum on a single map that is banked. Nothing else in the past has mattered. Map 1 doesn't exist. Map 2 doesn't exist.
Who's the young lady?
Me.
AnneMunition.
Doesn't matter. It's just about this moment right here.
You said it. The chat said it. I'm young.
DC.
You are.
Let's see what they can come up with.
This is a wash for both.
74. Fuck you, Stream Elements, honestly. The timing of that thing is always so comedic. It's a random number, but it's always so comedic.
I want to say for 1 second, as wrong as I might have been
when I'm trying to prove that I'm young. I'm
not
a zoomer.
You were right about this one.
I was correct
about
I
know how to dab.
Teller's Archives.
With my fellow kids.
Bomb site on this map. Only 5 plays of the 83 rounds, now 86 rounds that have been played up to this point. The 87th round of Bank goes to the bomb site.
What's the generation after Zoomers? Because Zoomers are now like.
Have a good win rate for the defense either.
What,
it's
20?
not like it's played 5 times and the defense always wins. No.
I know, like what's.
It just doesn't really work
Can
in
you
any way.
believe it?
No, I mean, the issue
that
is
people are born
CO bomb site
in
because, well,
2004
the bomb site is below CO inside of Teller's Archive.
are 18.
Generation Alpha? That sounds so fucking cool. They don't deserve that. What do they do to deserve that? They're basically babies right now.
It's why DC bring out the bulk. It's why they have some software utility.
The Alpha generation.
It's why DP Fire is finding themselves upstairs in
Wow, what did I get? Fucking millennials.
That matters the
Great.
most right now.
Stupid.
On the
What? Millennial? That sounds way better than Alpha.
I think it doesn't. I think, you know what? I think it's been ruined for me by people saying that millennials have ruined things. Them saying that millennials ruin stuff has ruined millennials.
It was relatively similar to what we saw out of that CEO bomb site. You bunker upstairs, you open up avenues to rotate into printer,
Gen X was also a cool name. Is that what millennials are supposed to be?
Control of the top floor. Well, you're in a significant amount of trouble.
Because
in a lot of those cases, there was a Buck who was very strong with nades back when Bank was still in the map pool.
Yeah.
You also had Sledge as a good surrogate.
You're
Buck
like
wasn't.
Yeah, kind of.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, I would say you're like the younger end of our generation, and then I'm like kind of in the middle.
Out of that situation.
You're like
Honestly, it's gonna be down to
Millennials are Gen Y.
Right? You swing into
Lame.
gunfights, you
Boring.
force it anywhere you can.
Stupid
The map.
letter.
Play on those staircases, main stairs, server stairs, maybe try and flank lobby because lobby
Gen X
itself,
is
where
before,
Pamela's
like
right
older than
now,
millennial.
is also a vital
That makes
part of
sense
the map
if it's an
for the
alphabet.
attackers. If defenders can take back this
My
map
sister
control,
and your
take that
brother
piece of the land,
Yeah,
that's
they're
huge
like
for them.
Gen.
There's no
And you're like kind of in the middle.
Or they're like the older millennials? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're not recalled millennials.
No, I think they're Gen X.
That's what I meant. They're
Yeah.
Gen X, and you're kind of in the middle between millennials
Fire
and.
immediately. Adrenal surge follows after the very first kill. A nade as well could go to the main stairs.
Is that what you smell?
There's nobody nearby. Sits on the mute
Yeah,
jammer,
welcome to my
gives his
office.
position away. Hyper engaging with Forrest, but it's DZ coming up
Ooh,
on
it smells
all
bad.
of these kills. Astralis took a big gamble, and right now it is not
Why
paying
did
off.
she go?
But if a comeback is going to begin, they need a
But
first kill.
it didn't
J9
smell.
finds it second as well. So surgical as he heads towards Trump, but he's down by Pambazoo and finished off. Shuttle stands against the test of time, 50 seconds.
Oh my god. That's why she didn't come back.
Doesn't get much play. What does Shuttle do to get himself out of this spot?
That's why she didn't come back.
No nitro cell at his disposal. The hatch above him open. He can rotate, but he doesn't have the kit to deal with tons of enemies at close range. But there's one. Maybe he swaps on over to the shotgun if it's in his back pocket. Shuttle still.
I'm out.
He's pulled off clutches.
Damn, they're struggling.
20 seconds as DZ marches their way in. Eclipse getting the diffuser down. Canadian will cover 5-1. The leader leading by example. Shuttle's not going to see the diffuser getting planted, but he wins the gun duel against Canadian, and suddenly it's a 1v1 as all eyes go on to Eclipse with the timer running against Astralis.
No.
Shuttle doesn't see it, looks the wrong way. It was so close. The reaction from Eclipse is what were you looking at? And DZ is up 4-0.
I will say though, Shuttle hitting some nasty shots in that round with that SMG-11 made it look so possible.
Cat poop isn't the stinkiest thing in the world, but it's a solid number 2.
3 kills, setting themselves up for a possible clutch. It's too much.
I was waiting to see if she was gonna. She's sitting by the thing, so I'm waiting to try and catch her. So she keeps looking up at me because she knows that I'm there.
Viable positions on the bomb site itself. That's why Shuttle himself also made it to open area. Rotated main stairs, back through that rotated side. It was too late to C4.
Come on, Charles.
C4, that could be different.
Two rounds on defense.
Open area. Last time we were here,
Weren't you for
as the
Dizzy?
score tells you, 4-0. No success for Astralis.
Weren't you for Dizzy at first?
But it was close.
I don't know.
I thought you were for Dizzy.
At the beginning of the major?
No, at the beginning of the game.
I don't know.
Second
I
time
didn't
close
pick
as well.
because I'm not sure.
Banshee's being put down the main stairs and server stairs too. Ensure that if any attackers sneak around, they will find them.
Every time she's just like
so many times against Astralis.
I'm trying to bait her by like talking to you so that she doesn't
kill,
think that
and then you just sit still,
spying on her, but she's
waits for
waiting for
support
me.
to come to him, and they work as a unit to clear out the remaining enemies in their path. I'm sure this round will be no different. Canadian on this Flores now. That was banned earlier on in the previous map. He's now back and comfy to use that information and self-destruction.
I hate to sound like a broken record, Nick, but
She's
every time
that
she knows.
Is she already looking at you when you peek?
Yeah.
Or, okay.
That's why I keep waiting. I keep like trying to wait to see if she'll look away.
4 is just not getting it done.
And then I come back.
When Astralis is
But
in
she
it,
never looks away.
it's when
She's just
Iconic
waiting
is
for me. She
performing.
knows.
But Iconic is getting shut
She does
down.
know.
He was
She
a
does.
superstar on Oregon, on Bank, not quite putting it together. And it's just, it hurts. The depth from Astralis is there, but it hurts.
Looking at me.
Loses his crown.
She's waiting.
It's a good way to put it, honestly, and it's always expensive, if you will, to
Fromage
invest into
was
a
rooting
single
for
player,
Charles.
you know, relying on that performance. But
You were rooting for
DC's
Charles.
not that different because when Pampas was a weak game, so does DZ.
That doesn't mean I think they're
The dominant
better.
performances
It's
we've
just
seen from
I
us,
want them
Pampas
to win.
thrives. He finds those openings and allowed to
Just like I was
take
rooting for
aggressive
Liquid.
gunfights.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna be
We
like
also know
Liquid
that
Astralis
both of
final.
these teams
I was hoping
have
for it.
very capable players. It's a matter of who shows up and when they show up, and of course if you play together as a unit. So far DC and Banks doing the better version of that. It's Panball alone in lobby, looking for another opening kill for DC.
Well, you can see small leaning IRL just to see where maybe it gives him an extra vantage
It's like
point.
almost
Who knows?
the two sections are almost
So the alibi
like this.
tucked into the corner of J90, just over the gun. Filing cabinet. The alibi is in a good position to win this one, but oh no, down goes D.
I don't know if you heard what
Castle
happened,
spotted
but
out. J90 doesn't realize how
Grab
close
her.
Panbazoo is. And now Panbazoo can go elsewhere. Reposition as slowly the ceiling over top of the alibi disappears. 1 minute left, and there's Panbazoo to pick up 2 big kills. Astralis in trouble as it's all up to Shuttle yet again inside of open area with some soft destruction, but God, this is a hard fight to win, and it's just too much for them. DZ are marching their way to this major championship. That's 5 rounds in a row, almost a perfect half.
They're so close, they can taste it, they can feel it. We've all seen the trophy between these two teams. Both of them want it so desperately. Troy made a joke once about Dark Zero. The one thing they would need to build is a trophy room in their mansion. But even if they built it, what trophies would they put in there? They have some domestic ones. But they're so close to their first international title, they can put in their trophy room.
We have something that I actually don't think has happened in quite some time. Forrest has picked a zombie. Forrest was so excited that in the announcement today for the next season of Rainbow Six, the next operation, that there will be no operator quarantine any longer. Immediately, a new operator will go into play. That doesn't mean suddenly, as of today, you can start picking the operator that's in quarantine. So now the question
because now she opens both sides.
is it
so.
just a rehost? We're not admins. Is there any punishment to hand down? We don't know.
Did they lose the 5th round?
I was gonna say under
I don't know. I
normal
was with you, so
circumstance,
yeah.
when I was a player, you would be forced to team kill and play a 4 versus 5. I want to say, as a former player myself, for competitive integrity's sake, you need to just
So they're
play it
0
over.
and 5
You
right now.
cannot, in a 5-0 5th map, Grand finals play a 4v5 round over something so unfortunate and unlucky as picking Asami on accident.
This one.
I think a rehost, which seems to be the case, is the right choice if you ask me. I think both of these teams deserve a fair shot at the 6th round. The last
pro
round
strategies from
half.
chat.
See if a banana in his hand?
Astralis, you need to win some rounds.
Oh my god.
Not again. NJR love bananas.
Pro
How did
strats.
you make that
You gotta
sound
win some rounds.
It's crafty.
Hey.
I don't
forgive me?
understand.
We'll be back in just a moment. By the way, just going through everything, double, triple checking all the wires and the players in the server. Make sure that we have again that we
Oh my god, that sounded hollow.
We are, as mentioned, on the final round of the first half, the 6th round. That is DC on the attack, Charlotte's on the defense. The timeout has been called for Charlotte's back in the end of round 3. DC still has theirs.
So DZ sitting in really good spot. Worst case
Said
scenario
that sounded
for Dark
hollow.
Souls, 5-1 half, you still have your
Just
time.
because I hit my head.
Pretty good.
Given the way that Bank plays, again, another coin
You know how audio
flip
works.
back.
Come on.
Oh.
I don't have to tell you.
Ivor, Shuttle.
The usual suspects.
As always.
We want Skinnergy, that's correct, thank you.
Where is she?
That's
Absolutely.
absolutely.
I think she heard me.
You two can pick up Skinnergy in the in-game store.
No.
She's probably going to back downstairs to open the thing
Marker
again.
CCTV.
No, she was on the...
Downstairs. Astralis will go. This is the bomb site that they had before. There's not a lot of work to be done when you're setting up a lobby again because Astralis hasn't won a single round, so you don't need to worry about what bomb sites are and aren't locked. All of them are available. And it looks like we're just gonna need a moment.
Again?
This is gonna be...
They had a tactical timeout, a technical pause, and now another technical pause. Bruh.
Might be the last time we hear that.
Okay, so
Might be the last time we hear that chant.
technically, they're not supposed to discuss the game right now.
I hope we don't hear the chant one more time.
I feel a little bit for Dark Zero
No, but,
because,
none of them look
they've
good.
been-
are getting the momentum kind of
They've
not
been
ruined,
struggling
but it's getting
to
stopped right now.
apply
Like the
this
brakes have been
rule.
pushed, hit
Yeah.
to the middle. Louvre. Banana. We love bananas. Yes.
Did they make that sign in advance, or did they just...
Something like that. Anyway.
Look, you can't lose
momentum.
any more rounds
Boys
if
right
you
now
don't play any
taking a
rounds.
pause. Coaches cannot talk.
Oh, this
it's just the
camera.
players.
Ooh, they should not have
Maybe
switched
the
to that
players
camera. That
talk,
was
they're smiling at
confusing.
least.
Kenzie, what's up? Thanks for the 7 months.
Yeah.
It's not like they mute their mics.
No, I believe the players can still talk. The coaches just cannot.
That is correct.
Yep. It's not a tactical, but a technical timeout right now. So you just sort through the last bits and bobs. Before we get back in, should be on the way in just a second. Shouldn't take long at all.
Win or lose, given the odds right now, Dark Zero very comfortable again. Win or lose, Astralis have so much to be proud of. This is a young roster. The core three, the three young gunners of
lose
iconic
if
J90 and
the game never
have a very
ends.
bright future ahead of them. And they've got that supporting cast. Adding Forrest to the team, adding Call Out to the team has given them a ton of structure. It's given them more viability with different bomb sites and different compositions. And their future is as bright as the stars.
Nice.
That was a crazy jump.
Little tiger. See, I brushed her.
Don't ever tell people to boo ever again.
I made a huge mistake,
You did.
okay? I made a huge mistake at the start, and it's just, it won't stop, all right?
Hey, little tiger.
Are you booing me?
Why are you booing me?
No, Nova.
They're yelling at me.
Oh my god, they're
Am I
angry
being-
at you.
Am I being
She
booed?
me so much.
It's
You
ridiculous.
freaked her out.
Yeah. Well, first I only told her
Cross
to
your
go, and
fingers
then I think
that
she
this is
freaked
gonna
herself
work
out by
out.
running headfirst into a fucking
Fingers
Yeah.
wall.
Good. Seems like everything's
Nova.
working. Again, back downstairs we'll go for
She
a
did
third
that thing like in cartoons where
Set the
you
tone
run into
here.
something and your butt goes in the air
A lot of
because your
things
front half
happen
stops
in
and
this
the back
match so
half just goes
far.
up.
For DC, most of these rounds have been opened up by Pambasu. Without his contribution in the early stages, different scenario. On the Shina's side, you see right now everyone's 0-0-0 scoreline because of the rehost. But we kept talking about Iconic having a very slow start. We're still looking at him, trying to help the Charlottes back into this. Find their first round, gain some momentum. Force in the mirror might help.
But they're right though for
gonna fortify the bomb site itself.
like a brand new baby roster.
Late stage of the round when DC knocks on the bomb site doors and walls.
What did they place first in Annie League?
Before we get there,
Yeah,
and then to and then to take Dark Zero with like led by Canadian. No. To map 5 in a major land, like your first land, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. To stall for that time that you so desperately
Hopefully they can win some rounds, so even if they lose this, they don't feel so bad about.
With Iconic. Pamisu lobby door, alone,
I feel like,
other round before.
You know, it sucked to get 7-0 in map 5.
It's DC droning, taking their time, not overstepping their boundaries, making sure that somebody's being aggressive. They'll peek with a drone, not a body.
I think the drone timed out. I don't know if he actually got any value from that.
Don't think so.
Didn't pilot it back.
Yeah.
First logic bomb goes out. DP fires position in the hallway as he now scoots away, but it's Panbazoo on the case. Not the literal case, but a nice shot from DP fire.
That's what they need.
Astralis needs a huge round or a huge opening to try and keep themselves in this.
And then they gotta win like all their
You do not want Dark Zero
attacks.
bringing out the brooms to sweep you away.
I mean, they're all falling back right now. These most of them you see because they got the kill they want.
He's hanging out on the hatch.
Shuttle can stay for a bit longer. Kill a drone. I like this min-max value because if you all fall back down, no one's there to pretend there's a danger.
I would fall by accident.
Good call from Astralis. They play a fine line.
Nova.
So well this time.
Trajectory, bringing it closer to her.
Shuttle dips out as well. Half the round over.
She does that when I put food over here. She sits back there, and I just see a paw underneath my monitor. She just starts pulling my plate.
The basement and still 3 toxic base from Iconic. Astralis are in such a good position to get their first round on the board in its last defending side that they have.
Nova.
1 minute.
No.
DZ have suffered a loss with Panbazoo. Obviously, no nades. Smoke will go down. Does Hyper dare drop in the midst of it? That's a line of sight from the back of the bomb site that is now cut off. Anybody playing over there, you're not going to be able to see. If you want to rotate at a vault, if you want to be playing over by elevator, minecart, whatever you wanted to call that spot, there's not much you can do. Instead, DZ used that secondary and primary utility to buy time.
Something worth noting here, there's no X-Kairos left. That means that these walls and server will stay intact. They have to do a hatch drop planned. Yeah. They can't use the walls at all.
Oh, they just opened the mirror.
It actually worked out well for them last time. They did something very, very similar. Nade goes in. No casualty just yet. Was it primed properly? Iconic takes out Hyper, but it's a joint effort. Finally, DZ gets on the board, but it's a little bit too late. They're outnumbered, doubled up on.
I don't know if he has any drones.
Let's get closser. DP
fires
the out. It's a swing on the Canadian. NJR
that means it's not on him.
Okay. Well, now he's on his drone.
Diffuser miles away. A Yokai sees him. He's in the middle of the bomb site. He's doomed. As a Nitro cell
nice. Forest, big round.
From DZ. That's their very first round for Astralis.
6 more.
They need to heat up because they got a big hole to dig themselves out of.
Looks so much.
Yeah, that was an important win for that one round, but they still have to win so many rounds.
They had the numbers, they had the utility, and they fell back immediately to play off one another. Shuttle did not overstay his welcome in open area, and that is massive. It's a good read for them. Now, the tall task comes around. You need to attack. Being down 1-5 on Bank. Statistically, attacker favored across the Charlotte Major, 47% defense, 53 attack. That is not far away from 50-50 though, not far from a coin flip of a round. And DC will open it up on a Teller's Archives defense.
I'm so surprised to see the first boom side that they play being Tellers. Which in my opinion is the worst.
And we'll just get the lobby up right again for you. Thanks again for your patience.
We shall get back.
It's the clappers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and she's freaking Nova.
Not freaking me out, too.
We are all
yeah, sometimes
right
it
now,
sounds like it's coming from in the house
we
or
are
something
all
like that.
Look at what Mid was doing. We were all that. We're all just sitting, looking.
She's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh man. It is frustrating, of course, when these things happen. We know, you guys know, the players know. Gotta get through it together.
No player wants to find himself in this situation. Nobody.
Absolutely not.
No.
We can argue that DC, they got the punishment last time because they won round 5, then the technical timeout happened, unfortunately. Now Charlotte won their first round, and they now have to suffer that same consequence of waiting around and losing a bit of that momentum. This doesn't favor anybody in particular, it doesn't punish anyone more than the other, but it does suck in general that the momentum is being stripped away from this match because it's been so explosive in these rounds. We're looking to get back in just a second. We're not far from the action.
Exciting.
Right, well, very first defense now for Dark Zero. How are they going to fare? Their win condition is just 2 defenses. That's it, just 2.
That's all they need.
You can win Locker CCTV twice. Do it in round number 7, do it in round number 10. That's it, you're done, you're out. You win the major.
Congrats.
Congrats. Obviously not a given, but when you look at the composition of Bank, Locker CCTV is by far and away the most favorable bomb site to the defenders. 63% of the rounds that were played here at the Charlotte Major won by the defense on Locker CCTV. It went 50-50 the 2 times that we saw it earlier. But you can't see it. But it's another Teller's Archives defense. Dark Zero is again going to go to a bomb site that Astralis went to.
Boy.
Astralis got smoked on it. DZ is going to go to a bomb site that again doesn't see much play. I was right again.
As you are, Parker.
But it's not about me being right. It's just, I suspect that teams keep things in their back pocket for these bomb sites.
I mean, you have to, right? You can't just keep going CO for the 20th time, maybe for the 50th time. You need to, at some point, bring out these tertiary or 4th place bomb sites that just don't typically work. And if you prepare a pocket strat, as we call it, like a one-off strat that will work once in the game, that's all you need. And if your DC being up 5-1, that's going to let you match point if this works out. You have every bomb site at your disposal. You're obviously comfortable playing all of them. I think the one thing that I liked from DC already that I was kind of like, what's happening at Astralis? Valkyrie's being played from Canadian round 1. Sure, it's going to force out the Twitch. You can kind of match it up and look for those Valkyrie cameras and take them down. But I feel like Astralis was missing information. That's why Pemesus just walked on in time and time again and found those opening kills. DC, they're like, you know, not going to make that same mistake as they were.
Wait, what happened to the Twitch drone?
Drone denied, Bulletproof as well, shut down that Twitch drone, and there we go. His player swung the door, took it out,
There's
NJR.
no mute.
Good job.
So what?
Those Twitch drones have
Yeah.
such high value.
Oh, is it the Bulletproof?
And the first one is already
Yeah, it's like EMP.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I was like, what? There's no mute, so how did that just happen?
Off of the clock.
I didn't realize they were active
Twitch
on
user is really a sight to behold.
camera.
With the way that Forrest has been playing, I'm not sure if he's the
During the
one
prep phase.
to deliver the payload, so to speak, but he's going to be in the position to do that.
Oh, it wasn't during the
Looks like he can just rappel on in if nobody
They
is
don't have a
watching the
Twitch
angle,
drone
but they don't have
during the
intel
Oh, yeah,
just
you're right.
yet. Hanbazoo's currently stuck inside a janitor. He impacts and gets his way out. Iconic breaks in and down goes Canadian. Another body could be found.
Bring it back,
and
bring
there
it
is,
back.
Iconic.
There you go.
2 huge kills.
He's activated. He's on fire. He's looking good while doing it too. And this is the Astralis that's the strongest, right? You got all players up and ready. When Iconic gets the entry and plays loose, that's when they thrive so much more. 5v3 now, and again, one of the weakest, if not the weakest defense. Taylor's Archives. The vertical play, you see it on your screen right now. There's a Sledge and a Bog and a Sophia. There's nowhere on site that you can play whatsoever. Open area, that's not where the bomb site is, but it's where the players are. That's where the service there's flank.
Shuttle bucking away, taking damage in the process. DZ losing out on more HP from NJR now.
But they have a Thunderbird, so you can go get healed up.
Firm control from above. There's NJR's kill on the shuttle. With a Thunderbird on the board, it means that they can very easily get healed back up. But look at this. Eclipse from out of nowhere. Eclipse with a round 2, and he can head for the hills. Astralis really thought they had something. It's Panbazoo down, though, as its 3rd kill for Iconic in this round.
He's playing together. They haven't been playing well. They're 2v1, 2v2.
They keep turning them into
Astralis
1v1s.
on the side, they don't have the diffuser, though. It needs to be retrieved. DP fire spotted on a black
Where's the sec? Okay.
Here he is.
Right now,
the first one's engaging.
But see, like, he got the kill, but it was not well played because they were not synchronized.
He got the kill, but he was engaging while his teammate was still like flanking from the other side. So
again, Iconic got a
they got lucky on that
in the
one that he
round.
actually got the
First
kill,
one,
but they need to actually play those 2v1s
as
a 2v1.
Flank here, the reward from Eclipse waiting there really paid off. Stratus comes out on top. 5-2. DC can just try and throw something at the wall, see what sticks. Archives still did not. We're going to open area instead.
Sitting still like this for 6.5 hours, only watching something is killing me. I'm like,
being picked off.
That's why I'm standing up when I watch VODs.
I know.
Standing up doing other stuff.
We saw the Thunderbird last round doing a pretty good job keeping every defender alive, but open area
Needs to be
itself, not
active.
many good areas to put it down when the bomb site itself is here. As it gets under fire. Those corner stations are only good if there's a safe spot.
Astralis wins, people are just
Case
going to be
this one.
calling that banned
Diego, of course, matching up.
Wait, what?
Stay safe in those 4 to 5 areas.
What?
Grenades.
I don't know.
Not
I don't
gonna
understand
do
what Fates just said.
too much damage to you as long as you're nearby one of those
Calling
ADSs.
Yeah, big cheating.
Bok and Sledge both.
They got a
pick up
technical
still
timeout
on
for
the
picking a
attacking
band
side.
operator.
Once again, they're vertically
Oh.
speaking, loads of damage can be
Oh,
done.
like you're
You
saying
know,
if they
Shuttle
win,
does
people
not
will
have the secondary
like call them
heartbeat
out for
schedule. All
intentionally
you have
forcing a
is so much
technical
charges
timeout
from
because they
DP5, so limited
picked
heartbeat capabilities.
a band operator like intentionally is the idea.
For open
I
area,
see.
you want to take control of that top.
I
floor.
didn't realize that's why they had a
First castle
technical pause.
barricade
So that,
falls for
yeah, they
Astralis.
picked a
Astralis in
Zami.
that position.
Oh,
But
how
she's
did they end
dead.
up
Sees it
picking
go off and
Azami?
immediately Bucks open
I
the
don't
wall
know.
to give his team a much
I didn't see.
longer
I
view.
wasn't paying
staff area
attention.
before heading
Close
back
enough.
upstairs. In terms of Rome, plenty of bodies from Dark Zero, not nestled in the bomb site, but neither of them are
Especially
really
if
all
you
that
do it
far
on
away.
purpose, you
Canadian
lose the
Eclipse
round,
6
so
are
that
not
they
playing
probably ended up
within the
picking Azami not
walls
on purpose, like
of
something
either
happened to
open
them.
area or the kitchen.
I mean, Canadian in almost every single map is like as far away as possible from the site. He's in the basement right now, just kind of waiting around, seeing what comes to him. Can sit on cameras if he so wants to, and just gain a bit of information. The goo mines will again keep him safe and comfortable. We saw that bulletproof or the Maestro camera, either or, inside the lobby area to deny info because you can shoot those drones at either or. There's gonna be Astralis tagging from above as they always do. Bok right now opening up all these hatches because they are left soft. All 10 reinforcements have been spent. It's not a mistake. It's a strat chosen by DC. Also Astralis. Now, not gonna get punished that bad for only having one heartbeat operator. They'll be fine.
Well, Forrest takes some damage and then calls in the cavalry, aka those nanobots, the nano swarm, whatever they're officially referred to as, aka the adrenal surge. The Bucks still persisting, and Shuttle getting scarily close to being completely out of skeleton key ammo. The common spots right now seem to be vacated by Dark Zero. We're just past the halfway point. DZ again only need these 2 rounds to secure the championship. That's it. Can they accomplish it? Iconic with that wall opened up earlier. This was planned out much more in advance. And look at that, Astralis just sweeping through it.
Ooh, unforced.
2.
Taking out a
Adrenal surge on cooldown, but he'll be able to get himself right back up. Iconic next to the line of fire. Canadian dancing around the grenade. There goes NJR.
Nice.
Astralis looking for the
Now we got a game.
onto the
Here we go.
captain, and they'll get it.
Hell
A
yeah.
flawless round is suddenly Astralis have found a new gear.
There it is. Now we got a series on our hands because everyone's showing up and defenders cannot find anywhere to hide or play successfully. They're getting torn apart. That nade from Iconic opened up the round, the wall to follow it up. That grenade kill removed the 2 impact grenades from the bomb site on Eclipse. Those are going to be so vital to deny the heartbeat summons later on. Let's go, let's go, let's go. As Iconic says.
He's not wrong.
He's not wrong at all.
Similar circumstances to where DZ was at on Oregon. There is no parachute as we've talked about before. No timeout to be taken by Astralis, already used back in round number 3. So you have to hope that you're able to right whatever wrongs in the actual match itself. So far for Astralis, things have been going right. 3 rounds in a row, the most recent flawlessly done.
Yep.
DZ still has access to their time.
Yes, they do. You can take it if you want, but again, just like when Astralis had the lead, no reason to give the opponent that parachute unless you absolutely have to, unless of course you think that you can see something much more valuable. Right now for DC, trying open area one more time is very bold because they lost it the first time. I want to see what can work for them.
This is big value, by the way, from the laser gates and the castle barricades. You put the Aruni gate, laser gate, in front of it, so you have to break that before you then destroy the castle barricade on the other side.
It's true. You can get sneaky around, grenade the
that
floor, you'll get
side.
the door but not the gate itself, so either or you gotta clear both eventually. Jaina no, open up the soft wall, breaching charge in hand, opens up. Doesn't get the castle back. Oh, they're gonna rush.
They're juiced up and they're in the bomb site, but DZ seem to have this one in hand, and that's it. It's J9O against the wall.
Yes,
Shotgun against the wall. Through and damage done to Panbazoo. It's
What the
ugly, but
hell?
look at that. We've got
LMG
70
go
bullets
Bert.
left.
Just hold
This was a
like,
go
holy
for
shit.
broke strat from Astralis. And it might be broke. Dark Zero moved to match point. If J9O cannot pull off this 1v3 clutch that became a 1v2 clutch inside a staff area. Is he being spam paid?
I don't know where this is.
Because it sure sounds like it. They know he's there. Around the bomb chassis, it's Hyper on the cross. Championship point, Dark Zero.
They're closing in. This could be our upcoming final round. Again, the rush shot almost worked. It was so off pace. It was beautiful, but it was shut down as well. I hate to break it to you, Parker, but not that. That too, I guess. DC are taking us to Taylor's Archives. On the 5th map, match point 6-3, they're going to Archives again. No basement.
Are Dark Zero allergic to the best bomb site statistically for the defenders? They are trying to get through this defensive half on hard mode.
They are. They want to prove a point, perhaps? I don't know. Show the world that this can work at the highest level of play, perhaps. I'm not sure. Similar lineup. NGR, his turn on the Thunderbird.
Yeah, I don't know why they're doing
that
that.
Around between the members of DC. Eclipse getting
Maybe it could be because they have a 3-round lead. They're like, we can play this one more time. I don't know. Because when you just close it out, you're on match point.
10 seconds left.
Maybe they feel more comfortable on this
the
one.
final 3 minutes, or even quicker if Astralis tries a repeat of what we saw in the previous round.
Maybe they think that Astralis are not good at attacking this one.
Yeah, but they won it. First time, that's why it's confusing.
He's just too smart, too good.
That's why I think maybe they just feel more
They
comfortable
stop
in this one.
Astralis in their tracks.
I respect it though. I mean, the balls you gotta have to make that decision, that play in that moment. And it could have worked. It was so close. Just inches away from success. A rush that's fun to watch, fun to play, but so chaotic in the moment. Don't have time to think and make decisions. You gotta act on instinct. Beating shots goes out. There's a bit of team damage. Not a huge loss. IQ being picked up from Forest can now find these Valkyrie cameras and deny information gain. What he's doing right now is he's mapping out the rooms. Where does DC have information? Where is it safe to go? Where is it not safe to go? Canadian got impacts in his hand. Up top.
Oh, nicely shot on Iconic. Forest coming in for the assist. Bloodshed early on, but Canadians inside a conference room. He's holding court and immediately fades away. Gets right back to the Kona stations, and it's like nothing was gambled in the first place.
Full health again.
Back to full HP. Iconic and Jaina know both very low right now. It's gonna not help them in those later engagements. These Kona stations can keep healing off. The one thing is, if the attackers get to that area, they too can get healed, but they're inside of the open area itself. Side, of course, is Archives Tillers. Not as we done for Astralis right now. Vertical damage control is being set up. NGR inside has a challenge or not. Can they find NGR on the side? They get access. NGR holds the ground. It's trouble for Astralis.
Well, they'll use whatever they have at their disposal. Again, win or lose, even if they're in dire circumstances, so much to be proud of. Hyper has to reposition after taking some damage. Iconic and J9O weak. They're a little worse for wear, but they seem to be wearing it quite well at the moment. There's Kona stations as well, still on the table. You get pings onto the bottoms down below. As Astralis gets shot through the floor. NJR is a better shot. Lined up, he knows there's one inside the lobby too. He can't capitalize just yet. It's DP fire for the outduel.
It's not that IQ is showed as Sledges because they're spectating Sledge.
Canadian doesn't have a nitro cell. There's no way to play this from below. So he heads down into lockers to wait and potentially go for a flank. Exploit whatever blind spot there might be.
Yeah, IQ, the icon on the left shows that they're spectating. So like she's spectating.
He's getting back up. I want to see Oryx. Oryx is showing
One
Oryx.
missed opportunity for Eclipse.
He's the one doing the...
Oh, suddenly DZ have the advantage, but they got to work against the clock. DP Fire nestled firmly inside of the bomb site. His teammate J9O guns down Eclipse. Repositioning, running rampant. As DZ will scramble, Hyper with 1v2 DP Fire. It's J9O to save Astralis.
13
DZ
seconds.
can double up and secure their first international
They're playing
major
together way better than
They were forged in the South. How fitting it is that the first international trophy is
His fucking finger on that F. Wow, nice job. But yeah, those 2v1s are so much stronger than Astralis is. They need to work on that. Nice job. That was a really good match. Yeah, I'm glad Astralis at least took a few rounds. but Dark Zero just looks stronger.
They deserve. They deserve it.
Yeah, they just look way stronger.
Their
game
was
as a team.
Their game style was way more like clean.
Yeah.
Troy Canadian solidifies themselves in the books of legends.
More disciplined.
More discipline, yeah, more experience.
Organizations,
that probably helps quite a bit.
CTM, EG, SSG, and Dark Zero. A GOAT of the scene.
But they can be proud of them though, of themselves. I mean, Astralis.
S+ level.
That's so good round. They're such a young team.
Yeah. Up to the top. There were some doubters for Canadian on this squad when he came to Dark Zero. It took a couple months.
See, that's what I was telling you. It's like they're probably the most vocal team, but it's just banter during the game. After they're like super nice people.
Yeah.
Especially Iconic, he's like the most vocal, but after he's also the most friendly.
Yeah. Coach Mint jumping in. The future's bright for DZ, but equally bright for Astralis. Their opponents, well, they came in as the best team in North America, and it seemed to be that Astralis were the favorites. People slept on Dark Zero. Not anymore. Not anymore. All 5 of the players on Dark Zero earned this. They fought, they scrapped, and together they won. That throne is theirs, the trophy is theirs, and DZ wins the Charlotte Major.
Astralis, they've been doing so good as well.
Yeah, I hope UB is gonna keep allowing retreats.
It's almost time.
Yeah.
I think that they will. I didn't know if they were gonna do it for the major.
We have an interview ready. Our gorgeous host Ian is gonna talk to your major winners. Ian,
but
dazzle us.
Wow.
Dazzle us.
Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Canadian, you said you were going to do it. All you've done this entire process is tell the world that you were going to win this major. You made it happen. What do you want to say to everybody right this second, right now?
I mean, I've said it multiple times before. I'm not done, motherfucker.
Did he say?
Yeah, he did. He did.
You are getting media banned.
An ounce of doubt. You just had Pengu. Just call you
You're in trouble.
Well, nobody gets surprised if you don't see any Canadian interviews for stage 2.
Last Canadian interview, we were here. We were here.
But I do want to say, I may have the greatest chip recipe of all time.
What do you think, Charlotte? Is he one of the greatest of all time? Let's give a shout out to your roster. What an achievement this is. Huge win for you guys. Who do you want to highlight in particular out of these amazing men standing behind you?
There is absolutely no one to highlight in particular. Everyone did their part. We have 3 incredibly talented fraggers that are incredibly consistent, show up time and time again, in Paul, Rob, and Nick, constantly showing up. We have Tyler, who was formerly a fragger and now is possibly the best support player in the world, in my opinion, in a matter of months. And an incredible secondary IGL at that, one of the best I've ever played with. Truly, like, he does it all. He does it all. And then Kyle, our coach, he's done so much work for us, preparing us for every single matchup, staying up late. The whole we got everyone. Everyone's helped us, man. But yeah, there's nobody in particular. It was a complete team effort. We have a philosophy we believe in on our team called Ubuntu, and it's I am because we are. And it means whatever I am capable of, it is because the rest of my team is capable of it.
Come on, man. Just before we move on to celebrations, because you guys got a long night celebrating ahead of you, do you want to give a shout out to Astralis, because they've had one hell of a journey too?
Yeah, I mean, I've been going back and forth with these guys the whole time. Literally every bathroom break, we're talking shit to each other, having a good time. We're also saying that this is like an incredible game. Like, literally every time I went to the bathroom, I was like, wow, Dave, you got turned on that map. Wow, Dave, you suck. I'm walking by them in their huddle, smiling at them like a psychopath. And then the whole time, Dave's like, wow, this is really fun, too. So I just want to say, though, that they're an incredible team. They just made this roster. They just had Forrest and Collier come in, and already they're making incredible strides. They're truly a world-class team, and it was a pleasure to play against them. Yes, give them all a round of applause.
The trophy itself, right? You've obviously achieved some amazing things in your Siege career. What is lifting this trophy going to do for you, and how is it going to feel?
It's going to feel great, but we all start again tomorrow, though. We all start again tomorrow.
Do you guys want to see them lift the trophy? Said, do you guys want to see them lift the trophy? Get ready to lift. All right? Get in position. Ladies and gentlemen, your Rainbow Six Siege Charlotte Major Champions, Dark Zero!
When they like eat it in the air like that, I get nervous every time.
Imagine one day they prank them and they glue it to the thing.
The podium. They can't lift it. Oh shit, I just had a cool idea. You know what they should do one time? They should make it a sword and it's like a big stone and they have to pull it out of the stone, you know? Like the sword in the stone reference. That'd be sick. Imagine you win and you have to like go and like pull it out of like a big sword. Fucking cool. They should have done that for Sweden. That would make sense.
The Kings of Charlotte. As many of you on there as you can squeeze. Give it up one more time, everybody, for Dark Zero!
Cool. Well, yeah. Thanks, Kelby. I want a sword. I'm gonna start playing Pro Rainbow Six just if there's a sword involved. Nice job. That wasn't he. Is he wearing socks?
Yes.
Oh, okay. He's not wearing shoes.
I mean, a lot of the players just take their shoes off.
Yeah, when they're playing. Yeah. I'm glad I went to map 5 too, yeah. It was a really good game. I mean, the last map was kind of one-sided, but at least they, like I said, at least they won a couple rounds. Next major, sword is the trophy. Hello, I would like to announce that I'm going to be playing for Rainbow Six Siege now. Oh, sorry. I scared him. No, I've never played Siege professionally. Aw, cute. What a picture.
Has been amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause, please. It's been wonderful to have you back. Please get a safe journey home, but before you leave, we are going to cross back over to Doha.
Can chat
and the team on the desk
see you if I put it on this camera?
That amazing final map.
Tiny cat, there you are. Tiny cat.
Thank you, Ian. It was epic. It was hard fought. It went the distance.
No touch.
But in the end, Dark Zero raises the trophy here at the Rainbow Six Siege Charlotte Major for one last time. Doha, Fresh, and Jesse here at the desk. And what a series. Like, that, I'm still a little bit new to the Rainbow Six scene. I've only been here for like a split, right, or a stage, right? But here we are, and like, my mind is blown. That was an incredible series.
That was an incredible series. It was really good.
I don't know what else to say. Jesse, say something.
Nice job.
So well deserved.
Yeah, I thought he was wearing some like fancy shoes that look like, or socks that look like shoes.
They've been searching for so long. This team
All right, chat.
has been so good for so many tournaments, and now they finally managed to get that first place.
How do I turn this off?
This organization, since they've entered, have put so.
There you go. You don't know even what I'm talking about, okay? I was talking about the audio.
On the cross, it always works.
There's no cross. There's eyes. That's it. No time for Tarkov. Time for, well, I need to work. It's 5. It's after 5. It's been such a long day.
What do you mean you need to work? You've been working.
No, I need to work on other stuff. I need to work on other things.
Are you trying to annoy her? She doesn't like it.
I can do it without looking.
Great, but she doesn't like it.
No, she's like, I don't like it. No, the piano's not always on. I turned it on earlier. And I just never turned it off. Okay, well, that's it. That's the end of the major. That is the end of stage 1. Stage 2 begins in, I don't know, soonish, kind of. And then we'll see where the next major goes. Maybe I'll go to that one in person. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Soon TM. Okay. Anyways, thanks for being here, chat. I'm gonna have to fix all the things that I changed. Thank you for tuning in to the co-stream. Thank you again to Ubisoft for letting us co-stream. I'm glad that they finally started doing this, because it's fun sometimes to be able to do that. And I will be streaming tomorrow morning, so I will see you tomorrow. And hope you all have a really good night. Do you want to say goodbye?
Goodbye.